as him though, so you know there must be something that you guys know that we don't.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, I was basing off of Achilles. I just made my preds, and I was like, I hope it's the same as Seth.
I guess you
Next time I'm just gonna say whatever Achilles says.
RQ
you
2-1
are the Rob Moore of
จี
this
2-1
desk,
ครับ
maybe.
2-1 ค
I
รับ
hope
เป็น
you're
ที
okay
2-1
with
ครับ
me saying that.
เอ้ย
I mean,
แน่นอนจริงๆ ไม่เชื่อใจ RQ แล้วเหรอพี่เอ๋ย
ได้วันนี้ RQ มาได้
เจมกินดรอป80 คิว
but today
ดรอป80 คิวนี่โบ10แล้วเปล่านี้
โบ3นี่
นี่
แหละ
โบ10แล้วเปล่านี้
ยิงตาแล้วสัก30ไป3 แมปก็90 ตัวอัพโหลดไม่เสร็จเหรอ เมื่อกี้ตอนผมอัพปกมันก็อัพอยู่แต่น่าจะกดเปิดไวไปหน่อยจะลองเปลี่ยนใหม่RQ เจนจีแต่มันโหลดไม่ทันใช่ไหมกดเร็วไปหน่อยเรียนไปหน่อยทำไมถึงให้เจนจีครับวันนี้ ไม่มั่นใจในใครอยาก
ความร้อนแรง แล้วก็ดูตัวอย่างพวกทีมที่รอมาจนเครื่องเย็นไม่ได้แข่ง
ถ้าเกิด RQ แพ้เจนจีชนะ ก็คือพวกแชมป์แม่งไปเล่นสายล่างกันหมดเลย
พวกนี้มันไม่ได้วอร์มไง มันก็เลยแบบ
เครื่องไม่ร้อน
นิดนึง
ขอ2-0 2 คู่ได้ไหม
2-0 2 คู่เลยเหรอ วันนี้ไม่ให้ครับผม
นานไปอ่ะ
วันนี้ไม่ให้วันนี้ยากมากที่จะ 2-1 2 คู่อะ
ยากมากสรุป
ยากมากแต่ว่าแทบจะเป็นไปไม่ได้เลย
โอเคนะ เป็นไปไม่ได้บายพี่เอ๋ยมองยังไงก็ RQ
เฮ้ย
RQ เลยเหรอพี่
ใช่
ไม่ไว้ใจวูฟด้วยเหรอ
เพราะว่าพี่เอ๋ยให้วูฟไง
อ๋อคืออยากสลับกันนะเนี่ย
คือปกติมัน
วันนี้มองไปทางไหนครับขอบคุณนายวันนี้ครับ คือเมื่อวานตัวอย่างมีให้เห็นอยู่แล้วไง
โอ้แอดเซนนี่มองไปที่ RQ ก่อนเลยโอ้แล้วเลือกแมปให้ RQ
โอ้เอเซนไอบ็อกแล้วก็โลตัสว่ะ
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยน้องวันนี้เราไม่เปิดกล้องเนอะวะอยากเอนหลังชิวๆอะปกติเปิดก็เอนอยู่แล้วปะเปิดไม่พี่เอ๋ยไม่ให้ RQ จริงเหรอวะฟอร์มโคตรเดือดหรือจริงๆพี่เอ๋ยอยากจะมองเห็นอะไรไม่มีทางเลยเจมส์ยินจะแบบลาก้าเมื่อวานไม่ใช่ลาก้าว่าลาก่อย
that you can run understand.
Yeah, that's the thing about a
สรุปเมื่อวานไม่โดนลิขสิทธิ์สักตัวเลยแสดงว่าได้หลายอยู่สวดลวดหลายอยู่สวัสดีครับจริงๆพี่เอ๋ยน่าจะเป็นเคสปะถูกวันละคู่เว้ยน่าจะถูกคู่เจนแต่ไม่ถูกคู่แรก
มันต้องมีสักวันหนึ่งที่ทำลายคำสาปอ่ะจริง
อ่ะ
The expectations, in Juicy's words, defy their own expectations. Sufat saying that he fears nothing, not even elimination. They've made it this far, and now how far can they even push it from here?
And we talked about how Juicy ascended with that bleed team. It was against Jemkin's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was on that roster with Juicy. And of course, Juicy was too young to play at the top level. And Crazy Guy had to find his own way back through challenges as well. And they meet here for the first time since that fateful match.
And now we are seeing Wolves with the same composition that they had a lot of success with against Billy, blowing them out 13-5. Starting on the attack side where, despite running double Senti, that was where they were racking up the majority of the rounds. They went on a serious run.
เจมส์กินได้เล่นเจ็ตก่อนเลยวะ
RRQ having 67% attack side win rate on Ascent. It's crazy to me that Wolves have picked this map against them. Utter confidence from them. Jemkin, not the way he's going to start on the international stage. Zufat's arguably more
แต่
acclimated.
ทัวร์นี้แบบเพื่อนเก่ามาได้เจอกันบ่อย
Confidently, he's taken that mid control.
Pop flash from Juicy to his A site, anchored by multiple players.
down A.
Talk about stopping power. Crazy guy hits him like a Mack truck. Why are you going to start to inch forward now?
เฮ้ย
กลับมา
You two are
ผม
trying like the same.
Ui.
Get springs out there from Jen. Why are you able to deliver?
เฮ้ย
Allows Juicy to
หม
move
ด
right on up.
เรียบร้อยครับ
ที่หมวก
Clear that dump. Why you was
เข้า
revealed.
สาย
Shot could
สี่
have
ค
come
น
from here and there. That's a connection for
เฮ้ย
Juicy.
นี่เทค
Drop
โอ้ย
down for a second. The Wolves will get the start they hoped for on the attack side.
เป็นไง
เฮ้ยโอ้โหมันยืนในเราวแรกเลยว่ะ Yo,
Already
no.
feeling excited. This Wolves team has been energetic. So they want to keep that underdog mentality that has gotten them this far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time. Supa has been out of his seat
ไอ้นี่ยังคงคอน
constantly.
เซปต์เดิมยืนเขาลง
Really
ยาก
individually has been one of the players stepping up the most too while being the
ยืนใส่ม่อน
idea.
เราได้ไงวะ
He's issuing a challenge specifically to Jemkin there.
ไม่รู้ซะแล้วเหรอ
That
ไม่รู้
encounter
ซะแล้วยืนกับม่อนหน่อย
faded
เดี๋ยวเป็นเรื่อง
Wolves in mid.
เดี๋ยวให้ม่อนได้บินอ่ะ
This is a change for RRQ. In the past, we've obviously seen him with the Yoru compositions here. It's definitely Jemkin's most fearsome agent, but no slouch on the Jet either.
This is the first time that we're seeing RRQ forced to stray away from the Taeho meta. In the run that they were on in Pacific, they were simply the best team with that Taeho meta style. They weren't reinventing the wheel, they were just the best with the current best agents. Forced to pivot away now, obviously, like the other teams who were very reliant on it. G2, Sun, for example. And we'll see if they can have that same prowess as a team, as a unit. Now going back to the vintage
เพิ่งเห็น
comp,
นะเมื่อกี้
the
ให้พูด
Ascent
คำว่า IQ ชนะ
Classic.
2-0
RRQ, they spent some util early
โอ้
to
โห
get
ไม่ได้
Xero set up in mid, but he will be cleared by that Eldro now. Contact from B main.
Dead
Xero
man.
has to tuck here
วันนี้
in
เติม
lobs.
ใส่โซเชียลไป
Affected as well by
เรียบร้อยแล้ว
that grab net, but YU's able to deal with it. Even through that cyber cage and on to the site we go. Switch room taking control. Now that push-up speedway is going to reveal Jemkin tucked in the corner. Bang about.
อุ้ยเสียหายเยอะ
Something's brewing.
Enemy
Spring
remaining.
able to deal with Monyet and it's on Crazy Guy.
แปลกจัด
Nothing but a
แปลก
classic
จัด
fragment.
แปลกจัดแปลกจัด
Has
ถอยก่อน
himself
ไป
a
รุ่น
flash to work with.
Thôi mà.
Spring has the better
โอ้
weapon.
โห
A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the anti-eco.
RRQ will definitely be content with the damage that they were able to deal there off that
วันนี้มี
gamble
สิทธิ์
stack towards the
มีสิทธิ์
B
ตีห้า
side.
อยู่
Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy at the end. Can't get
วันนี้เป็น
anywhere
วัน
to
ที่ดู
recover
แล้ว
the
น่าจะ
rifle.
มี
Just
3 แมป
Classic pushing in versus the two. Little unfortunate for him.
Down B.
Players on the site
Enemy remaining.
fine job dealing some damage,
เอ
keeping
แต่
this
ที่เปเปอร์เล็ก
bonus
ให้
round
G2
alive
2-0 เมื่อวานนี้ก็ผิดคาดกัน
a
เลย
bit lower than intended.
ไม่คิดว่าจะเดือดขนาดนั้น
อ๋อ
แต่มันเลือกแบบ
Pick up
กูนะ
RRQ now with their first fight
แต่เมื่อ
of
วาน
the
เมื่อวาน
series.
ตอนแรกความรู้สึกก่อนที่พลิกแบนก็
Reveal
เป็น
briefly as
ตี
they
ถู
try
นะแต่พอ
Make
เห็น
the way
แบ
up
บ
to Cubby.
เออ
พลิกแบนมาแล้วแบบ
เปเปอร์เล็ก 2-0
มันรู้สึกเลยว่าแบบ
Clear
ไม่
back
ใช่อ่ะ
line.
ทีถูพลิ
There's
ก
an
แบน
encounter
นี่
brewing here. Jemkin and Juicy.
นี่ไง
Oh, buddy, that is clean as a whistle.
มันทำยังไงวะ
It's moments like that. To give
ปาด
you an
ลูกนั่ง
idea as
หั
to
ว
how Jemkin was able to rack up 137
ทำยังไงฟอร์มถึงได้แบบ
far and away the leader in that category.
Yep, number two in first kills in Pacific was at
นี่ไง
85.
ไป
Why you though?
แล้วมันโดนหมวก
Initial kill on the
อ๋อยาก
opposite
ครับ
side of the map gets the neural theft off as well. They may just want to accelerate into this site. It's only Xero to anchor in the back.
Follow him.
They can overwhelm him with numbers.
He's in an awkward spot, caught in the trap. Man, it was pulling it off.
อุ้ย
เดดแมน
เรียบร้อย
Clearly not ready for that burst of pace from Wolves. That's going to crack the B side open. Monyet forced off to the right.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Spring
เฮ้ย
tries to hold him in
ไม่เอาไอ้
place.
มอนด้วยวะ
Paranoia comes in.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either. To stay alive, be a presence in market that will eventually need to be dealt with. Jemkin wants to do just that. Isolate this door. It's tucked in the corner. Shot in the back.
เอา
เกือบเอ็ด
RRQ went set up there over towards the defense side,
กลาย
spawned
เป็นดี
adequately.
เชย
And Jemkin shows his back to why he was more than happy to capitalize. He's at 8-2 after 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions
Ada
from
map,
Wolves
map,
were
map.
simply lovely. I love that Spring, despite not being able to collect that initial kill towards spawn, does just
โคตรดี
back
อ่ะ
off, be a nuisance that needed to be
โดน
dealt
โดน
with,
ไอคิวโดน
and then YU is able to get up on lane, use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs. Those retaking players overwhelmed.
ดูมัน
Bonus round
กลายล่างค
confirmed.
รับผม
Our narrative for this Wolves team coming into this event
หมา
was
ป่า
one
รอ
of
วันหอน
เนี่ยวันนี้มันมาหอนแล้วเนี่ยตัวเนี่ยมันรอมานานมาก
in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far
คือมันไม่ใช่ฟอร์มใน
discipline that
ใน
they
ลีกอะ
encountered.
And that statement really does justice to the improvements that Wolves have made since we last saw them in the run to qualifying for the event, coming in as that third seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some main control again. Camera
กุ
broken.
ชชี่นิดนึง
Continuing to apply a bit of pressure. So K-Crash going all the way up towards mid and a dark cover towards market. So Wolves, you can see
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยโหแล้วหลงหมดเลย
mid and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free. Monget was somewhat positioned to try and maybe go for a kill, but now forced onto the retake. Bad weapons are RRQ.
It's easy to force those over rotates on rounds like this, Wyatt, where the defenders are desperate to try and set up a favourable stack. It doesn't take too much to tempt them to move across the map. Wolves again, an excellent job in the early rounds. We've seen this over their game so far of clearing that util, the push and pull, trying to outmaneuver the
มัน
defenders.
แทบจะการันตีแล้ว
RRQ have got to the side at least. Pushing in that Gen direction now. Jemkin already out of the picture, and Juicy from Hell is going to emerge like Cerberus. And that will be cleaned up pretty comfortably. 4 rounds
กว่า
to
จะ
the
ถึง
favour
ส
of
ไป
Wolves here. RRQ yet to show us anything
รวมไปหมด
really
แล้ว
worth hanging your hat on.
I feel like
เอา
so
ไหม
far you can't
ทำเอา
have
ก่อน
a draw comparison to the match that we saw yesterday with the XLG debut. Missing out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in. Wolves heating up throughout, the players getting comfortable
ถอย
on
เก้า
the
อี้ออกเลยเมื่อกี้
stage, getting their
พร้อมที่จะยืน
confidence
ตลอด
on
เว
the
ลา
stage. And you have this debuting team with massive expectations coming in as the first seed from
ส
their
ติงมันโหด
region,
เกินว่ะ
fresh to this environment.
เฮ้ยใจเย็นเพิ่งจะ4-0นี่สกอร์
เอฟได้ดูว่าอาชีรอนให้ใครวันนี้
ไม่ได้ดู
วันนี้อาชีริออนอาร์คิวเจนจีหรอ
น่าจะนะ
นี่แหละวันนี้แหละ11-1
ไม่วันเนี้ย14-0
โอ้โหมันต้อง13-1เนี่ยตอนนี้มัน12-0แล้วใช่ไหม
ใช่ก็14ไงถูก2คู่
โอ้โห
Wolves are
13-1
hitting
ไป
them
วันนี้
quicker than they can react.
Speaking too about wanting to up the tempo, the pace as the tournament has gone on now. But there are 4
RQ
I was
ตื่นช้า
hoping
ส
to
บาย
see them pick up an operator. That's Jemkin, the Jet, with that weapon in his hands.
Jemkin
taking a
จับ
peek
ออ
from
ฟแล้ววันนี้
catwalk, wants to aim down tiles, where perhaps YU would give him an opportunity. But on these rounds, Cypher has been more content just trying to work B main solo.
ในวันนี้ว่าจะล้างอาถรรพ์ถูก2คู่สักหน่อย
Entrenched here in this wine position. Whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to rattle the
อ่า
cage
ทัน
here
ผิด
at
2 คู่
B, hoping for a push up
ถู
from
ก
the
2คู่
defenders.
สิ
อ๋อ
RRQ have not conditioned that behavior yet.
Wolves do have any intention here of going towards mid. Oh wow,
Yeah.
engagement. Mon, yeah, just
Ah,
isolate Spring.
อุ้ย
There was a 0 point that revealed the
Oh,
omen
la
stuck
Mon
in
ได้
the
บอล
corner.
ด้วย
No escape for him. No paranoia either.
บอสตาย
Critical
เป็น
first
เรื่องเลย
RRQ weren't able to convert on the last round where they had a first kill, but they're going to need to do it here with this
What do you say,
massive
then, mate?
investment they have into the round.
Juicy sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it and fight inside of it because he wants
อุ้ย
to
ยอ
push
ม
up
เอา
in
เลย
the
กุช
drop.
ชี่
And eventually the double
Oh,
face from
gee.
RRQ will derail things.
คิดไว้ทำไว้ครับ
Lysol picked up, Jemkin's off.
มาแล้ว1 ราว
And here's the RRQ we've all been told about.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side, execute, and lacking Spring.
มาแล้วครับ
Players from RRQ just take easy engagements, swinging from spawn together. There's no dark cover for that obvious
nice
angle. So Juicy is just relegated to fighting an incredibly difficult 1 versus 2 on site while the rest of the players are bogged down in the choke. really would have required
จะบอกว่า
serious
ถ้าแพ้นะ
heroics from Juicy to be able to
ไม่ต้อง
pull
กินข้าว
that
เย็น
out.
โอ้โหวันนี้ซาสั่งติ่มซำชุด
Penalty
ใหญ่
there
ไว้
for RRQ.
Wait,
Get
nah,
the
Pimon
full
dah
way they were
ngap le
hoping
maki.
for, and they deploy effectively.
ไม่ได้เรื่องกินนี่เรื่องใหญ่
Crazy Guy's been doing that early thrusts onto Catwalk with a classic in his hand.
เอาไปลุกกันแล้วเสือมันแพ้กันไปเลยได้ลาวเดี๋ยวมันก็ลุก
Opted to post up with this operator towards A main. Has an idea that there could be someone going for the jump up. Just the angle. Timing is brutal.
Spring in these early encounters has been so impactful against the
Mon
start
Bakay hai.
of the opponent. He had seconds
Mon.
number on that split game as well.
Listen, Mondet has serious
Ôi.
confidence.
Ninho
RRQ have taken
แล้วออกมาเอาอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
B main.
Ôi.
Two players will want to get into the site now.
อ้าวแล้วโดนรวบ
Smokes taking the
คือ
opportunity.
คือมันจะโดนรวบไงมันเลือกเอาสองทาง
Oh, we got
โอ้โห
it.
เกือบโดนสอง
Can't be upset about that. Lysol though, this is a little belated.
อุ้ยอันนี้แบบ
RRQ here that
บ้าแล้วว่ะ
ขายเนี่ยกุชชี่
Simply clear the area. There's a
Ui.
catch on Kushi. That would be quite something.
Ui.
He does show himself.
Ui,
Mon
Mon.
though has
Odi.
his line. Juicy swings into
Yeah, lah,
more players than he expects, and this crazy guy ready to lock it down on the B side.
Respect to Mon.
เฮซิกายต้องหลบโซวาให้กุชชี่เหรอดัน
Taking that fight in B main to trade out for Jemkin, who did get a little bit unlucky, but was exposing himself to multiple angles, so taking some amount of risk there. But then RRQ, the really pivotal moment for me, the great decision was to get both of their B anchors into B main, recognizing the split was coming through, so they want to isolate a fight in main. They're able to do so.
เอาแล้ว
Find a
พี่
kill
มอน
there.
เดี๋ยวยืดเส้นยืดสายรอ
By
แล้ว
the time
นะ
the split is actually coming in,
ร้อยสอง
There
ชุ
we
ด
go.
ก่อน
escape. Go play around the spike. That was really well done. Wolves
ผู้
got
อา
me
คิวันตี
cracked.
5 คนครับ
Now on the
He
ego
moved on it.
opportunity for RRQ to build their own, and multiple players are already at that 5K mark.
Once again, it's that same wander up catwalk by Juicy. But he might look to ask for more. That's unfortunate, crazy guy.
เฮ้ย
Pockets the owner.
Ui. Gucci.
Ui. That is ferocious. From spawn, Hunt's Fury yields 2 kills. And RRQ have absolutely
ต้องใช้ติดกับ
stabilized this
อี
round
โก้ข
after
นาด
losing
นี้
crazy guy early.
Absolutely stunning. All last two players inevitably going to get cleaned up here. Spring stuck in main. That was a pretty sick util combo from Wolves to get the initial kill on Crazy Guy. And Kushi recovers it with a beautiful Hunter's Fury. There's that Gravnet pop flash with the Yoru. It was pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy Guy is going to be pretty important. Worried about facing down at util. Spring gets a little bit more than we all bargained for there.
มันยังเกี่ยวไป
But
ได้
it's
ห
still
นึ่
a
ง
third round in a row for RRQ. They have
พยายาม
been
สุ
awoken.
ด
Spring will take it. I will say, obviously what I've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play towards B main has overextended himself and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now where Monyet is just feeling that equal level of confidence to engage with him.
นักนูในตำนานหวานชื่นลื่นลม
Additional comp here for RRQ. Not even a Yoru in the mix. In theory, this is a setup designed to allow someone like Jemkin to shine. On defense, he's on the jet. Only had the 1 round with the op and was able to convert its use pretty effectively, but outside of that, yet to quite take over the game.
Does have the op again, this time posted up mid, has been switching things up round by round, but the dark cover will not allow him to get any free shots as Wolves want to silently work their way forward. Drone's going to be use just in case he is posted up by mid. Obviously, we know is the case.
Jemkin spotted here. It's a little bit difficult to play into the Al drone. He does allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over to Wolves. And they choose to canvas it with this deadlock util unless there's a push in their direction.
So we're going to bring one sonic sensor back, and the deadlock will thrive with the utility after you've taken the site, get the spike down. You really don't want to allow Wolves to set up for a post plant. It gets so frustrating to get back in.
That barrier mesh is so
break
powerful.
Break that barrier mesh, the delay that causes. You don't want to run into the sonic sensors in chaotic moments trying to get back in.
Back soon.
There was a 0-point time in there from RRQ to B main. It sees nothing.
Here.
Of course, the spawning.
เป็นที่ไม่ได้เล่นเลยโดนไล่แบบ
Jemkin is there, and he is split coming into sight. Monget is fully committed right now on the stairs. Juicy wants to take the action to him.
Minus Fury time now. Sufat's going to let that one rip, but there's actually no one on the B side
ไม่มี
itself.
ใครอยู่นะครับ
All of RRQ are basically playing off of it in their entirety, and Crazy Guy got
เค
brought
ซี่โดน
down.
เขาสวนตายเหรอ
Top to res.
Ui.
Monget, who teleported away to safety, is
ชุบขึ้นมา
actually able to bring Crazy Guy
Ow.
back up. 12 seconds. Spike needs to be planted right now.
Oh, like
Still
that.
isn't being tapped. Finally, from
เกิน
Sufat.
คิวเกิน
RRQ ready to go for this man advantage. Retake pop flash over the top. Jemkin has the blade storm out. Ready to get active, ready to create space.
Gonna go in with the Al drone as well.
เอ้ยอย่าลก
That's
อย่าลก
nothing on Speedway. Jemkin needs to deal
อุ้ย
with
ผ
these
ม
entrenched anchor players. But Juicy handles him.
เฮ้ย
Monget's starting to make
โอ้
some
โหจับกล้อง
progress here, but
ไปไหนก็
Crazy
ไม่
Guy
มีการ
dealt
ยิงกัน
with on the B side. Now it's just a Speedway presence for RRQ. Monget and Kushi. First three, and they are cut down.
อย่าลื
effortlessly.
เอาจนได้นะ
RRQ are the ones
หลังจากสะดุด
with
มา
a
3 วิน
67% attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map, but Wolves are showing they can do it just as well.
Why are you coming up really juicy? That initial kill, this peak right there from Jemkin. He had the crosshair placed where it needed to be. The reaction from one of the best duelists we've had performing in this tournament so far in Juicy was way too sick. Cleans up a couple more.
ไดบีนี่โดนบ่อยจัด
Wolves out of the timeout get the round win. That is something we've seen many times when Fade gets in the mix.
อุ้ย
Good call from Monget there to make the TP up. Revealed inside that grab net. It would have been curtains for him quickly. Jemkin needs this. Good start for the team, and YU's hand is gripped clean off.
Certainly has no lack
ใครจะไป
of
คิดว่าสไนแงะ
confidence.
มันอย่าง
Jemkin,
เงี้ย
even after
โอ้โหประจำ
the
เลย
disaster of
นั่ง
last
เพลิน
round
เลย
retake, he will not slow down. He's
อย่างน้อยมันน่าจะนั่งแบบ
up.
ติ๊กเกอร์พีคหน่อยอ่ะอันนี้โอ้โหนั่งจุ่มเลยอ่ะ
Kushi has been playing very close on a lot of these rounds. He is jiggle peeking, does get the info. Drone tag onto Sufat.
He'll walk it away. On the 1 minute mark of the round, Jemkin still sat here in Covey.
Sufat droning up mid, hoping that will draw some attention, get some information. If someone is pushed down, not the case. Dimensional drift and another 4 versus 5. We've seen this story before. It didn't work out on the prior. Juicy getting to the side trip wire. Dangerous.
เฮ้ย
with
แคป
low.
แคป
โอ้
แคป
โห
Oh, it's coming.
โดนสแกนนะดิ
Gets used over towards Boathouse, but RRQ can
เกินไป
recover.
ว่ะ
There's a TP4. You saw that from Spring, right at the
แล้ว
edge.
ข้างในยังไม่ตายด้วย
Watched by 2, but his wrap angle is not covered adequately by Kushi. Exfero has to deal with it himself.
เหนียวจัดเอฟโล
Here comes the second wave now of retakers. Still no plant.
Monget does have a paranoia to get back in. That's a significant piece of utility for RRQ. Both dark covers used. Jemkin wants to get in here. Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the op to Monget.
Paranoia, Spring sees it coming. It's
Paranoia
not
back.
Crazy Guy. Too fat. Goes Crazy Guy is low.
Oi.
And it's on Monget.
อุ้ย
Oh, just swings the right, but Sufat unaware. Try to recon to light this one up. Sufat.
เฮ้ยเนี่ยละคัดเฉย
ซุยแฟตยืนเลยทีนี้
What a
เป็น
Red Bull
เรื่อง
clutch. All covers from all angles. All too easy.
ไอ้ที่ไรซอยืนทีไรมันเหมือนโดนบังคับ
He
ยืน
simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards in terms of kills in these games. He's IGLing. He's hyping them up. He's talking trash. He's questioning, what the hell are these guys doing? How are they letting me get away with that? RRQ forced onto an eco. Just a hero rifle for Jemkin.
And honestly, this scoreline is a disastrous tale for RRQ. On Ascent defense, Reminiscent of their same struggles against Gen G on this very map. Jemkin is cut down to 5 in the first encounter.
Cushy even down to 28 off the spam. I'm sure Jemkin would love to throw that rifle over to a healthier player on the squad. B main control going to be acquired from Wolves on account of this drone. Now they want to push towards A as well. Moniat has been a menace in this area of the map. He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone
เจม
re-clear
กิ
of
น
B
อยาก
main.
รู้
Seems to allow Jemkin to post up a bit further forward and ask for more. Sufat eventually pinged out there, so does not want to linger.
Seeing the Sova there, though, will certainly keep RRQ's attention towards B main, but now the execute is coming through. Hey, barrier mesh recon going over the top. It's just a close-up crazy line dealt with by Juicy.
And even the side, safe to say, Wolves have again achieved their objective. Very structured in the early to mid round.
คุยกันแบบหน้าแล้ว
Doing
เนี่ย
that util work in the map. See,
อุ้ย
Super never
แบบหน้าเลย
overextended on the B side, and now we
คุย
can
แบบหน้าแล้ว
assist the late flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Cushy was brought to 28 health by the spam at the start of the round, and he has seen no action since.
Wolves have been able to really frequently cycle back into these ultimates.
ตอนนี้ไอ้
Sufat one away from the
Kuchi
Hunters,
เหมือนค้าง
Fury,
อะ
Lysor on the verge of that annihilation as well.
แต่นี่มันถือว่าระวังเจมคิม
Second
จัด
last
ๆเลยนะผม
round
ว่า
of the half.
เจมคิมเล่นโคตรยากอ่ะ
It is just it's careful, it's patient from Wolves. They work the map, keep attention on B. Eventually, when someone pushes out of main, Sufat is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves. And it is very reminiscent of their attack side against Billy with this comp. They found so much success there. And we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because they didn't actually really pop off on defense where you expect them to when they have Deadlock, Cypher, Yoru, and we're getting it off online. It's with the comp thrive.
One enemy remaining.
And his RRQ team are struggling to deal with the pace of Wolves. Wolves are not splitting the map, they're not splitting these sites. They're actually just pushing straight through B main or A main, as was the case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
We've seen Spring play this angle before.
That didn't work last time.
Jemkin Mon. So they want to clear. One-way cage being popped. B main controlled by Wolves. There's the annihilation for Lysor.
มันเป็นวิ่งจับคู่เลย
Again, we know Wolves like to make use of all that round time, and Spring is rewarded for his patience. Moniat just trundles up to check that A main.
มันต้องเช็ค
Not
อะ
ready for the angle. We probably won't see it again, but this time it works.
He's taken timings in main.
จริงมันน่าจะกระโดดเช็คซะหน่อยนะมาทั้งตัวเลย
Haphazard in that situation. Just extends himself in there. Spring and a cheeky off angle. Site is absolutely free for the taking. Here come Wolves. Annihilation pop. Just in case someone is there, they would at the very least be on the run. Why you?
เฮ้ยโหทามมิ่ง
He is well tucked. Xfero's knocking. Oh, finish!
Oh!
In his hands.
อะไร
Oh, Jemkin at least
30 seconds.
can get involved.
Spike
But RRQ are down to 3 now. Need to work their way in from upper. It's a fragment and then it's a grab net. Cushy caught in place.
นี่ว่ะ
Do they dare go for this 3-4? Look at the state of their economy. Sufat still with the Hunter's Fury. He got that up from planting the spike. I'm really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on a crazy guy. Cushy's weak as well.
He's in on this side.
อ้าวเรียบร้อย
เอา
Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3 gun savers. The risk is far too great this late in the half.
Time has completely dwindled. They're just simply relying on the final round of this half to get to only 4 on Ascent defense. They have ultimates to contend with here. Real danger of a one-sided blowout half for Wolves.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait to just stand up and look at the other team.
Is that guy at the end of
No arm movement, just simply standing up.
It's like the guy at the end of the flight who knows he's not getting out of the plane for a while but wants to stand up in the aisle still. Like, oh, I gotta stretch my legs, sorry. I hate that guy.
RRQ investing everything they can. They've
นี่หลั
got
บยาวเหรอ
Guardian for Xferro. Wolves have done
ครับลาก้าเลย
job working the map, exploiting some over pushes from RRQ to get info. Jemkin wants to fight this in main. Yasmon out with him. Bravnak comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
ตอนบุกน่าจะได้เล่น
Thanks for that timing.
นี่ไง นี่อ่ะ
ทักปุ๊บมาเลยครับเอาไปสอง
ปักปุ๊บมาเลยครับ
So you've had at least able to punish him for it, but I mean 3 kills. It's more than enough for RRQ to relieve the pressure of this round 12 that could have set them to 3-9.
That time just giving Mon yet a friend to help him in A main. A very simple trap setup, but incredibly effective as the Paranoia catches multiple players, isolates a second duel. When that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now listen, there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in a clutch here. It would definitely be Sufat and YU right now. It's not out of the question. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Suvat's definitely lost the element of surprise here and been revealed by that neural theft. Known to RRQ as lingering near A main.
30 seconds left.
Instead they'll try and find yet another opportunity. There's obviously neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. Oh, X-Sparrow.
Spike down
He
A.
knew what was afoot. He knew what was coming.
And there's just no time left for Sufat. Ping down
Alright,
as well. 12 seconds.
yeah.
This round is absolutely done. So
10 seconds
RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half. But this was all about Wolves. Sufat with that phenomenal clutch.
Switching
Juicy
sides.
finding the moments as well. Everybody was really
มาดูที่บุก แต่คอมของวูมันค่อนข้างที่จะบุกมากๆนะ
แต่
ต้องดูว่ามันจะกันอยู่ป่ะ
ประกันก็ได้อยู่
แต่
แน่น
2
อ
เซน
ยู่กันอ่ะเดดล็อกมันข้างยืดหยุ่น
ยืดหยุ่น
สวัสดีครับ
ครับ
เฮ้ยทำไมวูฟมันมาแรงจังวะเอ่ย
เอ้าของมันมาหมาป่ารอวันหอน
ป้าละวันหอนเนาะวันนี้พระจันทร์เต็มดวงด้วยดิ
ใช่หรอ
ไม่รู้
หมาป่า
ต
เดี
อย น
วดาย
ตอนขับรถมาเห็นพระจันทร์มันใหญ่ๆอยู่อะไม่รู้ว่าหอนหรือเปล่าวันนี้
จะอ่อนเลยเข้ามาดูกัน
ต้องรอดูครับ แต่ว่า
จะหอนเล
เริ่
ย
มต้น
จะ
มาดีนะเริ่มต้นมาดี5-4เนี่ย
แต่ฟอร์มดีกว่าไอ้เนี่ยไส้ไหล
ใช่ฟอร์มดีกว่าอันนี้เอ้ยกับเอฟให้ใครครับสำหรับ
ให้หลายคน
สองคู่
ครบ
นี้
อ่ะ ให้วูกับเจนจี
คิวเจนจีนะ ส่วนไวเปอร์เดมอนว่าไงนะ ขอชัดๆอีก
วู
ที
เจนจี
วูกับเจนจีแต่ละคนให้พิดิกไม่เหมือนกันเลยนี่ไปทาง RQ กับเฟอร์นาติก
มันติด
อยากไปเฟอร์นาติกครับ เพราะว่าให้เป็น last boss ไว้ไง
เอางี้พรุ่งนี้ฟิตเนสเปล่า
ฟิตครับ ไป
กา
แน่
แฟ
พรุ่งนี้
กาแฟแก้วหนึ่ง
กาแฟแก้วหนึ่ง
ชนะ
อันคู่ไหนก่อน
คู่นี้มันแข่งเริ่มแล้วไงเอาอีกคู่ยังไม่เริ่มไง
โอ้โห
กาแฟแก้วหนึ่ง
กาแฟแก้วหนึ่งได้
เอา
มา
คู่นี้ก่อนเลยมั้ยล่ะ
คู่นี้เลยเหรอจะดีเหรอวูป่ะเดี๋ยวมันหอนแล้วนะคะ
แนนความกวนตีน
เอาเหรอ
อันไหนก็ได้ให้เลือกอ่ะให้
ท้าย
เลือกเลย
คู่สองแล้วคู่สองเนี่ยมันไปคู่แรกมันเริ่มไปแล้วไงโอ้ค่ากวนตีนนี่ ไปอยู่ที่ม่อนเย็นนะ
พรุ่งนี้
67
ไปฟิตเนสได้กาแฟกินฟรีเฉย
โอ้
กาแฟกินฟรีเฉย
รู้สึกว่าตัวเองจะเสียเปรียบไงไม่รู้
เฮ้ยเอโรติกซีด1ไงมันเสียเปรียบไง
ก็ใกล้เคียงกันแหละแต่ดูเจนจีเล่นดิเอ่ยเอาตรงนี้ก็รู้สึกอย่างเงี้ยไปมองไปทางเจนจีนะแต่รู้สึกว่าเหมือนแบบเฟอร์ติกอย่างที่นี่บอกอะอยากให้เป็น last boss อะก็เลยแบบให้พีดีเป็นเฟอร์ติกแล้วกัน
A 67% attack round win rate for RRQ in Pacific. They really flipped the map out there. It's bizarre to watch. but a ton of fun. But are they warmed up? Missing the group stage. They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing outside of a couple of isolated occasions in the first half.
ฆ่าคนอ๋อมันตอนแรกมันไม่รู้ว่าฆ่าเลยครับฆ่าคนปืนมัน
ตั้งสั่งเลยว่ะ เฮ้ย
Why he's been on a heater
ปุกกิกนะอย่าง
this
เงี้ย
game. There's no other way to put it. And he's going to continue.
เฮ้ย
barreling.
หายสอง
Crazy guy hit right between the eyes.
เข้า
เอายุ้ย
Well,
เข้า
yeah, he's at least able to handle the cipher.
ยุ้ยเข้า
Cushy gives it a tap, but no stick. This is going to buy time for Lysor to group up here with Spring.
ออกจังหวะติดครับ
ถ้าคิวยังเอาบังฟิปมาแข่งเหรอ
ปล่อยแล้วบังฟิป
บังฟิป
ตัวจัดเลยหลัง
Wolves are just going to bide their time until that moment actually comes in. No reason to rush.
Shock dart. Okay, Recon has just come back up for Cushy. It's probably the
Check
time
net
that they were waiting on. He's going to
ถ้ามันใช้จังหวะนี้นะ
Lysor, Monya. Oh, gets off the line.
Oi.
Oh, that hurts. Monya did too much to look at, and he'll be
Oi,
overwhelmed.
Oi.
Lysor
เตรียมยืนคำรถท่าครับไล
Lightning
ซอ
rod
เก็บ
for
ต่อ
criticism.
นี่ไง
has his team behind him.
มันยืนอี
Self-belief
ก
pumping.
แล้ว
We got 3 players out of 6.
All on
สามคนนี้ยืนไม่พักเลยนะเนี่ย
We could have just gone standing desks and saved on budget, honestly.
YU wins a crucial first
แต่วันแรกๆ
blood
มาสปีดมันยิ่ง
engagement
จับ
against Jemkin.
เกชั่นอะ
The rest of the team
หลัง
swing
ๆ
it
แบบโดน
together.
อะไรพ
Yeah,
ฤติ
it
กรรม
does get down to this 2 versus 2 because somehow a
มัน
very
เอาจัด
low
เลย
HP Mon yet even things up
เดี๋ยว
with
มัน
the
ยืน
trades.
หมดเลยนะ
But it's just not enough. It left
ไอ้เดี๋ยว
those last
เพื่อน
2 players on
เพื่อนบัง
โด
คับ
นละ
ยืน
ลายโดนละลายพฤติกรรม
เหมือนอารมณ์
It
รว
was
ม
the
ทุกคนมา
timing
หม
of
ดเลย
Monya
ขาด
just
ใครที่ไม่
looking
ยืน
away off the
มีจุ้ย
direction
ซี่
of
ก็ยืนนะ
Speedway.
เมื่อกี้ใครอีกคนหนึ่งไม่ได้
Really
ยืน
just
นะ
fate that dictated that, but
เดี๋ยวดูก่อน
man,
เต่า
ส
ยืน
ป
เข้า
ริงเหรอ
that really
Spring
hurts.
ยืน
There.
เข้าเนี่ย
There's a
Spring
sense
อยู่ระหว่าง
of destiny
ตัว
about
กัดกับ
Wolves
ไล
to
ซอ
take a round like
อ๋
that.
อ
And they are going to continue this momentum they built in that first half. Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. And again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation. Not playing hot with it coming into the game. Juicy tapping everybody down.
Will it blend? RRQ edition. The answer is
อย่าให้
yes.
จิกปืนดิเอ้า
Crazy guy straight into Spring's line of sight. Or rather Cushy. Crazy guy himself now will have to try and salvage here, and really, this is one of those situations with an astronomically low % chance of success. Cypher util up the wazoo here on this B site. Crazy guy who had to spend a lot of time in tier 2 to sort of prove himself, but crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years at this point. I remember him debuting as a Phenom substitute AWPer at a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015. Has had a redemption arc as of the last couple years. Qualified with Bleed.
Against
Juicy
Jemkin.
on that team against Jemkin. This game is pretty story-rich. The histories between these players, and then had those struggles with Bleed in that debut season in Pacific. Had to go back to Challengers, work his way back into the VCT, joins up with RRQ, and that's when his team has gone on a run. Their best placement historically had been a 5th, 6th, and then they win. They come in first. They beat Gen G and PaperX to do so. It's been an insane run for them, but now it's just a matter of holding their nerve on the stage when the pressure is raising further, when the consequences are higher, and the teams are showing out. This Wolves squad have come in just bringing everything they've got. Their players individually have been white hot all tournament long.
And RRQ need to find a way to generate some momentum of their own. It's this buy round that really has to be the start of all that. As a pretty sizable bracket.
อุ้ยหลายคนไป
Temptation,
นะ
of course, I understand. A lot of guns trained on that corner direction.
เรียกได้ว่าออกมาที่แบบว่า
Play
เซอร์
like
ไพร
that
ส์
on a bonus round.
ไม่รู้จะยิงใครเลยเมื่อ
They
กี้
connected onto Mon. Yeah,
แต่ถ้าแบบ BU ทิวมาลงนี่น่าจะ
that was a
เดือด
sick
อยู่
combo into multi-kill.
เหมือน
They
แบบ
love this
ถ้าเรา
grab
แฟด
that
เดี
pop
ยว
flash
ๆ
play.
ระดับนี้มัน
Going to
หล
get
บได้อะ
RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap could be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from tree trips.
หน้าพลาดเป็น
By
RRQ
Shock as well. Scaling out into the cycle. Wolves, they want to commit. They want to anchor.
Why you lit up that?
โอ้โห
คือ
Perfect.
ถ้าพลาดปีนี้ก็ต้องโกนเล็
Use
ก
of
แน่
that
เลย
Oricon util Cushy gonna capitalize.
เฮ้ย
Zone.
ปืน
Location of Recon.
โอ้ยมันจะหันอะไรขนาดนั้นนะ
Eventually will be pacified. Not
เกือบ
before
เป็น
he
เรื่อง
takes
นะ
นี่
his
จะ
pound of
ทำ
flesh
ชั่ว
out. Okay?
ทำชั่ว
เมื่อกี้ได้อีกตัว
Sufal working his way through heaven. Would love to accomplish getting
One
at
enemy
least a
remaining.
bit more damage, but
He'd
it's not
love
going
one
to
or two
happen.
more guns, Wyatt. But Lysol with the Ghost. Definitely put in the least advantageous position.
ด่านถนัดนะเว้ย จะแพ้จริงๆอ่ะ
Being
คิว
said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
We only really saw one of them from Lysol and just missed clipping a player over towards tiles in that first half. Again, Lysol a huge part of the engine room in terms of stall utility. Of course, that GravNet play didn't quite go off the way they planned it. Lysol will bathe in the blast. We'll get on with our lives. Round at number 16 coming at you.
แต่เมื่อกี้ถ้าไซเฟอร์ไม่
RRQ
ตาย
with their
นี่
first buy maintain 4 Vandals.
จะเป็นภาพ
Okay, little turn.
ข่าวเลย
He just turned quick enough, saved his team
One enemy remaining.
potential demise.
That kill there is big. I mean, Sufat obviously trying to intervene. Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
พี่เอ๋ยเจิมใครบ้างพี่เอ๋ยเจิมเจนจี
Top
กับ
ranking in this game as well. Typically for this team, it is just Jemkin taking over at all times. The rest of the players sort of even statistical spread. There's some damage from Juicy Mon. Yeah, it brought very low. Lucky to be alive. Team almost lacking smokes. That kill was collected.
Okay, well, classic spring.
คม
Tries to jump out there, get a bit of a fight.
เฮ้ย
Juicy.
เฮ้ย
Lysol here with only a Guardian to work with and completely
Oh.
caught by that Hunter's Fury.
เป็นเรื่องละ
Exposed
Hey, follow
to
inเลยไหม
the door down now. Quickly assume control of his A side. Is already the
ทำ
rotate.
ทุกอย่าง
อ
ครับ
ย่างนี้
แพนเสร็จปาหมวก
Silfat has the Odin. Will be revealed here now by that Cypher ult.
Going to keep Wolves at bay right now. Perhaps he's just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
Got Jemkin.
not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this. To risk these weapons here, they're going to go for it.
Standing.
Silfat
Odin.
here is committed, clearly.
Dot.
In for a penny, in for a pound, he says. Got the player inside tree, it's Jemkin who's going to show some leg here and be a little quicker on the
Snap
trigger finger to
moment.
boot.
กระสุน
RRQ
25 นัด
are
ไม่ให้นัดเดียว
clambering desperately back into the map.
Couple good multiplayer faces at the end there just to clean things up from main and back gen. Spring going for a questionably aggro play, swinging out there.
He presents himself, doesn't he?
Before the flash actually popped from Juicy, the timing just a little bit off. And then Juicy does find a moment to pop himself out of the smoke, but at that point, he's already down one. Things are getting traded out.
It is mistakes like that, that missed timing on the pop flash for Spring that are going to be punished by a team of RRQ's caliber.
ไม่ไกลแล้วตอนนี้แปลกๆอยู่ตอนนี้
100%. They are quality in terms of the fundamentals,
Mấy
trying to
cây
get things out
ไม่ไกล
effectively.
แล้วตอนนี้
อยู่ดีก็ไม่ไกล
Nothing crazy on that round, just a good A split. Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware in A main, but that won't be the case. And it seems like with Monyat being near enough to hear that pressure coming, RRQ will be happy to just get into this B site, which they're going to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things for free. Opportunity to build towards a couple ultimates here. Crucially, Crazy Guy going to have the null command into the next. That has always been one of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map with the age-old comp.
And the pattern that RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against Gen G, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths.
Insane.
We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
I'm sorry, Sufat?
Hey.
Sufat check?
That's, that did not go as he had planned.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
I get that he doesn't want to keep it ult off, but maybe
he was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
It's like the plot of I Am Legend. He's like the only guy left after the fallout. That's not where you want to be.
คุณแฟตนายทำอะไรอ่ะ
Alright, Wolves are going to pick up the operator. It is crucial to the success of this double sentinel comp.
Oh,
You
you
want to be
fat-
able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attacking team into the sites that are specifically littered with a ton of that sentinel utility. It's crucial for this machine to be working. Pop flash coming through, Jemkin on the swing, but Juicy gets out of dodge, posts up on a safer angle.
Jemkin is insistent. While he has that tailwind active about trying to take a fight, he has to tuck this corner.
Sufat tries to timing and walking
ไม่
back.
ไกลบอกเลยว่าไม่ไกล
Here,
Hey, guy.
scanning with that Guardian. High pillar penetration. Pop flash from Juicy wants to get out recon as well to post up on the angle. I like this, but Jemkin might just timing him.
It's Jemkin's individual brilliance that's allowed him to succeed in these situations prior. Null command coming out. Crazy guy instantly knocked. This time Spring on a much safer line.
เอาแล้ว
Deep
มา
on
เฟ
the
ก
A side
ตัวเฟก
flattens the
ตัว
KO.
เฟกนอน
Somewhat of a sell of this fake, I
แต่
guess.
โยกมาปีก็ติดบอลอย่างนี้รู้แล้ว
The B side of the map. There's going to be a player to Jemkin's immediate right. Crossing here could be dangerous. Spring has dealt now with that
เรียบ
KO
ร้อยครับ
properly. And in comes the Cocoon. Nice little catch off the Annihilation here. And Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. And Jemkin got
What?
caught.
เฮ้ย
Kochi pushes
เอ้า
in.
เป็นดีเฉย
Up on numbers are RRQ. But YU and Spring, high school classmates,
เฮ้ยแต่มุมนี้ไม่
now
ไม่
have
ดี
to
เลย
put it
เอโปร
together. 5
รู้ห
years
มา
of
เนี่ย
play together. They themselves have said they are on the same wavelength. Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate.
Wow.
Catch the first on X Sparrow. One net is so weak. Real opportunity to clutch things out.
Revealed there, pinged out by the neural theft. Big opening made here by YU. Cushy trying to keep Wolves at bay, but they are coming, and they've got a taste for blood. Cushy's third of the round.
One enemy
What a flick
เอา
from
มอน
YU. Nobody knows what
โอ้
Cushy was
กูวางงานให้เพื่อน นี่มันคือกุชชี่อะ
over at RRQ again.
ดีว่าเป็นกุช
Another
ชี่อะ
giant step towards evening up this game.
แย่แล้วว่า
That
หมา
attack
ป่า
side prowess for RRQ on full
หมา
display.
ป่าเดียวดาย
Cushy is just
รอวัน
putting
หอ
out
นหรือเป
a
ล่า
clinic on the Sova right
ยังไง
now. So dangerous to get into the site. Lightsor was inevitably going to find someone with that
ทีละวินทีละวิน
annihilation.
นะ
Playing defensively all the way in the back. But that still wasn't enough. Wolves were just too far
มา
away.
ป่ารอวันนอนพี่เอ๋ย
ไกลมาก
นิดเดียวนิดเดียวไม่ไกล
ในวันนี้เจมส์คิมไม่มาคนที่มา
มาเยอะด้วยดิ
เออ
It was a bonus round for Wolves. They really need to throw what they can at Jemkin to stop him from getting rolling early. Those Jet first kills, no joke. We've talked about the stats already. It's a huge part of RRQ's run here. Jemkin has to be nullified entirely as a star player on this map.
It's going to be all sheriffs here for Wolves. The RRQ economy has been out of control. Push here towards main from Juicy. Xpharaoh with his eyes on this location. And we've just been seeing on these rounds, it is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are playing a style that we have seen, going for executes that we have seen a million times over with this composition, but they just do it so well.
They don't invent the wheel, Wyatt, they just grease it and turn it.
Working my way up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay alive for now.
Flash there to keep him honest, to keep him further back from potential rotate. Crazy guy was able to extract Sufat with consummate ease, but Juicy
Spike down.
does disrupt
B.
things a little bit. That was a spike loose, but already recovered by Jemkin.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยยิงหยัง
For a timing.
ยิงหยังมันยิงยาก
Jemkin went to hunt Juicy. And RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round. Not giving a lot of opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up.
โอ้โหมุมเดิมมึงโดนกี่รอบแล้วเนี่ย
Lockdown. I'm surprised like Sparrow just
เอ็กซ์โลรูหมาน
he made sound.
Something to work with.
เดือดจัด
With that smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovered for Spring. He picks up that Vandal. Lightsword gets one as well. Real opportunity all of a sudden.
Jemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring unarmored as he
เฮ้ย
is.
มาแล้ว
Will be handled.
Bot-
Jemkin has 3 for the
bot
round.
ตื่น
Crazy guy will end it. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. 1 round stands between
เลิกเล่น
RRQ
เลยนะไอ้
and
ลู
Wolves.
หมาเนี่ย
10 round total.
On their debut, this RRQ squad, they have managed to hold their nerve, not succumb to the fact that they were down by such a significant margin that they lose the second half pistol. Being on the big stage hasn't gotten to them. They've completely rallied back into this game. They have so much economic pressure on
อยากเห็นม่อนยืน
Wolves.
ปะเมื่อไหร่
RRQ can buy every single round with ease.
เดี๋ยวตีเหม่อก็ยืนแล้วเต็มยืนแล้วเนี่ย
Operator again wasn't able to find success with it on the prior round. This time towards Cat. Towards Tiles. Oh my God, Jemkin is in so fast right now, controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage. And Sylvanas catches him out. In the meantime, the spike is working its way up. Cat just hoping to get a fake into the site. Sonic sensor destroyed by that shock dart. They're trying to scale in.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Spike down.
Shuts RRQ down instantly. Monget can bail them out. But this is still now got
Nice
very,
all.
very dangerous.
รู้หมดแล้ว
Very much out of hand. Crazy guy's just walking away. Monget does not have that opportunity. He is in the side. Gets the plant down now and is hoping, praying the Crazy guy can get there in time. But he's got a barrier in his way. He's got to break through this quickly.
He is able to do so. Has one flash to try to pop out of the smoke, give some assistance to Monyad, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy guy taking a little bit of damage here from his dark cover down to 5. It's getting dangerous, and there it is.
เรียบร้อยครับ มาแล้วครับ
He knows exactly what the KO is.
ยากมาก
And here come Wolves
ยาก
back
มาก
to winning ways.
ยืน
And doing so by maintaining some
โดน
very
ตีนโดน
expensive
จี้มาขนาดนี้มีอารมณ์ยืนอีกเหรอ
Odin, operator, still in hand for this team.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time it's not bought.
ต้องให้อะไรต่อเลยทีนี้
Enemy remaining.
With that initial spam kill, players over on A didn't really need to rotate off. There was still
ยังมีอารมณ์ยืน
utility from that deadlock to keep the players that were pivoting through tree at bay. That allows for some Wolves rotates to get there, but Lightsword coming up with a huge 2K. Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from deadlock on Ascent. Versus the Omen on some of the other maps is fast. RRQ, they're getting right up into B main. They want to get into the site. A lot of tripwires to deal with. Jemkin over the top.
This time Sufat isn't here to spray anyone down to play off any of that side. You tell it's why you in the site.
โอ้โห อะไรของมันวะนะ
You can't complete any kills.
ยืนคอ
Had it already
Kou.
made the adjustment.
ยืนเข่าโดนเข่า
เป็นลมเล่นอย่างนี้
Maybe if Sufat can somehow pick up one kill here. A spam kill. He'd have the Hunter's Fury, but first is the one from Kush. He doesn't get the initial connection. There's the tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way narrowly. Do they try to go for this right now?
Might be a tough one. Monjet brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out. So now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Juicy wants to get down lane, beat from X-Sparrow. He's undoing, but the shot goes wide.
Now though, RRQ been forced to play onto the side, but Jemkin is waiting for them. Fangs bared, blades out, ready to throw down. Deals with Sufat as well.
บอสเก่ง
ต้อ
จริ
ง
ง
ปาแล้วกระโดดเหรอ
And there's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue.
Lad.
Blood in his eyes. Even so much he can take the clone down and perish to the blast. Back and forth now. RRQ keep
อ้าว
it
ยุ้
one
ยเข่า
round.
ยุ้ยเข่า
Late on this attack
ไม่
side,
หล่อเล่นกับ
Jemkin
เพื่อน
slow
เดียว
to
ใช่เดียว
start.
มีเพื่อนยังชม
But finding his moments, finding serious impact on the game. That kill towards stairs with the Blade Storm was sick onto Spring, and then with the cloud drops. Sufat not ready for the engagement. Gets picked off. RRQ are so close to tying this game up. Just one round away. Can Wolves close things out? Juicy still with this operator. He was able to get away with his life. He wants to post up in B main.
Hunter's Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch one. Yeah, and that's the control around the game.
In the meantime,
โอ้แล้วโดนหมวก
Juicy, he tried to go
เป็น
for
เรื่อง
a peek and be main, or was just holding the angle.
เบรกไว้
but
โอเค
Just
มี
straight
วอล
up
เบรก
dive.
ครับ
Did he leg
Yeah,
Xfero?
it looks like wall shot legged him something. Worked his way into the sight.
This timing
oh
is
my God,
quick.
there's
Oi.
no way.
Too fat. Knife out.
The whip.
เฮ้ย
Xfero now needs to get busy on the side, but he knew his time was short after missing that engagement. B side is clear, but now it's handed over to
ถือ
A.
ว่า LP อยู่นะ
They
เมื่อกี้
feel
สุ
like
ด
they
แฟ
just have to get in. RRQ, null command. Jumkin wants to make space. Crazy guy out of the
Oi.
open.
Awkward timing. Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloud burst.
ใจเย็นใจเย็น
Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy guys back in the
Yeah,
game.
ถือว่าเบ็ด
Secures the trade. Cushy. Now 1v2.
He does bait him out. He gets the draw down. Wants to take the duel, but Sufat wins the engagement. Cushy does a great job of isolating the remaining Wolves
ยืนไหม
players.
ยืนนะ
Making a believer out of me in the clutch potential, but he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat. Is he running to get him on the teleport? That was madness in Maine. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down.
แบบใครแบบมันครับ
เมื่อไหร่ว่าเราจะท้าทายอิสระแค่นี้ก็กำลังดีแล้วมันก็ตะโกนกันอยู่นะเดี๋ยวนะ
20 ขอ2 ราวไปโนทีไปก่อนถ้าเป็นเล็กเจอบูมนี่คือยืนกันมันอะยืนกันทุกราวอะไม่ฝั่งใดก็ฝั่งหนึ่ง
มันอะ
This is so important right now for the Pacific #1 seed. It's not their map pick, but it's at the top of their pool. They're making a serious go at running this back. The comeback feels so real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be a lot of pressure towards a main 0 point, clearing things out.
Step one is play through the one-way. RRQ are happy to walk it, and there's no forward presence from Wolves to play off of it.
YU has moved his setup to this A side this time. Kill Trip Insight to play off. Cage to dance around when the hit comes in. Jemkin over the top gen.
She's going to clear hell now. Jemkin is on the side. YU gets lit. Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Siufan gets involved. He's on that upper side.
ออกมางี้เลย
Eventually traded out. RRQ player advantage.
Juicy flash through, but
นี่สโมกไอเซนมันต้องสโมกอย่างนี้อย่าหาทำไอ้ที่สโมกที่แบบยื่นออกมาเยอะๆมีมุมพีคเยอะ
ทำไมมันถึงปล่อยเสียงมาแบบ
โอ้โห
มอน
Gets RRQ that round that could well be worth 2. That could
เอาเดียวครับ
send us into overtime.
Wolves perhaps feeling committed, or that they were just about to get flanked by Xfero, which picked up juice towards tree, so they do swing out. They lose all of the weaponry. There's been some serious issues on these A hits, with Wolves being able to deal with the recon darts. Multiple rounds on these executes. It's been lit up, picked off by Jemkin. Can't help but increase his first kill stats at every turn. This buy for Wolves is horrific. RRQ, this is the perfect opportunity to rally this game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take this to OT.
And it starts with a 3-player push into mid. Wolves only have the token presence of the trapwire here. Jemkin's trying to figure out if he can get under it. I respect that. They had to clear it manually, and now this push through market. There's a belated approach for Xfero here, and B-Man and Juicy's definitely expecting it with the cyber cage up and on the side. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only going to fall window. He's found 2 dimensional drift. He's going to see it all, and crucially get out. Siufan locks it down on the side, and RRQ collapsing in a screaming heap. Siufan tries to finish the job. Annihilation. Straight into the spider's lair. RRQ
ตามมาแพ้น้อย นี่
ไอ้เรื่องของจริงวะเกือบโอทีอยู่ไม่แล้วครับเจอกันแบบ2
เอาว่ะวันนี้ เอาจัด
ยืนนึงกิ้งยืนแบบ
มันได้เหรอ เป็นเท่าทีมันได้จัดอะ
ลอมมันหน้าดุยซีแม่งเสกให้เลยเมื่อกี้เฮ้ยโหคิวจอยอย่างเยอะพี่เลยสนใจคอร์สเป็นคิวจอยปะผมว่าพี่เข้าอยู่นะ
โอ้โห ไม่น่าเข้า
เอาดีให้เอ่ยคอร์สคิวจอคอร์สเพย์เป็นคิวจอยที่แบบพี่นึกภาพออกเลยแปลกๆอะอย่างเอ่ยต้องไปฟินิกซ์ไม่ก็โยรู้ป่ะ
เลน่าก็ได้ปะพี่เลย
แต่โยรู้น่าจะเหมาะนะโยรู้
พี่เลยต้องคอร์สเป็นนี่ KO ใส่ใส่พวกชุดเข้าไป
ใส่ชุด KO ไปฮะ เฮ้ยแต่มันเคยมีคนคอร์สเป็น KO อยู่นะ
เติมหนวดใส่แว่น
ของจริงว่ะ RQ โดนนวดไปเลย เมื่อไหร่จะมาวะ
You doing? Open your eyes because Mimi, he just does things like this, and the vibes he brings afterwards as well is so infectious.
I loved his energy on the stage. I mean, half of Wolves was standing up after winning a lot of these rounds, but he has such an infectious presence there. Just looking at him, what are you doing? Yelling. He's definitely the person who's bringing the vibes.
All right, Mimi. The word that you're looking
What are they
for
doing?
every single time that he stands up, he always says the right thing, not only to his teammates, but also to the opposing team. I think that there was a moment also with we saw RRQ being a little bit more aggressive on the defense, trying to break the timings a little bit, something that you think you can take advantage of a team that is not as experienced. But they actually learned onto those mistakes so quickly, and see if that has to be one of the key parts for that.
We will be heading to RRQ's map pick next, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Here with Coach Ewok from RRQ as we get ready for this second map here. Now, the trend in playoffs has been that the 1 seeds have been struggling, and with this slow start, I'm sure this is not what you wanted as well. How do you guys look to avoid this as you get ready for map 2?
Well, there's been a lot of 1 seeds also in the league that were all losing as well, and we were the only one that broke that curse, so we're looking to do that here as well.
Looking to break your curse. How do you guys do that, and what's the player that you're looking to really lean on in this situation to bring you guys to map 3?
I think we just overall we started slow. Of course, we lost double pistol, we lost bonus, so we just need we're a little bit more warmed up now.
Yep.
We usually lose map 1, so this is just part of the story for us.
All right, it's all part of the plan, he says. All right, brother. Well, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
They're going to have to bring something here, especially with those pistols as well on Icebox, because if they don't, they're also going to be dropping down into the lowers like the other number 1 seeds we've seen so far.
A lot of the time that we lost map 1, it was the warm-up, East kind of cope, but I almost believe it with RRQ. They really got into the game in that second half. Key players like Jemkin were coming online, and he's absolutely right that back in Pacific, they played a lot of long series, especially in that playoff run to qualify to Toronto.
Yeah, and one thing that I like about this Icebox is that they're going to be starting on the attack. We saw how well it was going on Ascend, and I want them to have the autonomy to choose the fate of the rounds.
But the question is, what comp are they going to be playing?
Yeah.
They were a Teo team when they showed this before. This is another map that has a lot of variety.
Can
in
make
what
the same
you can
argument
play.
for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. We haven't seen them here at this event on this map, so it's a lot of question marks all over.
I'm getting ahead of myself because we do have a second match coming up, but my goodness, nobody plays Sage here. I just want to see the Sage.
Oh
Why
my
does
God.
nobody like
If
Sage?
we get Icebox, you're going to be treated. I don't know if we will see it. I pray that we will in the second series, and we get some Sage, but maybe we see it now.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I don't think we will, but as we take a look at the live agent select here, we have instant lock-ins from both sides.
So RRQ
ว่ะจุยซี่เจ็ดว่ะ
kind of comp there, but not that KO. It's the Omen look instead. Controller. I really like this choice. I think Omen's biggest strength is being able to disrupt space in mid on the attacking side, throw down smokes, teleport top 2, and really make life difficult for Lysor as that Killjoy player.
What I like about it is actually the playing also as a second layer to that duelist. No matter if it is on the attack or on the defense, it gives you another layer of depth that I actually favor as well.
Watch on their A execs as well. If they're putting their smoke on pipes, that does a lot to pull a lot of attention, bait out utility. There's some great ideas with this Omen.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, I agree with Mimi's sentiment about the whole storyline of RRQ.
โดนลิขสิทธิ์หรือเปล่าครับอย่าเพิ่งไปเสี่ยง
It's a different one. They just picked their first map, or they had their best map picked against them. They lost it. Now it's on Icebox, where they need to recover. Some talk about the double controller style here for RRQ. They'd lack that second initiator with this setup. It will leave them a little flashlight potentially, and also no access to the wingman.
Those extra smokes are great when you're playing for retakes or when your Viper wall is down, allowing you to still obscure some of those dangerous angles. Speaking of dangerous wolves. All right, ends up being a 2-for-2.
นี่เพจเป็นยับ
มันเอาสุดไง
โอ้โห
Good old classic.
ก็ซุยแปนเนี่ยแบบ
Forces at the start of the
มาช้าจัด
Silfat is unfortunately not able to draw a beat on Alex Ferro.
เดี๋ยวพี่จะเย็นทุกราวผม
Party comes to them.
Monya nullifying all of that aggression. The three-piece multi-kill. Starting off hot here. Had some good moments, some rough moments on map 1.
แชทแม่งก็ค้างอี
Certainly
กเว
playing
รกัน
aggressive though. You can't take that away from him.
I mean, talking about a redemption arc for Monya. He was
สั่ง
the
9 ไป
scapegoat
เสร็จ
after that struggle for
พอ
PRX
จะ
in
เริ่ม
Madrid.
ปุ๊บร้านโทรมาบอกปิด
He had to find his own way, forge his own path.
ปิดเนี่ย
โทรมาตอนที่เกมเริ่มพอดี
One enemy remaining.
ไม่เป็นไรพี่ก็สั่งใหม่เลย
It's really taken a long time for RRQ to find their own way. Just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle for them that is taking them to this next level that they could never reach in the past. Jemkin going to get another first kill to open up this anti-eco. That is his specialty as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow and...
Wow, that might have been 2 taps,
มอน
2
เย็ด
headshots there. Why?
มอนมาวันนี้
They were basically
นี่อ่ะ
นี่อ่ะ
Spike down.
โดดเข้าไปที่หน้า
does just remove a
เป็น
ghost.
จะเต็มบอกขอว่างหน่อยขอว่างหน่อย
Doesn't matter.
Man, Wolves really want to find
หัน
these
มาให้
first
หู
couple
นะ
rounds. Always
แล้วคน
sticking
ตาย
the
คือ
player
คนนี้มีโกด
right up towards RRQ. Monya is 5-1. Stunning stuff. Jemkin. That first kill he opens up. Continues that trend.
Wait, that's pretty
That is
sick.
absolutely raw.
Listen, Monya is getting pretty close early to having a Viper's pick for one of these post plants. He is feeling good. You cannot blame him. All right, RRQ, what do you have on this bonus? That basically feels like a full buy. They have 3 Vandals.
Revealing area.
Just your standard recon to get that close info towards the A orb side. As Jemkin patiently waits out any potential aggression, and we'll see how far Juicy wants to take this.
They've done their homework. Jemkin, pen in hand, showing that it will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a best 57 points of health. He's out of there.
On the retreat with YU. We'll pivot away from Wolves, and hearing that 2-man retreat, RRQ feel very content to just take the space for free lightning fast.
Now, lack of omen here for the defenders means they can't just throw that one way up a green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall utility.
แต่แบบ2น่าจะเกมไว
Oh, Xvera gets the drop.
ค่อนข้างชัดบนนัดลาวกำลังจะไปอุ้ย
All the way through. They are going to get into
ยังไม่ได้วางนะ
post plant. A lot of damage done to a couple of these RRQ players, however, and that's going to keep them at bay. They're going to want to rotate off. Oh wow, Eyesore able to get fully on that, and the cloud goes up. Cross with some safety. The breaking of that turret is certainly going to.
ถ้าเจมกินใช้ข่าวเบิร์ดสักลูกนะแล้วเดินไปพร้อมกับกุชชี่เนี่ยจะได้เนียนๆอยู่
It's a full commitment from Lysa, a very experienced player on this team.
ไปต่อครับ
So low pressure right now. Gets his.
เก็บ3แล้วยืน
Shotgun star with the releases at a funny 1-for-1. Dizzy out on the side. It's Jemkin. Vulnerable down to 40 seconds. Sees the wingman coming.
สปริง
Gets to see his breakfast the second time. 3 for Spring in that round.
ไว
Wolves finally able to slow the game down enough to be in position.
ที่ตอนแรกแบบ
They get
ภาพ
there
อายคือแบบ
just in
ต้น
time
เกม
to be able to play off of Lysa's decision to anchor in this situation with that Dizzy coming on top. Monya forced to break. Perfect swing out timing from Spring. We're right back to the hype from Supak. Right back to it.
For every reason, they're getting off to a decent start after dropping the pistol. Stopping that RRQ bonus is a big deal, and the fact that now we'll still have so many rifles to levy against RRQ's actual buy. But Monyet, with all of his early action, Wyatt has gotten that Viper's Pit online.
RRQ have taken some space towards this A side as they just have Monyet towards spawn, waiting out to see if there's any potential aggression, given Wolves showed a willingness to push hard through B main on that first pistol. Juicy tried it again. Drone going to clear out these close angles near 410, allow Jemkin to slowly work into position. They want to wait this Viper's wall.
No anchor. No one in the sight here for the defenders. They're hoping to make use of that get
แบบไม่มีที่ยืน
get them here. And that snakebite has effectively stopped the plant for the time being.
They are taking the time, or Wolves going to try to flood when this recon. Dizzy comes through as well. Why you on the duel? Jemkin, first blood.
And that position, Jemkin knows he gets a straight up 1v1 if it's only an individual player, and Boiler, but Spring picks him off eventually.
ฮะเมียนตีแล้ว
No Gecko to clear this
มอน
either.
มอนฟาร์มไปตั้งแต่ต้นแล้ว
No lockdown to force the attackers out of it.
เยียดเลยครับ
ต่อเกม
Monyet got started so early.
No real
Aye.
utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet
กล้า
out.
เจอไว
She
โอพิด
assumes the position and Heaven side, but doesn't quite have the chance for making the shot.
มอบ
Crazy guy makes it count. Monyet inside the pit there with the shorty. And that's just a situation where Wolves don't really have anything to play into that pit. It's too early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the
พี่มอน
timing
กด
window
ไป
that they
7
needed
เลย
to
ครับ
take, which was
เกมนี้
flooding back in when
มัน
there
บอก
was
จะ
some
เจอตัวที่ถูกใจ
They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover heaven. Why you takes that first duel? It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough in that situation, trying to get back in. It's resulted with Wolves being put to a very early eco here. Juicy again, just loving to push up B main, and that has kept Monyet in the spawn. Has to be patient, wait out any further push.
You can always play off that turret contact should there be a push elsewhere from Wolves if it's up mid, for example. slower round for RRQ. The regimentation of this team starting to shine through. There's no information really for Wolves about these movements on the map now. This, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out. That's a token of their Viper wall. Juicy's starting to wonder what the purpose is. He knows. He knows RRQ are not going B. He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol. Won't go well.
ดูซี่บอกกูเจอแต่ละทีมาเป็นครอบครัวอบอุ่น
มาแบบเป็นจอ
Buy around things are looking good for RRQ. Would be shocked if they lose too many guns in this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding.
อุ้ยหมด
They know how important it is to start to build that economic base, so they respect Wolves even on a round where they have basically nothing.
Not that I don't think RRQ would be playing particularly patient and going for some late round pivots anyhow, but it definitely does feel like that pistol round 4-man push from Wolves early on instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was around 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Okay, crazy guy. I know we saw that.
อุ้ย
Why you Sheriff?
เดียว
Wolves detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only popped up for air once so far, that first buy round. Outside of that, silence somewhat, but it will be an op now in the hands of Juicy. Big investment made. Lockdown at the ready for the defenders, and now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash where they can get an op into the hand.
เริ่มกุมกระหมับครับจะสั่งเซเว่นเหรอทำไมคืออะไร
It's easy to point at the players who are going insane individually when Spring has come up with so many crucial duel wins. He's putting up sick numbers, Juicy doing the same. But we've seen countless times out of these timeouts that Wolves directly are able to win the subsequent round. Fate has done so much for this team. Let's see if it'll be the case here. Juicy is opting to actually push down mid with this op. Early used by RRQ to take space.
But he smoked the defender side spawn, so this definitely keeps Wolves looking in that direction, and it is going to open a window for RRQ to probe
หลอนไปหมดแล้วตอนเนี้ย
หลอน
The iconic
แสดงว่าวูฟนี่ไอบ็อกนี่ก็ถือว่าแบบไม่หนักเหมือนกันนะ
rotates being drawn over there, and now that's why you just be calling the it's not even a trade. You can't find one.
ผมเมนูนี่ไง
He had to find some value this round, so it does. There will still be a plant though, as Monyet just disrespects the poison orb. Doesn't quite mind if he decays down, he gets his job done.
Maybe Jumpkin hoping to find a timing where he can get top 2, pick up
ไหลยาววะเนี่ย
rotate back to B main, meet up with the rest of the pack. Juicy pressuring back yellow. Here comes that Hunter's Fury, has to take out the lockdown.
He knows where Xfero has to stand.
Xfero
in the back corner, but Xfero is able to win it out.
Standing.
Unclear how he manages
หนั
to
ก
pull
เลย
it
ไอ้
off.
บ็อก
ทรงน่าจะมี
But
แบ
either
บ
way,
สาม
it's backbreaking for Wolves to suffer that double there. Lockdown committed by Lysor, no result for the defenders. RRQ looking dominant.
โลตัสอีกแล้ว
The most unique cool thing about this RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes and
ต้อง3แบบของคุณเนี่ย
choosing to go for that pretty mental fake right out of the timeout just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves. Bringing the AWP into that round completely disrupts their defensive setup. It's just so bizarre to have a fake open TV into a smoke spawn with Jemkin selling it so they can get to B with only one defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so cool to use that out of a timeout just as a massive disruption to whatever the intentions for Wolves were going to be.
And it's kind of conditioning as well. Because what happens next time Crazy Guy does that? Does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'll be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Flush pick going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall RRQ, but they are in absolutely no hurry.
Here. It is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back yellow with these sheriffs in hand. Jemkin is prepped and ready.
Going for it. Tailwind forward, wants to take the fight. Easily handles YU. Goes a little bit low. This is more than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these anti-eco situations they're forced to play into. Having to shove Juicy off the line. The Blade Storm is awkwardly applied. Juicy can't get value when Jemkin knows he's going to be coming from the left anyway.
พี่ดีซอเขามาตามไล่โคโลอยู่
Seriously effortless play from RRQ. Jemkin just continuing to absolutely dominate in the first kill department. Sure.
ไม่เป็นไรพี่อย่าไปเครียดเรื่องสกอร์11-1 กลับมายังมีให้เห็น
So far that is what he is.
มันไม่ได้มีบ่อยๆอ่ะดิ
Honestly, RRQ also spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios.
มันเหลือจะเชื่อว่านั้น
They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently. Flawless round for RRQ. The stacks are
ยืนเยอะไปหน่อยแบบแรกใช้พลังงานเยอะเกิน
หมดยืนเยอะไปเลย
Not abandoned in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that one.
ไอ้นี่ไงเฮเลติกไง 11-1
Stunning stuff, yeah.
คุณน่าจะเทียบ
Perfect for catching out the players who were having to path out of the
ไอ้
way.
10-11 อะไรที่โดนคัมแบ็กนี่
All too easy Wolves.
มันเหลือเชื่อจริงแค่อีกราว2ราวคือแม่งตีไปต้อง10ราว11ราวแค่ราวเดียว2ราวมันทำไม่ได้หรอ
To find impact in the game yet, not able to make his mark. Maybe it is now that Viper Wall temporarily will cover up the sight line. Wants to stay tough. He has a teammate to help.
Oh, there was an opportunity there. He lingered. That dark cover operating like cascade would in these harbor comps, denying Juicy the ability to peek over the Viper wall.
This time it is very straightforward from RRQ. Working to be main, get the lockdown off, get the free sight, Viper wall up. Easy plan. Play for the post plant, but a couple significant initiator ultimates that Wolves will have to make a real go at this retake.
The plan for YU. Okay, Juicy's able to pick Monyet off. Expero's tucked
โอ้
here.
เซเปโล
Just suspects it, but he's been showing barrel this entire time.
โอ้โห
โคตรเนียน
ทำไมมันเหมือนจะเช็คแล้วก็ไม่เช็คไม่เช็คตอนแรกอ่ะ
More of it towards the snowman
นั่นน่ะ
direction.
เลย
This time the Wolves finding some
Oh,
success.
yak, yak, yak.
Plan. Ping on Crazy Guy now, and he's gonna have to face the
ผมว่า
music.
มันเช็คแต่มันเช็คแค่แองเกิลที่แบบว่าที่มันเห็น
And
เนี่
all
ย
that defuse gets started. YU pushes on up.
มันไม่ผมไม่คิดว่าจะโดนมุม
They
ไม่ใช่
had to deal with the lockdown on that round. And they can recover the operator for use later.
RRQ
ลิงกันหมดเลยดิที
really
นี้
wanted to fight forward and trench
เมื่อกี้ยืน
themselves
เยอะ
in
จริง
the site.
สงสัยเหนื่อย
Problem with doing that on Icebox.
นั่งเงียบกิ๊บ
Susceptible to so many positions.
เล่นนี้ก็ไม่ได้ยืนดิน้อง
อยากยืนต้องเล่นเอาหน่อย
Orange there and then
ส่งพลังก่อนไงช่วงนี้เมื่อยหรือเปล่า
awkwardly forced to take a duel with someone that could be in spawn, and there's a guy in Snowman. It's really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play forward and more aggressively against the fact that there could have been those ults coming through rather than just being forced all the way back and allowing Wolves to take the space. But difficult to play either situation regardless. That being said, it's resulted in Wolves not having to use a single
นี่คือทีม
ult
ที่
yet.
ทำให้เฮเลติกกลับบ้าน
No one for Wolves is in this kitchen or slope area. Move up there from Spring. You kind of see there's something funky happening in mid.
Spring is miles. That
อุ้ย
lethal
Ping.
shot.
สปริงนี่ของดีจัด
With a phantom.
ของดีเนี่ย
เออ
เมเทโอไชน่า
แม่งโคตรจัด
As he rounded that corner.
โอนมาเลยอ่ะ
Was really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shot down by
ไม่ได้
Jet.
เลย
Opportunity to get in. going to be difficult.
ชุบไม่ได้เลย
These mollies are going to keep them at bay. Wolves are not fully buying it. They haven't rotated too quickly over. It's not like they can flood in or really pressure off of this plant. So RRQ have a fair shot here. Again, I keep repeating myself, but it's these ultimates from Wolves. This Thrash should be able to clear out.
ผมแค่ไหนเจอพี่เอ๋ยก็ไม่ไหว
He wants to be the X factor. He's working his way up mid on this flank.
Tilfat's watching for it though. I don't think Xfero has the timing yet he was hoping for.
โอ้โหอ่านขาด
There's a Thrash. Then there's a player on 4-10. They drop down. Jemkin in the sight though. He's fighting for his life. White saw his headshot and Kuchi on the move up. Catches out YU now. We're down to 2 players for Wolves and they got it.
แล้วเหลือนัดเดียว
Hunter's Fury collects nothing. Tucked in Kuchi. Juicy from above descends on him. Shorty claims him. And now Jemkin doesn't have the line, he doesn't have a shot on the spike. Gets rid of Juicy, but Superfat is on there. And they just win it out. Time on their side. 9 seconds. And Wolves get a crucial third round.
ยืน อย่างยืนก็ต้องเล่นใช่ไหม
.09 is absolutely crazy. Okay, needed to
just a wry smile.
So yeah, slight smile, take a sip.
น่าจะคลิกขวาไปนะ
That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was so far away. Oh my god.
สวยนะช็อตที่คุยซี่มันดีๆ
That's keeping Wolves in the half, but it's just not getting any easier. RRQ are so economically ahead. It's buy after buy after buy. Spring on this round is going to opt to just use that pit immediately, control towards this A side. Standard one thrown down. The hope for RRQ, if they want to get through it, is going to be using Cushy's drone. It's not going to be expended. And then you have Juicy controlling B main with the AWP. This is a good setup for Wolves right now. I like what they're doing in this early round.
The defense side, KJ turret location is really interesting. Watching out towards top mid, but Lysor is exploring that himself.
I mean, mid is really the only
good option
map where Wolves have a bit of anxiety, and that's why they have rotated, a couple players. You do have Mad. Oh my God, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin. Never want to do that.
He has to take that risk because there's no turret to take contact of Tube, so you can't swing off that.
Right here. He does actually send out the drone to re-clear Tube. Doesn't spot anyone. Doesn't see anyone going under Tube. Juicy will not have an opportunity to open this round up. Drone is not going to spot him.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous for Juicy. He is in the lion's den. And he's just having to get out somehow. Low is YU. Mognet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ and Juicy in 8 health. Still is having to lock it down. And Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get pushed around a corner. And Kushi does finally fell him. RRQ have found the opening they need. And Mognet has a timing from upper. It's on Lightsaw. Passively watching mid for much of the round. He's got a sixth sense about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health.
เป็นเรื่อง
Lightsaw is in a 1 versus 1 against Kushi.
That is a brutal whiff. Does Kushi just want to swing out? Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lightsaw sees him coming.
โอ้ยกุชชี่
Fast enough to stop him. 7 rounds here for RRQ. That one, though, very hard fought.
Got more dangerous than it should have ever been. Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out? He was getting sprayed on that first escape attempt. That was a reality. So crazy. Wolves put back on. They've been losing so many players, even in the rounds that they've been winning. They just can't buy.
This is shaping up to be a heck of a half from RRQ. Shaky map 1, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
Hey, but that being said, it's not like we haven't seen a team get off a big lead on Icebox attack, the side swap. The team that gets onto attack go just as crazy. You can just run over these sites.
Spike planted.
Straightforward early plant. Kushi not bothered by the snake bites. Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly. Away with Sheriff shot and Jemkin says, right, well, time to work. I have the sickle.
ยังไม่อยู่
Well, the crops that I'm about to reap.
จังหวะนี้ต้องแดนไปข้างหน้าเลยหรือเปล่า
นี่ครับคนที่นิ่ง
The aces. Wolves do not want to feed another blade storm over to Jemkin.
ยังเยี่ยวเหนียว
So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, then they know. Juicy says, no ace for you.
My ace.
Teammate Trawlers though for RRQ against the
Yim.
Once again, respecting it. playing with a good
เจอ
burst
โฟ
of
โลแย่ง
pace.
4นะเอาไป4คิวพอ
Taking a little
Mr.
note out of their
4Q.
specific leather in the playbook.
Mr.
with Karen
4Q
and
ไปก่อนนะ
Texture. Just gonna steal that ace away during Jemkin's debut. Hate to see that. Another first kill down. Just to add up to what is already a remarkable tally. Leicester won't be too upset about dying there, though. That's going to get him the lockdown for this final round. Wolves' final opportunity to get back on the board. Juicy, another operator investment.
Has enough to get full armor as well, so why not?
RRQ taking a lot of early space on A on account of that Jerome being used, hoping that the shock darts will clear out some of the mollies that have really been keeping RRQ at bay while executing. And those shock darts do just that.
So there's enough time for Xpero to plant here and walk away with that lockdown intact. It's going to be destroyed. Monyet pushes up, gets rid of it. Viper Spit now going to be thrown out. This is going to deny Boiler away for the defenders for the time being.
Second lockdown as well is going to waste so much time for Wolves. You can see the benefit of having the Omen there. The fact that you could cover up that choke on screens. Monia could run forward, deal with that. But now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Super aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. Why use found his second? Cushy can't quite hold the line. It's going to be Spring who finds the trade. Now on the side of the blade storm, it's Juicy. He's looking for more. I can't believe it. Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. That's all they need.
เคซี่การจะเล่นท่ายากไงที่ตรงนี้จะมาเอาเพลงแต่ว่าเขาระวัง
They go for some mental plays in that post
จะแสบอยู่นะถ้าไม่ระวังนี่โดนหมดเลยนะ
handily by Wolves getting 4 on the board. Hey, that's enough to win on the side swap.
ดูดิ
Icebox
หันมารอหมดเลย
get that pistol, get rolling from there. They can make a serious go at it.
RRQ showing a little bit of their prowess though, going ahead 8-4 rounds in this first half of Icebox. Stick around.
จดเลยอาคงทำอะไรอาคง
จดไว้เล่นนะ
ถ้าจดอย่าทำอีกย้ายมีครั้งที่2
จริงๆเมื่อกี้ในมุมมองไม่ต้องเล่นก็ได้เนาะเขาได้เปรียบอยู่แล้วอะ
อาคง
ดูค่ากวนตีนครับเจมกิน 91.5 เลย
กวนเยอะแบบนี้เอาเยอะหน่อย
กวนเยอะไปหน่อย โดดไปคนเดียวเลยเมื่อกี้เคซี่การถ้าได้เล่นจังหวะเมื่อกี้ค่ากวนตีนแต่ขึ้นมานะแต่เมื่อกี้ตายไง
ไม่อันเมื่อกี้คือกวนตีกันเอง
กวนตีกันเอง
กวนตีคนอื่นไม่รุ่งไงกวนตีกันเองอ่ะ
มันดูง่ายเกินไปอ่ะกวนกันเองซะเลย
เอาแล้วเทคพอร์ต เทคพอร์ต
Pushing down just a bit to collect that orb on the A side. It's a patient Wolves working forward off this wall. Drone to clear out everything close. Have to be concerned that Jemkin could be tucked somewhere. Spotted out on pipes. Wolves, they want to accelerate, but there are 3 players from RRQ, and they're looking intentional with anchoring. They want to fight.
As he got cleared, here's Juicy though from Dice. Good little headshot to get him opened up, but Crazy Guy found 2. It doesn't matter, Wolves have the numbers to overwhelm RRQ with some great openers. Should be in a position now to stick the landing. It's on Monyet.
Just look at the death markers there. Everyone from RRQ wanted to flood in. The Wolves winning out the duels.
They're never going to chance to really flood adequately off that rafter position. The pace from Wolves had them really still on the starter's mark when they had to fight.
The second that they got that info with the drone on 2 players, one bottom 410 and then Jemkin was pipes. I'm feeling like, hey, in this moment, positions are going to be scrambled. They're going to be trying to rotate around, get backside. We're going to get in there. Just push right together. Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels.
ขยันยืนซะด้วย
Ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing. I like it. All right, Wolves. Intending on just going towards A again early. Cushy is happy to keep getting this orb for free.
Lysor takes a Guardian this time around. And you're right, Sufat was definitely a standout player for Wolves on that Ascent game. Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side, but got involved in the action in that pistol. Juicy really led the charge. He's got a Vandal. And up they come, inching over towards pipes. Cushy shows a bit of leg, takes damage for it. They've got to know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it, and the J's gone.
I mean, they are basically running the exact same setup as the pistol round there, except it was a little more active from Cushy, hoping to bait for Jemkin to get a kill at some point, but it's not going to come. Wolves going to slow down the pace. They have not been a team to rush things on these attack rounds.
Much more structured than we expected them to be coming in this tournament, especially since that online. Sparrow's got snuck around on a timing. He's had to reveal himself there to take Lysor out of the game. Sufat is low. Handles the Killjoy.
Oh, and Juicy. Nice final shot. Was worried about Sufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately not too significant. Wolves going to be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that spot.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they have to, obviously. They caught Jemkin there before, just...
There's a dark cover that's, getting there, but it's a little bit too early for that to bloom properly. So it's a 2-round game, Wolves. With that pistol. Now the bonus, though. Some investment being made. It's an outlaw and a bit of an odd round for it, Wyatt.
I want to see how RRQ are going to opt to play with this Jemkin Cushy duo on A this time. It begins, as it has in the prior two, free orb being acquired for the Sova.
ปืนวูฟแบบพร้อมไปต่อครับ
Love for Juicy to find an opening pick. Just play slow around him.
It's got to be a headshot, though.
Why you spotted out. A little bit of damage.
He got softened up for that
เป็น
first
เรื่องแล้วได้ใคร
engagement
ไม่ได้ได้เต็ม
Juicy
ที่
does
ไง
get the one shot on him.
Up here, what's
เต็
the
มที่มัน
move?
โดนสะกิดไปหน่อยเมื่อกี้
Lysor working mid. They activate that alarm bot and then they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up outside of A, waiting for that dark cover to drop. Crazy Guy is going to be playing with a lot of one-ways, giving his team something to work off of.
Pushing under some pressure now. Just flanked by Dizzy. Couldn't see a damn thing.
ไอดีครับอย่างนี้
Juicy's actually opted to take up the Guardian here. They'll be on this A side. Look how meticulous they are. Also, the push-up tube might be illuminating for Lysor.
30 วิรอไรซอไหล
This
อยู่
team taking their time. RRQ want to get in there, letting the wingman get the spike down. Lysor just chilling on the flank, doesn't even
โอ้โห
need to be back chill.
The turret's not there to see him out. There
คิว
was no
จัด
way.
เลยครับ
Crazy
เอา
guy
แล้ว
was
ไง
not ready for that walk up mid. Is that a
2-0 หรือเปล่า
maybe
เฮ้
not?
ยฝาผ่ามันมา
Doesn't
แล้
count,
ว
doesn't count. But I do like the round from Wolves.
พร้อมมา
What a
คิว
bonus.
I mean, it starts off with this outlaw. You
Hey,
called
Tom.
it. Jumpkin just takes a little bit of damage from YU, so he's one-shotable. After that, you have Spring and Lysor in mid. They trip that Killjoy utility, break it. Lysor bides his time. Spring goes back to the pack. Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysor comes late. Nice little round that Wolves have played to convert this bonus. On the cusp of tying the game up. RRQ have Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
The plot armor on Wolves is pretty absurd. That play off the bonus working so beautifully. Coffers overflowing. Patient here. This approach is Aldrone likely to reveal, yeah, some positioning. Kuji down. Jemkin wants to stick around. It ends up being to his detriment also. Feel back. No more. Comfortably converts, and now RRQ really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing.
แกบอกมันไปบีแล้วมันไปบีแล้วเรียบร้อย
This one is as good as done. Get another plant for that wingman. While you're getting very close to the Thrash, obviously it's just easy to cycle that ultimate for the Gecko over and over. That's one of the major benefits of running the agent that we don't see
ปอนเซฟได้เลย
a lot
นะ
of
มีเกาะ
Gecko
ด้วย
being played like we used to last year. Still effective enough on Icebox, one of the better initiators you can play for this map. Yeah, recovers that rifle, just going to save. RRQ having trouble so far with this slow style that Wolves love to play. It's even funny to hear them talking about wanting to increase the pace in some of these games in their press conferences. When it comes to the attack sides, they are often as patient as it gets.
And there you have it. Toronto, we have an even
เดี๋ยว
game.
กลับมา
How are you feeling? That's what I like to hear. Wolves so unsteady, clawing these rounds back. Build up the pistol win. Now potentially, well, threatening to drive this game away from RRQ. This would be a timely moment to call that timeout, get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying.
8-4 ก็คือไม่ไกลอยู่ดี
ไม่ไกลตอนนี้ไกลไกลตอนนี้
Those are just not available to him, and they also don't have the economy to get an AWP in his hands, which is pretty unfortunate. I feel like at some point they're going to need to lean into that. It can't be now, however.
Something brewing though, over on the B side of the map. This is going to be checked for, and very quickly Dizzy is pacified. Wolves realize just how far up RRQ have pushed. But for how long can they afford to maintain that advanced footing on the defense side? Because now Wolves will go elsewhere. They will sniff out a route to the plant.
Lysor had thrown a deep alarm bot into B main, but it does get broken, as does this turret.
ผมหิวตอนนี้ควรกินมาม่าหรือข
Cushy
นม
now can no longer get that free information in mid.
Yeah, they want to be able to
ที่มีต้มโค้ง
at least feign that they can pressure towards mid. Jemkin
Spike
Doing what
down
he's been
A.
doing on these prior rounds.
Finally on the board in the second
มัน
half.
เทรดคม
And
จั
that's
ด
for
อะ
usual first
เทรด
kill.
ไวเทรดคม
4-0 in the first half of Icebox.
That was a rapid trade, though, as this drone gets a lot of info deep in the A site. Intentions, of course, to just draw the attention of RRQ onto A, while the rest of the team just slowly, silently contact remain. One-way cloud going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah, now that the
30
wall
seconds left.
goes up, Crazy Guy has no opportunity to try to take an engagement from Snowman, but does eventually have to drop. 20 seconds now. Wants to swing out, but RRQ, they're just so spread across the map that it doesn't give anyone an opportunity to get too active. They have to go for a full retake. Cushy has the Hunter Sphere. That's the best tool that they've got available right now.
Going to help them clear yellow, potentially. They're already pinging over in that direction. Juicy in on the side. That's troublesome for
โอ้
Monya.
จูซี่มันไปนี่เล
There
ย
it is. Okay, so Spring is picked up, and that also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows he's going to get more place one on this corner. It's getting a little bit close.
โอ้โห
Oh,
Oh,
it's a
เรียบร้อย
disaster
เล
for
ย
RRQ. And Cushy now just steps up to the side, knows he's virtually cooked here. Gets it to half, has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sufat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle though. He won.
อย่าลืมกดตีนด้วย
Ice cold is Sufat. He knows he has just delivered a back-breaking round win.
มันกดตีนด้วยพี่
Absolutely
ได้จัดหลายตัว
worth
เนี้ย
it. Just swinging out with the gun barrel is devious. Fair play to Cushy. He made a serious go at it. Wolves played that well, dividing themselves. Juicy running away, being the first to rush him. That is so sick.
Wolves are in the lead. What a massive round. RRQ, that was a buy and investment from them. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to the round. And now, Wolves with Viper's Pit and Thrash and Bladestorm. And a lead heading to round 18.
Jemkin has picked up that hero Vandal. Intentions of fighting all of RRQ here. They swing out together, but the weapons are good enough to shut down by
โอ้โห
Wolves.
Decent enough, I suppose, for a buy of this nature. Monyet
โอ้เดสแมนเลยอย่างงี้
giving him
ของ
hell.
หมด
Attack Sparrow with only a Sheriff.
เรียบร้อย
Blink and you'll miss it. Wolves charging to the lead. It's 10-8.
เราจะมองไปที่เจนจี
Lacking the utility required for some of these aggro plays. It's just coming down to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage there with just the one rifle. Player with a Sheriff, it's just not enough. Into this next round, I wanted to see this off at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it, give it to Jemkin. This is going to have to be the crux of their success. To win a couple rounds in a row, get back in this half that has fallen completely out of their grasp. Try to win their map pick to take us to Lotus.
Wolves really trying to check every single corner here. They're definitely conditioned to Jemkin playing up close in Nest and a player playing low from pipes.
That is going to force him down to the low ground.
This is it.
They just, again, want to slow things down, take this space towards A, then work into the exec. Drone does spot out Sufat. Good info to see the Sova there, and that's actually going to call a rotate from B. Look at Monyet, he's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through, Dizzy over the top.
Jemkin's forced back, finally off that line, has to drop low.
ไปเดิน
Thrash could be a big problem for the Jet too.
เอาละโดนปากกัดแน่
They're content to just keep playing it slow. Wait for this Thrash. Here we go. Now it's on.
YU sees the Omen TP away, spots two players in. Rafter knows that's probably enough to be going on with. It's Juicy into Nest. Crazy Guy doesn't have a chance to get eyes on him now. Juicy appears out of nowhere in the low ground. And Jemkin was forced off the side with his eye. Desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands. And he's put it to use against Spring, but he remains on the outside looking in. And now Juicy is not done! Cutting a bloody swap through all of RRQ, such that Monyet at 5 health. He's got no business even trying to win the round for his team. RRQ are going to drop a third consecutive round.
Too scared to even attempt to go save that op with the low HP. Playing it safe, getting out with the rifle
I saw you with the homie.
Jemkin gets one, but it's too little too late when he does.
At this rate, Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
No, the bank is absolutely outrageous for them. Spring going to have a Viper's Pit into this next round. You have Lysol one away from getting the lockdown. Juicy at some point pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been outrageous.
สปริงกับจุยซี่มันว่ะ
ของหมด
อิน
นะ
ดิวิดูสกิลกินขาบRRQ อ่ะ
ของหมดแล้ว คิวอะ
หรือว่าจะ2-0วะ
น่าจะ2-0
รูปเกมแบบ7 วินสตรีกแล้วอ่ะสู้ไม่ได้เลย
Done series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on
ปั่น
Icebox.
ป่วนไปหมดเลยอะ
Jemkin might not get it all back in his hands. He's saving this round for perhaps exactly that reason.
RRQ are just thrust into another tragic buy. Monyet with the hero rifle that he saved from that last round. Perhaps here, if they can get a cheeky kill, there will be an opportunity to commit the ultimates that they have. Kushi is getting close to that Hunter's Fury as well, just one orb away now. Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another first engagement, but it looks like he's just going to be flashed off this line by YU, and you're going to have Juicy swing out of this dark cover. Here it comes, forced to retreat.
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to linger. He knows that if a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well. Spring has just picked his moments, really bided his time until the exact timing to spring the trap. Dizzy over time, it catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover will keep him protected, allow him to retreat.
Yeah, Juicy doesn't really want to test it. Despite RRQ being on a weaker buy, Spring also could try and... Bro, what? The mosh pit for Crazy Guy!
Crazy Guy.
That is a devastating loss. Koshi now is going to start hunting for something. The clock is starting to bleed. Wolves are really slowing the pace down.
It feels desperate. They're letting
30 seconds
RRQ
left. Right there.
Scramble, fear the oncoming hit, get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill from Cushy.
Traded out. It's going to be a lockdown for the attack side as well. Both are going to be active.
Ooh,
Wingman's going to go and try and get a plant down, and Spring tries to get involved from mid. Juicy is there!
One enemy remaining.
And it's on Monyet! Again, he's forced out of it. This time, though, he's got no choice. He's going to deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The wingman getting broken. Monyet pressing forward. Duel against Lightstore. Dangerous to even offer him that opportunity.
Now they know. They know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, there's an attack, but Juicy delivers yet
ลากไป
again.
ครับ
He has been lethal on this attack side, or running over RRQ.
Wolves with multiple opportunities now to close out the match. And Juicy's at 22 and 14. Lights out of the last few rounds. Viper's pit for a Wolves post plant. It's time for RRQ to pull out all the stops.
For all the hype that Jemkin has gotten coming into this tournament, Juicy is showing us who the real hot prospect coming out of Pacific is. He has been unreal. Crazy Guy forced back by the Dizzy, and it's Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin. The first kill architect for RRQ, the star player, already silenced. Nothing's going right for this #1 squad from APAC.
And it seems like we're just going to go back to this same recipe for success from Wolves. They're slowing it down outside of A. patience. Allow RRQ to make a mistake and then swing over the top. There's the Dizzy. Juicy kept at bay temporarily.
With patience. Pinged out by the recon bot and doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Cushy's already out of the picture. Sufat is chilling on the nano swarm, wants to get that space. Why are you coming forward and now it's getting a little bit sloppy? Monyet and Xfero, last two standing.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all on Xfero to keep RRQ in the upper bracket. They don't know he's here. Sufat down on the timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel though.
ว่ะซีหนึ่งโดนรัวๆเลยว่ะ
All of his usual at his disposal. Can Xfero solve the puzzle?
ผู้สถานการณ์ได้
Around
เป
the
ล่า
corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position to trade should Lysor get information on Xfero's spot. He's on the move! And RRQ try to run with the Wolves!
ต้องบอกว่าดาร์คฮอสจริงๆนะวูฟโอ้โห
RQ ไม่มาเลยวันนี้ของหมดขอบคุณน้องคาปิบาร่านะครับเราดูคู่หน้าแฟนติกจะคืนสมดุลเดี๋ยวเจอเจนจีอะอะไร
มาม่าอินโด
กินต้มโค้ง
เอ้า
เดี๋ยวรอเจอกันคู่สอง
对来说
他们选我们以后，我就感觉我们能赢吧，我很自信，我很相信我的团队，我觉得我们能力可以赢下去。
To be honest, after they chose us, I think I'm really confident that we could beat.
วันนี้สถิติ100 ครับ
As I said before, we trust each other, and I really trust my teammates. I think we could beat RRQ in this matchup.
Hey, and you most definitely did. But the last thing I want to ask, we keep seeing you stand up after every round, every moment. How do we get you to do something else? How do we get you to like talk trash or
You stand up.
Throw some shade at the other team?
因为其实我们可以看到，在比赛里，你一直不断的在站起来，几乎每一回合你都会站起来嘛。也想知道，除去站起来以外，可能你有的时候会不会做一些其他的东西，比如说说一些垃圾话，或者说做一些什么样的手势呢？
可以带一些手势，我觉得是怎么带，我是看感觉。 如果我感觉来了，我再手势，然后我感觉来了，我就站起来，因为感觉很开心嘛。
อิชิเลียแตกเรียบร้อย
I could do something else maybe in the upcoming matches, and it's all depend on my feelings. Sometimes I feel
แน่นอน
like I
แตก
want to
แหละ
stand up, and sometimes I feel like I want to do some gesture to our opponents. It depends on the
คู่
feeling.
สองให้ใครเหรอคู่สอง
Guys, give it up one more time for Lysor and the Wolves.
คู่สองให้เจนจีไปครับ บิ๊กเอ็มแตกทั้งโลกไม่แตกหรอกคนให้วูฟเยอะ เพราะว่าวูฟมันฟอร์มดีจัดเลยไม่ใส่น้ำเยอะจังเลยเยอะดิหรือวูฟจะไปท็อป4วันนี้น่าจะเกมไว คู่เดือดๆต้องรอก่อนกำลังชิปหายแล้วพี่แอดมินทำเมาส์หาย ซื้อใหม่ดีวะ ให้คนหาให้ ว่าใครเจอ RQ บ้างนะไอ้คู่แรกใครวะเซนกับเหมือน G2 จะลงมาเจอ RQ ปะหรือไม่ก็ไส้ไหลเนี่ยสองทีมนั้นเคิร์ดปะทะเคิร์ด ไม่ด้วยนะมาแล้ววะขากล้องมันเป็นอะไรวะขึ้นเวทีแล้วครับ texture คงวันนี้เห็นภาพเลยเอาฟัเจอร์ยืนใส่ texture
อืมถ้าเจอวูฟน่าจะมันสุด
ไอ้พวกยืนนะ
ฮาเว่น
เหลือเชื่อ
เฮ้ย
กดฮาเว่นใส่เฟนาติก
บ้าปะเนี่ย เอ้า
เอา
เสิร์ฟเลยนะอย่างเงี้ยภาพไปเพื่อเล็กเลยอ่ะ
มันอาจจะแก้มาเปล่าคอมไอโซ
ความรู้สึกไปเพื่อเล็กมาเลยตอนแบนแมปอะที่ไปเพื่อเล็กจะชนะ
โซโล่มีของพี่
เนี่ยเป็นกังวลอยู่ในโซโล่อะตอนเนี้ย
รู้จักเปล่าโซโล่เลเวลลิ่ง
ของดีเลย
And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of Gen.G, do not forget, we're speaking about Fnatic and the Haven and whatnot. Gen.G obliterated MIBR on this map. It wasn't even funny, Mimi.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the off. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him. Walking down C, walking down A, getting forward lines posted with that operator. But because he's Neon, he's still gonna have super fast rotates, can switch a rifle with a teammate, and use that stun and that slide to be effective in the retake as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen.
ตัดเม่นเมาส์หาย
Fnatic,
ด้วย
the combo Viper Omen, you don't see that in the EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of practice on it, and they're not going to change anything.
Oh, pretends to be shocked, Meme.
ไอโซอัลฟาเจอร์อย่างนั้นเหรอ
โซโล่นายไม่รู้เหรอว่าคอมไอโซกับยูรูเป็นคอมที่ดีที่สุดของฮาเว่นอะ หือโอ้
โซโล่บอกเดี๋ยวก็รู้ครับ
เฮ้ย เพิ่งดูคลิปมาอยู่ไอ้วิธีแบบเวลาเราไม่ได้วอร์มมือใช่ป่ะแล้วเรามาเล่นแล้วเราสะบัดอะแล้วมันไม่ไปอะมันต้องให้ทำมือแบบโบเตอร์เมื่อกี้
ทำมือแบบบูสเตอร์
แล้วประเด็นคือวัคซี่มาตอบแพทแมนแล้วไง ว่าไม่สามารถชิปหรือส่งมาให้ได้ในทันเวลา
แล้วเมาส์มันหายได้ยังไงวะ
เป็นเรื่องแล้วไงทีนี้
งงว่ะ มันก็ใช้อยู่คนเดียว
มีอยู่นะบอกเพชรเมนเรียกแก๊ปมาไหม
and looking to get
วางอย่างนั้นเอาไปเก็บของมือ
Masters
สอง
trophy. The barriers dropping Toronto.
ไอเจสันขโมยไปขายแล้ว
To kick off this series.
เอาเว้ยพรุ่งนี้ฟิตเนสกินกาแฟฟรีเว้ยเอาหน่อยเว้ยแฮกเกอร์
Be here for Gen G.
เอาให้หน่อยครับ
กินกาแฟฟรี
Much noise. Alfier in the back.
Knock dart forward, try to clear any util. Hard over the top, not going to get a spot there on the ISO as the plant gets ready to come through. Reveal goes down, find a track across there with the
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยมั่วแล้วอันนี้
มั่วเลยนี่มั่วจริงมั่วจริง
on the peak. In towards the A
มั่ว
lane,
ทรงแล้ว
finds Foxy 9, both are dragging, finding. His current will fall. Ash able to get one, a little bit whiffy though.
โอ้
On the
ย
follow
เจ
up.
อโล่ไง
Cleans up the kill. Spike in hand, texture sliding back. Needs to be able to try to escape here. There's the peak. Shield, however.
นี่ไง
นี่ไงครับ
นี่ไง
And leaves Kayak now.
จะยังไงครับทีนี้
All alone.
มากินบอกซี
Try to
ซี
clutch
โล่
this
เพื่อน
out.
ไปวางเลย
Early maneuver by Texture to slip the net in towards
เดี๋ยวนี้ที่เก่งสุดในโลกตอนนี้
Crucial here for Gen G. Some
เป็น
patience
ใครไป
being
ไม่
shown
ได้
by Munchkin, the IGL as
ต้อง
well.
จริงครับไม่ใช่
Staying tucked here inside of window.
มากระเป๋าดองกับ
Kayak
ขัด
with
จักร
no util to speak of. And
ไม่
Munchkin
เช็ค
will just
มูนี้
find
ไม่
time
เช็ค
on the swing.
เรียบ
Gen
ร้อย
G striking first. They find the opening pistol on their map pick of Haven.
The Texture not letting go
สวยมากครับ
of
เท
what
ค
he
เกอร์
was doing during the Swiss group stage. He was
แต่ให้
absolutely
ให้ดูดทีนึ
fearsome.
ง
And a 3K to start the pistol. He
ให้เปิดเลย
drops down from
กาแฟ
heaven and then just waits it out. Outguesses Fnatic there.
แฟร์ฟรีอ่ะ
And this is a comp
กาแฟ
that
ฟรี
Gen G is
คนซื้ออยู่
experienced
เนี่ย
against.
คนซื้อ
They
ปิดไมค์
played
อยู่
T1 in kickoff. They beat him on this map 13 to 5.
กาแฟ
So
ฟรี
they understand this double duelist, this Yoru ISO comp and how it wants to function.
And the desk was talking about it, how this is something that Fnatic's not going to be the most familiar with.
Correct.
We'll see. That does continue. It's a bit of damage out onto Crashies to start. Stack taking some forward space in mid. We'll just end up gate crashing away as Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
Alfier with a Sheriff though, gonna come over, try to help out his Sova.
But does he sense that he's already this far forward into the site, missing each other now, spotting it? Alfier
โอ้โห
just managed to find a
เป็น
headshot.
เรื่อง
Decent read though from Foxy
ฟ็อกซี่
9. Catches the tucked in Sova.
I'm out of here.
Cleans up the kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needs
Foxy
to back up.
9
Will be able to avoid that paranoia.
เฮ้ย
It's even more damage to the smoke, and
นี่
eventually
ไง
Extreme is able to find him. Flushing him into the open. Still a
ผมได้
sheriff
คำเดียวว่าเหนื่อยครับ
Foxy
เฟ
9
นาติ
can
ก
afford to lose another player can Gen G.
ตึงเปี้ย
See what the game plan is going to be for Fnatic as they slowly creep forward.
Oh!
Oh my god,
Hey!
the second
Hey!
shot is absolutely disgusting. Crown will find the two.
ยิงแบบนี้
Gen G get the anti-eco.
Yep. And this is kind of a lot of what Gen G wants to do on the map. Let Munchkin roam around a bit, try to find that open space, try to find the weaknesses in the opponent's defense and make calls off the back of that. So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the
แบ็คคอฟฟี่น้ำ
ISO
ผึ้งนะ
still
เพื่อน
on A.
หวาน25
ยังไม่จบ
Gets the
แหม
kill on the
ยัง
Crashies.
ไม่จบ
And now we go into the rifle round here for Fnatic. The bonus for Gen G, pretty fearsome. In fact, an outlaw for
หวาน
Munchkin.
25
The player is going to be
เอาหวาน
one shot to
125 พี่เอ๋
Guardians
เอาหวาน
are
ร้อนเลยไหมเจ๊หวาน
always
เจี๊ยบเลยอย่างเงี้ย
ไม่
always scary in the Gen G players.
ถ้าพี่พรุ่งนี้พี่ยามไปสั่งก่อนสั่งก็125
โอ้โห
Sova stuff here on long A.
แค่หวานร้อยก็แบบหวานไม่รู้จะหวานยังไงแล้ว
Spot out there from Crashies. This time able to slide away without suffering any damage.
นึกว่าซดไอ้พวกแบบว่าโซดาที่แบบ
Tucked in Cubby.
Có sụp
Back down
nấm hỏa
towards
đấy.
the sewer. Looks like the TP is
Đấy,
smoke
hiện
start
gặp-
coming through. One
แต่
cycle
ว่า
out.
ดูดแบบลืมคนนะพวกโซดาผสมน้ำหวานนะ
Clear the drone there. That's going to keep Gen G
ดูไปพูดแรกด้วย
wanting to
โอ้โห
scale into the site.
ไปหลับ
At least
ล้วน
initially.
คนได้
A
ไม่ทั
little
น
bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over in garage. Might be able to relay some information that things are relatively quiet. I've got a tripwire in front of me. And that's going to be the plan here. Just wait a little bit. And then they can clear that trip and spring their trap.
All quiet on the seaside front, and Gen G, they do like the pump fakes of Fnatic, not really sending any rotations quite just yet, so everyone going to get in position here at Garage as well as Long. Clear the trip, get ready to go. Smoke's now coming through. Tells Fnatic everything they need to know. Bit of a gap here on that smoke, and Texture will get caught off guard by it as
เอ้า
Chronicle will find the opening kill here in the
โอ้คาร์ลอน
anti-bonus. Turret set up, and
สมม
Texture
ติไป
being
ดู
on
ทำเพื่อน
always
ตาย
going to
นี้
be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
bot coming back.
Still got some firepower. A little bit of time, but
คนเช็ค
Fnatic
เราได้บอสไปด้วยดิ
from a lot of
ยุ่ง
different
เลย
angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared, but does actually get the spot on a
เห็น
Foxy
หมดเลย
9.
ครับ
I know that he's going to be playing forward in towards the smoke. Not looking to spam him out quite just yet. Foxy able to drag across one, cannot find the other. Ash, Taron now. The 2, the 3, quickly.
น้ำหนึ่งไว
That's going to be 3 players
ห้า
surviving
หลอน
Fnatic.
เฮ้ยโบเตอร์ยืนใส่แล้วว่ะคม
Boaster just
มีแกปต่อส
sent
โม
a
ก
little love over to the other side of the stage,
แอร์
but
เตอ
this
ร์ยืน
is
ช่วยไหม
really good stuff from Fnatic. Good patience, good retake, not really giving much up. I mean, I think here for Genji, I don't suspect that smoke was intended to leave that extra little gap. A little bit of a mistake from Karan, but all's well, that ends well. Fnatic, just a nice flood there. You know, it's going to be pretty typical. Let the ISO go first, pops the double tap, throw some flashes, use the Sova util, and then just flood on in there.
ไม่อะ
Explanation of not being able to fist bump. Seems like high fives though, still on the cards. As a long bot going to be situated here in window. Genji wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from Kayak.
บอกว่าเขาให้ไฟไม่ได้เขาเจ็บมือ
I think they're aware,
แพลตฟอร์มมันปิด
trying
ไป
to
แล้ว
spam it down.
Bosa finding Munchkin. Just pushes forward and Seward does catch the enemy IGL. Critical target to be found. Viper out of play pretty much makes that A side unassailable because they don't have the wall to try to scale off of. Slow creep up with texture around the corner. Gun barrel might have popped out for here.
อุ้ย
มาเจอเฮ้ยหมุน
Cutเลย
Counter swing is there. Texture trades it back, but still going to be a player disadvantage here for Gen G as they get ready to have the spike planted. There's Fury going to be online. Question is, can Ash get into a disconnected position to try to actually utilize this?
คนมือไม่ถึง
You already have Foxy 9 watching long. Seems like Ash is going to have to stay put.
No smokes either.
Slow creep in. Texture swing around the back, able to find one. Recon at the ready. And it's going to be the triple approach here from Garage. Being able to note 2.
โดนแล้วน่ะ
Shots in. Spot out here on the Chronicle, but not too much damage taken. Regen armor refills. Paranoia going to be dodged. Ash pushed out.
โอ้ยเป้า
Swing. Texture
เอ้า
cannot stabilize.
Texture
Monster gets the better of him now. It's down to
ไว้ใจ
Fox
ได้ครับ
9.
คนนี้
Tap
เฮ้ย
with the defuse. Some spray to come through.
นี่ไว้
Chronicle
ไว้ใจได้
Fnatic. They tied things up 2-2 very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of shakiness here from Gen G in some of their individual plays. Munchkin losing against Boaster. That's going to be an actually really crucial battle across this map. Is keeping track of Munchkin's position. It's a setup from Crashies with the
ทำไมอยู่
recon
ดี
dart.
วันนี้
Very nicely done.
พลาด
Winning against
ไม่หยุดเลยวะ
Texture.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวก่อนนะ
No easy feat as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for Fnatic. And Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. Just some big
คือรอบ
individual plays
รอบ
now.
สวิตช์
Out
คือแบ
there
บโอ้โห
has the
แบบ
ISO wall.
เฮิร์ตพี่เลยหรือ
ไป
เปล่า
หมดเลยนี้แบบพลาดตั้งแต่
Very
บี
scary.
แรกๆกันอ่ะ
He is, of course, one of the best riflers out there. Texture making a little bit of
เฮิร์ต
noise.
พี่เลย activate
That's the Phantom to try to lead the charge. Alfier at the ready here. Send that undercut. Chips it through. We'll get
Top
zoned
เลย
back, so can't try to play off of it with any spam.
เบรกอย่างนี้
G
จ่ายสกิล
We
ฟรีครับ
evacuate
เอ็
the
นจี
area, slide back through window. But now you've got Kayak slid forward here. Ult going to be coming through. Kidnaps one away. In the meantime, this Yor is striking. Kayak going to be good for 2 much. He's going to be taken down.
นี่มันดวลคนไม่มีปืน
Crashies on the peak from Sewer. Cleans up the other. Now it all just comes down to counter position noted. Fights back for 1. Worry about the flank coming down through A long. Has it
รอ
from
บ
the
4แล้ว
shadows,
ล่ะ
but
เพื่อความมัน
1v3.
เล่นน้ำเขา
Try to commit for that.
It'd be a big gamble. Sights are open on the other side of the map, but Chronicle's waiting.
Just holding the line. Karan drifting ever closer to it. Gun barrel going to be spotted. And Chronicles lurk. Pays dividends. That's going to be Fnatic now taking the lead 3-2.
แต่
I
ขอบ
think we're
ฟิก
starting
น้ำผึ้
to
งมะ
see
นาว
why
นะ
they
ไวเปอร์
elected
เด
to
มอน
go to that defending
แต่เขา
side
นึกมะนาว
first.
ใช่ไหม
Yeah,
โอ้
this
โห
is a
มีมะนาวด้วย
phenomenal setup here.
หวานเท่าไหร่หวานปกติหรือเปล่า
Using the ISO utility. First you use the vulnerable to back them off of B.
หวาน
And then you
650
use the ult
จะจัดให้
to
200 เลย
keep Kayak's
โอ้โห
position
เรื่องหวานจริง
hidden. That is a
หวานเจี๊
really
ยบ
smart setup from Fnatic. And Gen G completely bamboozled
That's
by
what I
it.
like to see on the stage, baby.
Nice, boy.
Absolutely.
Good,
Well,
clean
we've seen
fight.
how
Kayak.
important.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby.
Get to hear it twice. How important these emotional leaders can be. and have been for the teams thus far here at the tournament. He's going to be left wide open, though. His fast line going to be set, but Fnatic quick to try to rotate over and get into position.
เทคเตอร์มันก็ดูแยงๆอยู่นะกลัวแท็บ
Still there.
ว่าดิพี่แท็บไม่ยังกวน
For Gen G.
While there on the floor, does get cleared, and Kayak again coming away with the goods, but Munchkin's going to be dead. Crashy sends out the Hunter's Fury. He's looking for the double pump, but able to have it. Foxy 9 taken down as well. As Texture falls, Caron spraying and praying, trying to get the enemy Yoru's full flashed out. The wide swing is not going to bear fruit this time. 4 rounds in a row, Fnatic starting to run away with his defending half.
Yeah, the util combinations are really, really strong for Fnatic right now. The Hunter's Fury there, brilliant. Right as the plant is being attempted, I mean, you could see in some of the hesitation from Gen G, they knew something was coming their way, and they couldn't dodge it all the same. Another big win out on the flanks against Munchkin. He is generally very, very difficult to deal with. He's very tricky, very wily in his movement, and his aim is incredible, but so far Fnatic has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second shot? Instantaneous with the readjustment, and that leaves Texture Caron dead on the floor. And any hope of pulling off a thrifty here has very quickly been shut down.
โอ้ขจักตื่นว่ะลำบากแล้ว
We've seen it in the EMEA, how electric Kayak is. That right there, just a microcosm
ลำบาก
of what he's capable of.
เจนจีดูอึดอัดไปหมดเลยวันนี้ไม่ค่อยกล้าแบบไม่ค่อยกล้าซิ่งไม่ค่อยกล้าทำอะไรแล้วเลย
Space to try to push up, but
เสียเชิงเลย
He's on the jump peak. They don't find value here.
ทำไมเลือกหาเว้นเฉยเลยอ่ะเสิร์ฟเลยเนี่ย
That's going to be really tough. Even thinking a 3v5. Much hope here for Gen G.
Spotted there. Munchkin does manage to push forward, finding one. Snakebite not getting the connection here, and Crashies does. And shot flies through. Despite really realistically unable to be planted here for the moment. Ash able to find a little bit more impact. Alpha here with the shield will go ahead and lead the charge. Continuing to shove them back. 5-2 now. It's Gen G. We're going to have to be contemplating a potential timeout.
Yeah, I really think you ought to take one, at least just to give the players a little bit of a breather here.
ไม่เป็นไรลาเป็นพกพี่
Cool Fnatic's Jets.
นึกถึงหน้าพี่เล็กไว้
The way they're stringing this util together on these retakes is so good. So many times we're seeing Gen G players have to shoot the clone because there's a flood of players coming through an angle, and they're trying to lock it down with just one. There's going to be a lot of ults here. Still the dimensional drift for Kayak, but on Gen G's side, 3 really important ones. You never know when Karon's out might come into play. Texture sitting on his overdrive for quite a while.
Quick TP and Munchkin getting the read on this push out. Find Kayak. Lobs in the poison orb as Shock Dart try to clear out.
ว่าเป็นนิมิตหมายที่ดี
Set up and here at the front, but helps be pre-fired. Foxy 9. He's come away with that elimination. Jump up over the top here.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหโปเตอร์เอาเลยเหรอ
Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at garage. It's the firing squad waiting on the opposite side.
โอ้โหมาแล้ววะ
Munchkin steps up to
มา
the
แล้ววะ
plate.
เจนจี
Himself a 3K. Gen G break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed round here for Munchkin and Gen G. Able to just outguess his opponents. Just kind of understanding their tendencies where they've got a big lead, so they might try to get aggressive on the flanks. And he's just going to hold the angle. Quick spam early. Poster with the operator. Couldn't find any value from the back of Plat. That's a huge pickup for Gen G. Didn't have to expend many ults. Just Karon's was used there.
Quick feed, quick trigger.
Maybe didn't even need to be used, but now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle. Kayak still with the
ต้อ
dimensional
งไป
drift.
ต่อครับ
Relay to try to
ตี
sway.
เน้นๆครับ
เฮ้ยมาวะมาแล้วครับ
เฮ้ย
Gonna be caught with util in hand as Texture scoops up his 3K. But Crashies the damage dealt there on the intercept is absolutely monstrous.
เอ็ดหรือเปล่าเทคเจอร์
Kayak so fast here on this rotation. Is Gen G going to be ready for it?
In all likelihood, no.
Don't lie,
Texture
Nelly.
is staring over towards the angle. Eyes on it from the hell position. Is now they have it confirmed.
พี่รู้ตำแหน่งหมดแล้ว
Swing out. Ash
โอเค
finds the
ครับ
headshot. Dimensional drift has come through, but Kayak is now
ไปดิ
left to his own devices. Cuts back just around the box.
อย่าบอกนะขจัดอย่านะ
ไปดิ
Sends the fake.
นั่นไง
Isolated now. Fastlane going to be set. Trying to fish him out.
เจอ วัดกันไปเลยครับ
Tiny bits of damage dealt. 8 bullets remaining in the bag. Gets the spot out. Texture just trying to play with time. It's a ton of damage. And he will sprint away down into the
เกือก
cover.
เชิงหนา
Needing to have the defuse.
โอ้ยยืนเฮ้ยยืนเลยเขาเนี่ยหมอนี่
เอาด้วย
ว่ะดีว่ะยืนกับเขาเนี่ย
What a bonkers round. It looked like this had Gen G
แม่งเล่นมากี่คนไม่ยืนมันยืนใส่ที่โบ๊ท
catches 3 players right on the timing there. They're looking to clear util. And then Texture had had enough, and he played that brilliantly at the end, using that neon movement to buy the extra time he needed.
เฮ้ยมันเรียกให้อัพเตอร์ยืน
Had to be stuck.
ไอหมอนี่มันเบ็ด
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see out of these 2 teams.
เอ้ามุมเดิมเลยแม่ง
You can't flush him out of this spot. He's just too clean at it.
มุมเก่งว่ะ
Gonna have to throw some util his way. Can't just outduel him there. Oh my.
What's that mid to box aim labs session that he's got set up?
มันโหดจัดเลยว่ะคัตจักอะ
ของแพ้
Just like that, might have taken away any momentum. The Gen G were starting to build up. Blinding. Those who sense the paranoia, quick tuck in. Crashes to reposition. Continue going for the peaks, and that smoke, he's able to still get a glimpse of them both. Foxy will still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that Omen up over top of the box.
No aggressive maneuvers from the rest of Fnatic. Both Alpha and Kayak still sitting. Press forward by Gen G.
Trying to get the pre-fire there is Munchkin, but Tragic goes unpunished. Foxy not on a push, however, is able to find one, but Chronicle quickly does shut it down. You've got the 4 players from Fnatic still basically here on site and standing tall. Karen forced to run away with just 20 seconds remaining. Not much of a go to be made here. Just stay tucked and try to see if he can pick off anybody to keep his life intact. Otherwise, Fnatic
แค่เดิน
maintaining
มา
the
ยิง
lead.
2 คิวอะแบบ
Themselves to 6 here on his defending
เห็น
side.
คัตจักยิงป่ะ
ใช่เหรอ
มันทำอย่างนี้2 รอบแล้วนะ
Seconds still to spare.
โคตรแม่น
As the clone goes through, Karen well aware of this
ไม่
position.
ยิงแบบคลีนมากอะจึกแบบหายไปเลย
He's very quickly going to get overwhelmed. Fights back for one. So there's the swing. It's the other, but Crashies eventually will be able to collect.
กระจับมัน
That's huge.
น่ากลัว
A little bit of economic damage done there
เหมือนปลดล็
by
อกแล้วอะ
Fnatic.
มันผิดฟอร์มจากตอนที่แบบแรกๆเลยนะที่เข้าอยู่ปกติ
มันฟอร์มนี้ตั้งแต่ตอนที่มันคัดมาแล้ว
ใช่
ปลดล็อกแล้ว
Ridiculous Kayak.
แต่มีช่วงนึงพอตอนมาอยู่ในทีม
You're
เนี่ย
gonna
ดู
challenge
แบบ
that
เงียบ
angle.
ๆไปนะ
You're gonna have to
ตอน
come
ที่
up
เพิ่
with
งมา
more
ตอนที่
answers
เพิ่งมา
for it for Gen G.
ต้องปรับตัว
Because he
แต่ตอน
just
นี้คือ
is
แบบ
too darn
เดื
good
อดจัด
and
เลยอะ
timeout
โคตร
actually
น่า
gonna
ก
be
ลัว
popped by Gen G. Talk about what's going on. I mean, a lot of it.
เมื่อกี้ทิกเจอร์มันวางงาน มันจะให้อัลฟาเจอร์ยืนนะมันชี้ไปที่อัลฟาเจอร์แล้วลุกดิ
เขาไม่รู้ว่าเขาจะยืนแล้วเป็นเรื่องอ่ะ
มันรู้ไง ยืนแล้วเป็นเรื่องมิสเตอร์4 คิว
Of these rounds on the attacking half is going to be, and they know that they are facing into 4 ultimates in the hands of Fnatic.
Absolutely. You want to talk about how to maneuver yourselves around that Hunter's Fury, around the ISO ult in particular. You know, have plans. You know, you'd love to get Texture into that ISO ult. That's obviously kind of one of your main goals. Alpha playing so far forward there. They're going to challenge this angle again.
Here comes Kayak. There to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Finding value. Karen does manage to trade one, so the ISO ult not going to be a concern here in the round, but let's save that for the
สู้
final
หา
half.
เรื่องเทรดแล้วแบบ
Fast
ได้
lane
เปรียบ
set
ตลอด
Texture at the ready. Slides forward, catches a spot there on Chronicle, and eats a ton of damage. Take right through the corner as they try to flush him out of this position. Chronicle not quite going to be able to fight back for any more than that.
เป็นหลุดเป็นหนึ่งแล้ว
Can't even get the plant down though. So much util being thrown their way.
กลับมาสู่เกม
And there's a wide wrap from Crashies.
Seems like they want to try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gun Barrel has been spotted. Foxy 9 tripping right into the
อุ้ย
corner.
เฮ้ยเวอร์เกิน
Kayak
เฮ้ย
just tears them limb from limb, round after round. Karen now
บ้าจัด
with everything to do to try to make this timeout find some value, but Crashies on this reposition. Seems like it is loosely read, but no. Peeks into the link, meets his demise. Fnatic guarantee a lead at the half as they hit 7.
Last round in the half.
And even more devastating here for Gen G. Their economy was shattered. They are only going to be able to buy a couple rifles coming into this. Do not have a ton of cash in the bank there. And Fnatic has done a phenomenal job here to start, and they're coming in with all ultimates to bear. Everything you could ever want here for Fnatic.
7
And Gen G
4 ตาย 7
is a
13 ตาย
real
7
uphill battle coming into this round. They have a
อันติ
couple of their own,
เต็ม
but they got to get there. They got to get to the plants. They can't keep challenging this mid position.
Deck is certainly stacked against him, and already Foxy 9 eating damage on entry. Kayak once again feeling good about this position, and he is finding value once
ดูเลือ
more.
ดแอดดิ
Clip to the side of the head, 7 health here on the Sova. Poster gonna go for a quick peek. Checks in over towards Sewer. He's managed to catch a glimpse. Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over the top. Up here, able to tuck back, clear of the tripwire. But no closer to getting on plant here, are Gen G.
Oh boy.
Alpha Kayak now stacked up into the garage.
ปะทะ
The swing about to come through. Gunbarrel's going to be spotted into the dimensional drift.
ไม่ไหวตัวทันเจอกูเองก็ได้
Tini himself does end up costing Alpha his life as the Hunter's Fury's now coming through, just trying to guide them here towards success. Tucks in the cubby over at long. Karen going to be taken down as Crashies is able to find that kill. Kayak looks to try to get the jump here on the Munchkin. Will be able to do so. The headshot, instantaneous. Chronicle backside. They have no idea.
Spike down, C.
It's Foxy 9. The lockdown committed. The gate crash at the ready. A fake into the smoke.
หลอกนี้ก็ไม่ได้วางนะ
It reads it well that it's not for real. And now it's going to be pinged down and taken down. 8-4 Fnatic. Looking like the savior of the first seeds thus far here on Haven.
It's a masterclass in mechanics and a
น่าเอา
masterclass
ไปเยอะ
in
อะจาก
util
แบบ
usage.
เล่นด้วยกันอะหาบวกไปเรื่อยเลย
พี่โบ๊ทว่ะ
เห็นเป้าคัดจักเปล่า
เห็นเด้
เป้าดองมาเลยอะ ของดีอะผมมันเล่นดีมากนะเฟอร์ติกรอบเนี้ยคัดจักมันเสกเยอะเหมือนกัน
ฟอร์มแชมป์จัด
ใครชนะแมตช์นี้เหมือนได้แชมป์อะจริง
ฟอร์มแชมเบอร์
จากในลีกคมครับ
ค่าความกวนตีนอีกแคชชี่เยอะว่ะแสดงว่าแคชชี่นี่สายกวนหน้าตาก็กวนตีนเนี่ย
leading the charge, 16 and 15 with just 7 deaths on each.
It's a huge push out for Gen G. 4 players strong. They are just going to slow walk it down.
Boaster alone watching on this side. Does get the headshot on the Munchkin, but it's going to be Munchkin getting the kill. Survives with 22. That's going to lead everybody else pretty much sprinting forward into this A site. Alarm in the Nano. Going to be baited out. Fnatic seemingly reading the setup here from Foxy9. So now we'll go ahead and cut sound. Given the tendencies of Gen G, Fnatic can pretty easily rely on the assumption that they've gotten the rotate out.
Yeah, no. This is very good stuff from Fnatic. This is how they like to play a lot of their rounds, not just pistols, but in general. They're looking to bait some utility out of you. They're looking to get a little bit more info, and they got that. They got that KJ util out of the way. They're going to try to make their way B.
Wall isn't raised. Swing peek coming through. Ash able to find one instantly as Kayak can take it down. And Texture finds Alphier. Paranoia since Crashy's reeling back. Wrapping around in towards Garage. Slow walk up from Chronicle. Just trying to see that they haven't skipped any beats here. Crashy's going to be caught, however. As there's the spot out into the final player with the spike now on the floor. Chronicle has it worked platform as all of Gen G get closer together. A couple taps in. The wide swing out, Chronicle. Good for one. Can't find the rest. Gen G take another pistol win.
ขนาดแพ้พกไปกลับมาเนี่ย
It's crazy to think how important that pistol round win is for Gen G. Winning their first, but this one, a nice call by Munchkin. This is just really good understanding of their opponent's tendencies. You'll see this all the time in EMEA with Fnatic, where it's push and pull. It's find a little bit of util advantage one side of the map, go back to the other side, see what's going on there. Gen G's Munchkin reading that a lot of the way. They even get the first kill on the Boaster there, sending that 4-player push out.
Speaking of Boaster, might be looking to get a little bit cheeky here. A Shock Dart does find an immense amount of value. 3 players going to be tagged up. A little bit answer back onto Ash, who's going to pivot around. Check towards sewers, but has some reinforcements coming through. Since the drone has to go for the quick cancel. Munchkin able to find 2 as the bite connects. Crashies does end up falling. Once again, it's going to be Chronicle. This time, Chronicle finds the kill on the Texture. It'll be a flawless as Gen G. Once again, able to find the anti-eco, but this is where the wheels came off in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks very good for Gen G in terms of some crisp shooting, some good decision-making. Ash not overcommitting here. And then using his util nicely. Munchkin, very on point as always. The Viper, Texture, good for the last 2.
สมมติว่าถ้าแบบ
Guardian.
พวกเนี้ยพอมันเป็นเล็กแข่งอะแล้วมันเฉลยว่ามีคนละเมาส์แต่คนในทีมเมาส์ไปซ่อนอะแค่ปั่นเฉยๆรอมันซ้อมก็คืน
Bulldogs, couple Guardians, and a stinger for Munchkin.
หนักเลยนะ
They're just playing a little bit slow off the rip.
ใครจะไปคิดอะมันก็เป็นไปได้อยู่ดูแต่ละคน
Boaster, if he just comes back pedaling out of this smoke, certainly is going to be dead to rights. Karan, though, swinging a little bit still he's going to be rewarded with the kill. Attempted the ADS. Boaster does manage to come out on top.
XLG เจอ G2
eliminated, but that's one of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly causing the fall. Does come across. Munchkin able to go ahead, collect that elimination. Scoops up the weapon. We backpedal through the wall to safety here on the B site, keeps it down to a 3v3.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicle's going to be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Helps even up the weaponry advantage. Foxy9 potentially going to be tasked doing a lot here, but a bit of a misguess by Fnatic on where the KJ util would be. It's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed by Fnatic.
Catch Foxy on this angle. Alphier gets caught off guard.
30 seconds left.
So there's going to be more pressure coming out of the garage. Munchkin swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided with the dark. He's able to find that ping, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin in the perfect place at the perfect time. And Gen G this time get the bonus conversion.
อันนี้แหละของ
The
เบรก
game
ทำให้
sense on Munchkin is incredible.
โพซิชั่นมาร์กินมาช่วยทัน
He had a little bit to say there to Fnatic at the end of it, but Karan, at least good for the one and done. But that play right there by Munchkin changes this round. And he's able to find that flank angle as well. Foxy9, just great positioning there. Getting his kill, using his turret to back off into safety to make sure he doesn't give himself up for free. To set up his IGL to swoop in from behind.
เจอนั่งนิ่งเลยพี่
มันโดนแน่เลยมันโดนกำกับไปแน่เลยอ่ะ
ห้ามยืน
รอบ
ห้าม
ที่แล้วที่มันยืนแล้วแพ้อ่ะ
อย่าคิดไม่แต่จะยืน
That extra player in the right place at the right time. That kill in a Chronicle, for
โอเปอเรเตอ
example,
ร์มาแล้ว
so far has been very impactful.
ต้องโอเปอเรเตอร์เข้าแล้วราวถัดไป
Everybody else has
มาแน่
rifles, some stingers.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here from Fnatic.
Okay, they're investing a bit into this round.
A bit more oomph behind it.
Standing ahead.
Poster again with this early TP into a smoke, looking to see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of that long A angle twice, but deep recon dart doesn't catch anybody from Fnatic, but let's see if they want to try to take a little bit of space off the back of that. There's going to be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by Fnatic, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to, tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic screen available as a potential escape tool. So got to be very diligent, like what I'm seeing from Boaster and Fnatic. Really good awareness of some of Genji's tendencies.
I have the spike. Less than a minute remaining. A couple players about to cut their way out through window here. There's a kayak. Eating the dart. Gate crash now going to be sent forward as Alfier sent on solo exploration up towards this B side. Wall going to be raised once again, but Texture clearly anticipating this pressure. Backs off, has Munchkin on the flank there at the A connector, but see the ping coming down. Fnatic are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
Up to be cycled. Bam. Opened up to try to find anything. Widely found. Texture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be repositioned, but
จับคนช้าครับ
managed to find Poster. Out doing him here, and now that pivot is going to be coming through. Just 13 seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture here inside of the window, and Foxy9 is trying to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able to find it, but the round is already over. The time is gone.
ไม่พลาด
Munchkin
แรงจัดสติง
Prime
เกอ
Limit
ร์
will find Pulp as Gen G continue now tying things at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the layers in this round for Gen G. Getting a good read here that this was going to be B. Texture playing this really nicely, being very cautious, giving anything up for free. Using that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin. And then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep challenging them, just keep delaying them, and that's all that matters. Now Texture has the op. Desk was highlighting it, how important that has been, and how impactful Texture has individually been with this weapon.
Chickle peeking out from Kayak, not going to be spotting anything. Texture, though, in deep, and there's going to be multiple players on the opposite side of this one. Still just a beat in. Kayak has the shot.
โดนแง้ม
เกมนี้ตอนคิดเลยโดนแน่เมื่อกี้
Puts Neon down on the floor. Gen G now be scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get multi-person ping out. Drone chasing forward, getting the spot there onto Ash. Forces him to reposition back. Undercut, Paranoia, both going to be sent. Ash wing to try to regain his util. Turns from the flash. Some shots coming through the wall. Going to be raised. Able to find that jump. Now the drone step is going to be lobbed in as well. The reveal is there. Munchkin. Nothing more to be done but die.
ยิงตัวปลอมหลบแปดตัวปลอมมันโดนแปด
From Foxy9 and Karan to try to see if they can turn the tides of this somehow in a 2v5. But Fnatic are absolutely entrenched. seems like there is no displacing and no chance.
เซฟดีกว่า
Willingness to try to go for this. Fnatic in flawless fashion, barring a hunt and a kill. Look to go ahead and regain the lead by
เทคเจอร์
one.
น่าซื้อ เอารอนะ
Finding success off the back of another just unbelievable opener from Kayak. He is so sharp. Unbelievable find for this Fnatic team. And they just had a good read on where Texture might be. And they just caught him off guard. And that's not easy to do. Very, very nicely handled by Fnatic. And I mean, it just feels like in this matchup that first kill is so important because the fundamentals on both of these teams are so good that they're not going to make any more mistakes after that. You can see there with Fnatic, it was the util to follow up there. Once they got revealed by the recon drone, it's a drone of their, or the recon dart, a drone of their own. And it is going to be, I think, a reinvestment into the operator here.
Yeah, enough cash to be able to afford it, so Texture just managed to get another. Go for a retake. The overdrive is still going to be there. Gen.G a bit ahead when it comes down to this ult cycle, given that they have two at the ready. Still a ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for Fnatic.
I'm going to put him at C this time.
Revealing area. It's going to be Chronicles territory. Seems like they miss each other a bit, and the cam just ends up having to be cleared.
Let's see if Karan's got the read on Boaster's positioning in these smokes. He's been doing this almost every round.
Turns from the flash. This time they're not quite prepared for it. Boaster does manage to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out. Karan needs to fight his way out. The bad situation is unable to do so as the pin is going to be invested from Munchkin. Blocking off this long position. Double tap shield expiring. Alpha trying to chase forward, trying to find that. As Chronicle needs the entry into Garage, but Foxy9's got the close angle held. That gives the player advantage here to the side of Gen.G.
Such a tough choice for Fnatic. No idea where the operator is.
Ash holding close. Check over the top. Closer. Being spotted. Spammed down through the box. Recon through the opposite side of the wall. No, doesn't go deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the Ash in the wall. Helps keep it protected. Munchkin's got the crossfire.
รออยู่แล้วไง
Peeking out of the pit. 9-9. We
ก็ติด
remain
ขาสั้น
tied up here
ไม่ใช่
between these two teams.
You can see
ก็ติดขาสั้นผมมีนะที่
Fnatic
บ้าน
had an idea that maybe somebody was pushed up at long A again. Kayak just not quite ready for it. Boaster able to
อี
finish the
โช
job,
ว์
but
โชว์ไหลไม่ได้
Chronicle
จะมาย้ำเอ
caught trying to lurk again.
ตบเล
เอ็น
ย
จีมันเล่นเป็นระเบียบเลยดูแบบ
So
หลุดทรงก็หลุดไม่เยอะ
unbelievably patient sometimes. Foxy9, one of those guys.
ลูกพี่ใหญ่คุมอยู่ไง
Aggressive play, good
พี่ใหญ่คุม
with his new role
ใคร
on
โซโล่อะ
he has really
โซโล่ไง
shown
พี่ใหญ่
tremendous ability to just wait
ไม่
things
ได้
out,
วันนี้
make the right
เชื่อ
plays
ฟั
at
ง
the right time on the other sides of the map. That was one of those moments for sure. A little bit of a different look here for Fnatic, trying to contest some of this long A space, so a deeper smoke to give themselves a little bit of map control on that part. And they are just really curious if and when Gen.G's going to start to get aggressive. Drone to
มอง
stop
ตอน
texture.
แรกก็คิดอยู่แล้วว่าสูสีแน่นอน
Pulls down the
แต่ไม่
10.
คิดว่าจะสูสี
Able to
ขนาดนี้
slide out to safety. Smooth criminal there from him, but makes it that much riskier for him to try to get back onto a line. Munchkin, same time, swinging around here at the B side. Smoke to be cycled over from Karan. Spam through the door, gets the nano out. Alarm bot still set up. Spotted a one, and Alpha's going to be taken down. Over at C long, Karan clearly catching a glimpse, is able to spam him out in the end.
You know there's two on C. You've seen
ก็ไม่
Fox
แปลก
and
ที่
Karan.
แฟนติงมันจะตบ
This is what you're going to try to
ตบ
challenge.
ที่มันจะถ่าย
For the moment.
แม่งฟอร์มเดียวกับเจนจี
Onto the side. Are going to be blinded out. Foxy,
ทรงแม่ง
however,
ทรงเดียวกันแหละแบบตบที่มือยับ
spotting at the gun barrel, but cannot find the kills.
เนี่ยสมแล้วที่มันต้องมาเจอกันอะคือแบบ
Looking to be the hero.
ใช่ไหม
ใช่
มันสมน้ำสมเนื้อแล้วที่มันมาเจอกัน
ถึงบอกว่าเนี่ยรอบชิงได้เลยคุณอะ
They take the lead 10-9.
จริงไอพีดิกผมก็ให้คู่เนี้ยเป็นจริงกันนะ
Complete confidence to swing into the
ใช่
site
พี่
here.
ให้คู่นี้จริง
He's
อะ
top fragging the lobby.
Yeah, no. He's just reading these situations so well. Knows he's got to bail out Foxy. Oh, the transfer on that second one onto Boaster. A little bit of patience
หลัง
there
ๆ
to
นี่ก็
readjust on the
เอาจัด
Chronicle.
มากิน
That is huge for
Nice,
Gen.G.
yeah, he
Going to
got-
keep the operator. You're going to have a couple ults, but
เขา
more
แฟดด้วย
importantly, it's going to be an eco for Fnatic.
Eco attempt to try to come through. That ult
เป็นจี
cycle
นำ
about
ค
to
รับ
hit critical
มัน
mass
จะที่
though
ตาม
for
มานาน
Fnatic. With that next buy round on the
ต่างกัน
horizon.
เหรอเนี่ย
Should be very well poised to try to still hang in here. You're going to have that kill contract, the dimensional drift at the ready.
Turret's in a bit of a different spot there for Foxy. Thought about trying to play aggressive off of it, but Owl Drone to back him off a bit. And they're just trying to confuse him a bit.
Oh, no, a little pre-fire does get some damage through. Kill still a ways away.
Fnatic
throwing some smokes at the ready. I mean, you have this full cluster up from Fnatic. It's just a matter of when do they pull the trigger on the attack.
Yeah, just trying to test the patience of Gen G here a bit.
Fight to the one side. Try to slow the approach. Undercut gets used. Munchkin watching. Karon clearly wary about this position. Gets across. Gets the readjust to find the headshot on the kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again is looking to cut them down. Holds himself another 3K. Gen G
เป้าแบบว่า
managed to
ฟิก
shrug
หัว
off the
ฟิกหัว
attempts of the Thrifty. Now one away from map point.
Man, Munchkin, he is on a mission here on this second half. Just unbelievable what he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites, just that little bit of extra delay.
เป้าแบบจิกเข้าไปก่อน
Understands that Fnatic has to make a move. And that allows some extra players to shift into positions to make sure that the garage window angle is covered. You saw Karan deal with Kayak up there.
โคตรตึง
Then him and Fox.
เฟอร์ติกบอกโอ้ยแม่งเจ๊นะจับให้คุณที่โลอีกอะแล้วก็ต้องมาเจอเจนจีเจ๊จัดให้ไงอันเนี้ยเฟอร์ติกเจ๊อยากให้คนดูคู่มัน
มีน้องบอกมากินหน้าเหมือนพีเอฟจัด
เหมือนทุ
น้
ก
อง
ค
ไม่
น
รู้จัก
จ
เอฟ
ริง
เจอร์หรอ
ๆมันจะมีช่วงที่ผมน้ำหนักขึ้นอ่ะผมก็จะคล้ายๆคนหนึ่งพอช่วงแบบว่าลงหน่อยหนึ่งก็จะเหมือนอีกคนหนึ่งสรุปเหมือนทุกคน
ตอนน้ำหนักขึ้นไม่เหมือนใคร
น่าจะเหมือนทิกเจอร์ออกไปทางทิกเจอร์มากกว่าเนียงเยอะกว่า
Positions, as you can see, plenty of half armors needing to be
ลง
purchased.
เหมือนสเตฟานเอา
The game plan look like here off
เห็น
the
แล้วหน้า
back
มัน
of
คนละ
this.
โซนกันเลย
ประมวลไปแล้วเมื่อกี้นี่ประมวลไปแล้วนะ
ที่ออฟเฟอร์มันเงียบกริบเลยพี่มันไม่มีแบบลุกหืออะไรเลย
ไม่มันเดินคู่กับไอ้คาจักรไงมันทำเกมด้วยกัน
ไม่แบบว่ามันนั่งเล่นเงียบกริบเลยแบบสงสัยโดน
ไม่ได้
บีบมา
แต่กูโดนพี่โบ๊ทโบกอะดิ ครั้งให้แล้วพี่โบ๊ทไม่พอใจอ่ะพอเยอะยืนอ่ะ พี่โบ๊ทแบบโห
ซิดดาว
สีหน้าออกเลยอ่ะ
พี่โบ๊ทก็จริงจังเกินลาเกียกลับมาเล่นแล้วนี่หว่าหาทีมอยู่
ไม่ไหวแล้วลาเกียร์
โอ้ยมันอาจจะแบบไปฝึกวิชามานะ
โหแบบฟ็อกซี่เหรอตอนโดนดรอปอ่ะ
ต้องให้ทนรอบก่อนค่อยฝึกวิชา ทำไมคู่ EMEA มันมีเทคพอร์ตให้เห็นตลอดเลย
คนเกาหลีที่อยู่แคนาดา
เมื่อไหร่จะเห็นทีมไทยไปบ้างวะแต่ช่วงแรกไปเยอะอยู่นะ ทั้งฟูเซนทั้ง X10 อะไรพวกนี้
ก็คอลิฟายเป็นอีกแบบไง
พอเป็นลีกเนี่ยโอ้โหหนักเลย เบส IGL นี่ผมให้สามคนเนี่ยแหละไอ้เน็ตแล้วก็มันกินโบเตอร์2-3คนเนี่ยวนเวียนอยู่อย่างเงี้ยแล้วมันก็มีช่วงพี่โบ๊ทฟอร์มดรอป
ตอนนี้อินเกมให้โน1เลยนะ ให้พี่แนท
พี่แนทจริง
ได้
ว่ะ
ใจสุดละอินเกมพี่แนทตอนเนี้ย ถึงผลงานทีมจะไม่ได้แบบโดดเด่นมากแต่
เหมือนแบบกูทำทุกอย่างแล้ว เป็นทุกอย่างให้กับทีม
ให้พี่แนทเลย
ฟิลน้องทีมเลยเป็นทุกอย่างให้กับทีมแต่เน็ตแบบสุดจริงอ่ะจ้างได้เน็ตไปเป็นเจลเหมือนได้นักจิตวิทยาไปอยู่ในทีมเนี่ยระหว่างเล่นอ่ะ ให้กำลังใจตลอด จริงวันนัดคนอื่นอาจจะเป็นเหมือนกันก็ได้แต่แค่เราไม่เห็น POV ไงโอ้แต่เน็ตคือจับภาพกี่รอบคือมันไม่หยุดพูดเลย
ไม่มีทาง
ช่วงแบบว่าเวลาว่างๆของมันอ่ะ
เพราะว่าแนทมันพูดแบบ มันพูดไม่เหมือนคนอื่นอ่ะ
พูดแล้วเน้นแล้ว
เหมือนเป็นพ่อแม่แบบสอนลูกอ่ะ พูดย้ำๆ นึกออกปะ มันไม่ได้แบบอินพุตอะไรเข้าไปใหม่อ่ะ
แล้วพี่เลยไม่ให้นาแองเหรอ IGL คนที่ขึ้นคอมพังอีกแล้วเหรอบ่อยนะเราอะ
คนนี้เข้าอีกแล้วเหรอ
คนที่ขึ้นอีก
ใคร
แล้ว
อ่ะ
คนที่เข้า บ่อยจัดเฮ้ยอย่าโพสท่าแอดปาร์ตเยอะ เดี๋ยวหลับจริงจังเลยยังเห็นวิดไลน์อัพใหม่วะอยากรู้จะตึงขนาดไหน
เขาบอกว่าอันนี้คือแผน B ของเอโรติก
โมเมนตัมเหรอเบรกโมเมนตัมเหรอ
แต่โมเมนตัม
ได้ด้วยเหรอจริงๆ ตอนที่เปเปอร์เล็กกำลังโดนคัมแบ็กอะพี่อเล็กน่าจะแบบว่าทุบโต๊ะให้คอมพังเลยนะแล้วแบบว่าให้เรียกเทคพอร์ตเบรกโมเมนตัม
กลายเป็นแบบหมดสิทธิ์โค้ชใช้งานเลยดิ
ผมจำได้เลยมีอีกครั้งหนึ่งที่ทุบจนแบบว่าโดนเทคพอร์ตแต่เทคห้องโค้ดงงเลย ยาวเลยวะอะไรวะเนี่ยสู้ EMEA ก็ไม่ได้นะ ไม่มีอัปเดต เอ้า เดี๋ยวนะ อ๋อ VTR เฉยนึกว่าแม่งแข่งอยู่มานั่งคุย ก็ชิลเกิน นี่คือเราอยู่ในอนาคตที่เฟนติกชนะแล้วเรามานั่งสัมภาษณ์ อ๋อ ไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่ ยังอีกเหรอ ตีสี่เดี๋ยวจะตีสี่เพราะเทคพอสเนี่ยแม่งอยู่ดีคอมคนนี้ก็พังเอ้ยมายังไงขออนุญาตนอนเลยอะเอ้ยเท็กเจอร์ซื้อออฟนะเห็นนะเมื่อกี้หรือมันมีอยู่แล้วนี่หว่ายาวครับ
and paper thin. I've got Mimi and Kakuka with me once again. Genji
ตัดเข้าพิธีกรแล้วพี่
and Mimi. 5 of those rounds came from
แล้วเจนจีฟิลกำลังมาเลยเมื่อกี้
had a pretty rough first half, but they've had great ideas on how to
จบเลยทีนี้เป็นเรื่อง
start by looking back at the
ฟิลกำลังมา
because I think they have a lot of really interesting ideas with this Neon, and Texture as a player is so good at taking those opportunistic timings of fighting deeper than a lot of other people did, and that's kind of what won them the first pistol that second round, and having that plus the pistol and the bonus in the second half is what kept them in the game to get this comeback going, Bea.
Yeah, absolutely, because that first half we saw Fnatic that was having a lot of ideas, we saw Kaya with a lot of aggression. I love to see that we're getting that from him, but as we see it right here, Mimi, I know that you wanted to talk about this pistol.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Because they go into what looks like just a B hit, and then they're fighting through their own wall. Texture packs all the way up into heaven, kills the A anchor, and then is running deep into CT spawn. Fnatic thinks it's an A hit, but he's there to backstab and get two. It was such a nice round, but Genji up after this second half comeback.
Yeah, a brilliant chance for Genji to close everything out as well. I believe the audio issue has been resolved, so it's time to get back into this game. Over to you, Seth and Clint.
Alrighty, that is right. We're told that everything is good to go. Toronto, can I get a hell yeah?
แล้วเว้ย
ไปมาแล้วเว้ย
11-9 the score as we get ready to see if Genji get themselves up to map point. 4 ultimates to utilize here for Fnatic as they go into this buy.
Such an important round. The economy as well on a precipice for Fnatic. They've got to get this one to go.
No deduction.
All the odds.
Spots it out. Still considering pushing forward, but is alone on that side of the map. In the meantime, Kayaks heads up with the dimensional drift, getting the spot here onto Ash. He's gonna have to go for the exit.
Ash.
Front side of the box has managed to get out to safety. There's Hunter's Fury.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Be set up here from the side of Crash. Kayak will strike for 1, strike for 2. Foxy 9, Ash both gonna be taken down.
เครื่องกำลังติดดับ
Some
เล
damage
ย
across as Texture gets himself situated here in heaven. Trying to see what he gets spot out as the cam gets cleared. But for now, 5v3. Texture getting tagged here by the drone. Have to back away. Munchkin.
ของกำลังขึ้น
And it's just
ปัด
Texture
กิน
and
แบบ
Caron.
กำลังแบบฮีทอะ
Trying to
เต็
see
ม
if
หล
they
อ
can
ด
somehow turn this on its head.
นี่แบบเริ่มนับหนึ่งใหม่
Look at Chronicle's angle right below Texture.
Ready.
Beautiful.
And waiting. Caron now, no other choice. Try to back away. I mean, some damage dealt here would make it costly, as the economy for Fnatic hasn't been the strongest.
NG แบบว่าโค
Talk
ตร
about
ดี
how important this round is. Ult's committed, not too many. They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize the
ตา
economy
คารอน
in
ไปโฟกัสไอ้นี่แน่เลย
economically flawless fashion. What I mean to
แปด
say
ใช่
is there we go. 1 round now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that you're able to keep that ISO ult for this follow-up round is going to be really impactful. I'm even seeing Gen G consider not going with the opposite, see what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional drift. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim. So a little bit cold coming out of that tech timeout.
That's going to be a good round to witness as a Fnatic fan. Texture being on an aggro line, full flash connecting, damage as well, going to be dealt.
close man
เกือบไปเรื่
Managed to escape with his life. He's going for an overdrive in the latter parts of this round, a bit more risky.
Yeah, you can see they're punishing his tendency to try to hold long A there. Some good util combos. So again, Fnatic finding some new answers for how to deal with this operator. Ash only going to see 1 player there. The Omen, though, leads you to believe that still could be A. Texture's trying to push forward.
Good amount of information that he's going to be gaining, though.
Does have the...
All quiet on this side of the map. Tripwire set up there at window. Let's see what he can get done just dancing around it for now. Gate crash going to be destroyed.
Gen G's got the read.
เฮ้ย
Ultimate Bay Chronicle. Peek into this. Texture finds the shot.
เจ๊เลย
The back line now going to be opened up. With Kayak going to be spotted. Some counter spray coming through. He falls low. Out the air in the meantime. Kill contract. Is the grab the counter. He's able to win the fight. Much get going to be taken down. Ash now striking from the cubby. Overdrive pop. The pass lane about to fall. Dancing around. Finds the shots. And Ash has everything to do.
เอาหน่อยแอชตายเฮเว่น
Worcester has the ult. He peeks across the map. Doesn't go for the cancel. Doesn't try to play any mind games.
พี่โบน
Like it's playing. He's just gonna blind fish for this one. He's hoping to try to find a tag. The poster eludes capture. The drop down, the noise made. Boaster tucked into the corner.
เช็ค
He has a recon online. Does he think about it? No.
ยี่แล้วเช็คว่ะ
A monstrous 4K.
พี่โบนหน้าเจือนเลย
Up
โบนบ
to
อกเชื่อแม่ง
map
ยืน
point
ใส่กู
here on Haven.
That has to be infuriating for Boaster. I think he read that scenario very well, but Ash just read it better.
Pulling off the Red Bull clutch yet again. Saw it from him in Swiss. It seems like he's
มัน
still
จะเช็ค
not
ตั้งแต่มัน
skipping a
เช็ค
beat.
ขวาแล้วอะ
Oh my
ถือว่ารอบ
goodness.
ครอบ
What a round there.
แต่ผม
Fnatic, I
รู้นะ
thought,
เพราะว่าต้องเช็ค
might
กิน
be able to take this with that early
ด้วยความ
kill
ไม่เป็นเจนจีอะ
by Texture. Keeps 1 extra player from the back line.
ต่อให้ตัวมันไม่เช็คอะแบบ
Able
เฮ้ย
to push
อะไร
forward
มี
onto
เพื่อน
A,
บอกให้เช็ค
and Ash was able to hold tight. A lot of damage had already been done to Kayak and Boaster as well. Boaster had a TP out of there. Just waving to him.
Wave to him. Operator still going to be in play. Turn on the flash, the peek, attempt the flick. Asher does not get taken down, but Ash does, but not before finding Kayak. So in the end, a 1-for-1 with Texture down to 14 health.
ไอ้บอสไอ้บอส
Overall, Fnatic do come out on top of that, given that they still do have Alpier. Try to give them a bit of entry power.
Yeah, they've still got some great ideas on how to layer that util. Texture down in sewer.
Getting out wider and wider on this angle. There's the peek, and there's the shot.
ไอ้ครับเราโดน
Likely not going to be anticipating the Texture.
โดนไปที
Would be so bold to try to go for that.
ใครอยู่ดี
Chronicle does manage to find him as the neural theft gets the ping reveal.
หลังมา
Telling
หม
a
ด
story
เลย
of this deep flank around the back. As we go into a 3v3, Fnatic looking for 2
ไม่
rounds
ยึดหอดิ
consecutive to keep themselves afloat here in the map.
แต่คารอนยังอยู่
Not a ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes from Karan. Nano for Foxy9.
Munchkin finds 1. It would give them a pit online as well. TP across the way from Karan. Boaster.
Cover going out.
Up in heaven. The other 2 playing back at the A connector. The paranoia at the
ผมมี
rest
บาย
of
โบ
time
เตอร์ครับ
starting to tick. Knows that they have them cleared off of this spike here for the moment. Looking for the hold. The dart going through. Karan going to be taken down. And there you go. Just a firing squad.
คือเจอ
Crashes collects
เจอ
the
โยนหมวก
final 2.
ไคเปอร์ไปคือรู้เลยหมดไม่มีภาพ
Not over yet. It's Fnatic 1 away from taking us to overtime.
Man, they just do such a good job understanding that situation. That neural theft so valuable from Chronicle. Oh, what a shot on the texture through the box too. Using that drone, a little bit of extra
มัน
info.
มันวางแบบว่ายิงได้ตรง4 ทีอ่ะแบบ
And then they're
เป็น
able
ไปไม่ได้
to
ที่จะ
set
รีเทคอะ
themselves up on the defender side of the map to defend that post plant. And there's just nothing Gen G can do. Trying to get a little tricky with some quick rotations around into the attacker side, but
This though, big bunch of attempt playing poster. He gets left out to dry. Paranoia now.
เอาเราไม่มีโบส
Just slowly drip back away.
ไงครับแต่ปืนเจนจี
Get in,
ไม่สม
they
ประก
get
อ
a
บเท่า
kill,
ไหร่
they get out.
and now Gen G wants to get proactive for that A main control. They're very successful.
Damage on the kayak as well as Munchkin is looking to try to just tear them apart. Nano, however, does end up getting cleared. Snake bite. No
โอ้
further
เทสแมน
delay.
ว่ะ
Trying to
บ็อกซี่อะไร
shout that alarm bot.
เช็คอยู่แล้วอ่ะที่ปืนมันลั่นไปแล้วอ่ะ
Found.
ไม่โดนแบงก็ดีแค่ไหน
Just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy9 still tucked into that corner. Drone doesn't see texture.
Just jiggling on the angle. There's kayak. Sends out a couple warning
สะดุ้ง
shots.
แทนไหนอัพ
She's ready to go here for the lineup. Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so Gen G
เห็
has
นแล้ว
to
เห็น
keep
แล้ว
it planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
โอ้โหโคตรไวอ่ะ
Checks, sees that it's a fake. Finds a headshot there on the kayak. Pushes
โอ้
out.
โหไม่ได้
ทำดีแล้วทำดีแล้ว
Shield gonna be reset though for
กรอบ
Alpha.
มันยังอยู่ดิรอขึ้นมองเพื่อน
Here on the wide angle. Spots it. Breaks it. Kills them off.
โอ้ตัวนี้คารอน
คารอน
It just crashes and
คารอน
knocks
คา
them
รอน
out. With not much time
10
to
วิ
work
ครับ
with. 12 seconds
จบ A
remaining
แน่นอน
on the
100 เปอ
clock.
ร์
10 seconds left.
Knows where one's at. Should have heard. Chronicle arriving here on the side. They need to push forward. They just cannot.
GG.
GG เลย
13-11.
พี่โบ๊ท
เกือบไป
พี่โบ๊ทตายห่าก่อนนี่คือวุฒิ
พี่โบ๊ทไปคนแรกเลยนึกว่าลูเซีย
ที่คุณลูเซีย ลูเซียอีกแล้วลูเซียบอกผมผิดอะไร
อะไรของมันวะปั่นจัดอะ
2-1เลยเหรอน้องขอบคุณพี่มุกนะครับสำหรับ200 บาทขอบคุณกาแฟด้วยนะครับขอบคุณครับพรุ่งนี้มีแข่งต่อด้วยครับแข่งใช่ปะสายล่างโซโล่อุ๊ยร้องแบบเจอเซนได้ เอาละครับ
That what he means by nothing special. We have seen this
เฮ้ยทำท่าจะหยิบเทโฮ
still sticking to that deadlock as you're saying. I'm a sucker for it. I'm really looking forward to
ลืมหรือเปล่าว่าเนิร์ฟแล้วอ่ะ
เอาแล้วไม่เล่นจริงพี่ พี่เอ๋ยลองฮะแล้วมันเล่นจริง ไม่น่าเชื่อว่าคนที่เล่นเทโฮคือเจนจีจีกดให้ G2
คน
ดู
ที่
ว่า
มันไม่เล่นน่ะ ปกติอะแต่มันดันเล่นน่ะ
กดผิดปะเนี่ย
มาดิอย่างเงี้ยมันเลย
อยากรู้ว่าจะทำยังไงใช่ไหม
อยากรู้ไง
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. Had fun with the first map. Tech pauses sign. How about you guys here, the audience? You have fun? Very good. Well, something I think that literally nobody expected. Tejo will be played by Gen G on Split.
This is a bit of a head scratcher in a way. I mean, you weren't expecting the Tejo to come through in this tournament, but on this map, I can still see it working. I can still see the value. The ult still pretty good. So there's opportunities here for Gen G, but it clearly isn't the same agent that it used to be. I'm wondering how you're going to set texture up for a lot of these hits on this attacker side.
Let's see if there's going to be a method to the madness here. It's going to be a quick hit into this B site. Texture finding first blood. Chronicle flushed over the side. Paranoia went flying. Texture is there to collect.
รีโหลดให้ได้ยินไปที
Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated onto the rafters, I do believe.
โพสแพนเทโฮไม่มีจรวดแล้วมันยิงไปแล้ว
กระโดดลงมาตัวนิ่มหมดอะ
You have so much util from the deadlock. You know exactly
แต่มันต้อง
where
จังหวะ
Fnatic's
เดียว
going to be
นะ
coming from.
เจนจีอะ
Has to be that slow creep through the alley.
น่าจะมีของ
Spot
position
checks,
อย่างดี
Texture able to avoid the damage. Sees the entry tower of Alfie who lands right on top of Ash. Just meant to find that kill. Team, however, getting cleaned up in the meantime as it's just Kayak. Taking the reload, needing to hit some nasty shots. Wide swing from
โอ้ทั้งตันทั้งอะไร
We'll put him down. Gen G, 3 for 3 on pistols so far.
I think Gen G's perfect in pistols throughout this event. Oh, they are. They are. They're
11-0 on pistols.
That is unreal.
เจนจีต้องเล่นแบบไม่ยึดจัก
And it's just one
แบบปุ๊บปั๊บ
paranoia.
ปุ๊บเข้าเลย
And you know, a lot of people, you think about deadlock on that defender side, you know, with how impressive the wall can be and the sonic sensors.
เอ็นติกไม่มีเซนด้วย
So much
ได้
value on
เล่
the
นอยู่นะ
attacker side,
ทีม
especially
มันไม่ค่อยจะหยิบตัวอะไรแปลก
and this is just Gen G able to really just gum up the works because you
ๆ
know
ด้วยว่ะ
when the barrier mesh
ต้อง
is
ใส่
going
มิ
to
นิ
be
ของ
clear, you can turn your attention that way. And that is just
ชมเลย
brilliant stuff
เล่นให้ G2 ดู
from Gen G.
มาทำเป็นแบบหลอกกดนี่กดจริงคนจริงเขากดจริง
Mid.
อุ้ยยิงก็เจ็บ
Tiny tap
ยิง
there.
โดนแม่น
On
อะไร
Munchkin
ขนาดนั้นนะ
Sol just to try to keep this position protected. Eventually does get red though.
เสียทรงเลยตัวคนนี้
คื
ขึ้
อน ว่าจะไม่เช็คแล้วเมื่อกี้เหมือนจะชิวแล้วนะ
มันเดินมาเหมือนแบบนึกขึ้นได้เอ้ยเฮียเช็คหน่อยดีกว่า
As the A site now wide open for the taking. Gen G will have the plan.
Yeah, that's theft by Munchkin.
เนี่ยมัน
เอามาเคลียร์สปอตได้เลย
ต้องจังหวะเดียวแค่เนี้ยโอเค
And now you
เนี่ย
can use
เดดล็อกเซตอัพจบ
all that
วาง
util from the deadlock to make sure they're not in screens. Alpha is going to catch Munchkin though. Trying to re-clear the space in sewers.
A little bit of an audio beat. Faking back. Texture. Watching here. Ash holding on a little bit of a deeper position. Is able to find
แอดเอาให้ข้างหลัง
Kayak.
สบาย
มันยิงการเดียนแบบ
Yeah, now it looks like
นักแข่งยิงการเดียนแม่นนะ
just gonna try to go and die to the spike here. Genji fanning out a bit, going to see if they could catch him, but seems like he's already slipped the net well enough. And this is a
โดนจับแข่ง
fantastic
ตำรวจก็ได้แค่
anti-eco
จังหวะเดียว
for Genji, keeping 4
อย่าง
guns
น้อย
over.
อ่ะเวฟละ2 ลูกก็ได้นะ
Finding that early pick.
สมมติมันมีกดได้2 ทีใช่ปะเนี่ยเวฟละ2 ลูกจบเลย
Throughout the entirety of the
โกรธ
round.
เหมือนเดิม
เล่นได้เลยนะ
ลองนึกภาพแม่งโพสแพนแล้วเหลือ2
โห
ลู
ก
ก
กันเดิมไม่มีดีเลยอะโหกกันเดิมเนี่ย
แต่มันทีมพวกนักแข่งมันคงไม่เอาไปไว้โพสแพนหรอกแม่งใช้จังหวะแรก
มันก็ใช้จังหวะแรกคอนโทรลแมปมาแล้วก็ใช้เข้าไซส์ทีจบแบบโคตรโหด
Stuff there from Ash.
เหมือนเดิมอะ
Texture just continuously watching that ramp, putting the Guardian to good use.
ฟ็อกซี่ยังไม่ได้ยิง
Full
ใคร
buy up there.
เนี่ย
Full half armors for Fnatic, but
เดินเล่นอยู่
A
ฝั่ง
little bit
ซี
of a smorgasbord here for Gen G, able to scoop a few rifles into it.
Snuff them out. Good amount of firepower here. Risky business for Fnatic if they're not able to deny away a bonus conversion. Not going to be caught by the net.
การแข่งแม่ง ING ขนาดนี้เลย
Comes here on the close angle. Texture finding one. Both going to be taken down. TP's going to be coming through, but
เห็นนี่
that
เลย
gate
ต้องไปเล
flash
ย
out is now Kayak. He'll
Ah,
force the
that's
call
not
for
bad.
the east side of the map. Took BP wide open.
เข้าแก๊ปเลย
So
เดด
nice
ล็อก
by Karan.
เดดล็อก
Really
เล่นเลย
nullifies Kayak's
เด
position.
ดล็อกฝั่งบุกได้
Now you got to
เรีย
clear
บร้อย
out this
เลย
barrier mesh
ดูดิ
to get onto
ไอ้
site.
คนที่ไหนเพิ่งได้ออฟ
You're gonna
ลู
know
กแรก
exactly how many people trying to play from this angle. Sees hitting the catch. Crashy's able to find the shot across onto Ash. Gets himself the headshot there.
มี
It's
ส
back
ตัน
to a 4v4.
ออก GT มามีตัน
Crash forward. Back of pillar, the drop coming through.
Oh.
Foxy 9
Hey.
cannot finish fast enough, nor can Texture. Karan gonna be full flash here. Backside swings in, is able to find one. As Chronic can take it down.
Hey.
Gets himself a second. Looks for a little bit more.
Hey.
And puts it down into the 1v1. Crashy's trying to follow the trail.
รู้ทัน
And he is able to find the kill in the end. Bonus conversion going to be denied. But Fnatic lose 4 players in the effort.
Oh my. I mean, Gen G, so fearsome in these post plants. Alpha with a great drop down. A great understanding of Gen G's positioning already off that pistol that somebody's going to be tucked underneath the rope. Clear that out really nicely. Ash was trying to hide down there with the
เกือบโดน
Tejo.
หมดอะเนี่ย
That was dealt with. That's huge.
ยืนสะใจขนาดไหนต้องยืน
Fired up.
ไม่ได้ไม่ได้
ไม่ได้
Need a little bit extra energy, and you can see how, kind of the duality of emotions there for the Fnatic coaching staff. Happy to get the round, but not the way it went down.
Yeah, rougher position that they would like to be in, but still the round win all the same. Out there, now one away from having a showstopper online. It's Gen G absolutely
นี่ถ้ามีระเบิดมาลงสักลูก
into this site.
มันเดินมันพุ่งหน้าไว้ด้วยไอ้แคชชี่เมื่อกี้
จัดอะ
มันทำแบบว่าเอาตัวพุ่งออกไปด้วยตอนกระโดดออก เดี๋ยวมันไม่ทันไงมันต้องเอาตัวเอี้ยวเลย
แน่เลยมันลืมดูแน่เลยเมื่อกี้นะ
One flash left to Prowler, and then Alpha's blast packs and a paint shell to try to make this flood retake happen.
Find it, they're ready here from Chronicle. Almost gets caught on timing. He's able to go ahead and avoid capture. Alfier wrapping around over towards Alpha. Punches him out.
อุ้ยแอช
Chronicle in the blink of an eye. Gen G
ข
strike.
อรีเพย์เลยครับตอนนี้
Counteracting the flood retake.
อย่าทุบเยอะเดี๋ยวเทคคอร์สจริงอย่าใช้ความรุนแรงเลยกับ
I
โต๊ะ
mean,
คอม
it's just so quick. Gen G so happy to take the open space and just get these plants down and get into these post plants.
นิ่ง
And
จัด
Ash doing a great
ทุกเม็ด
job
อะ
there.
บอกเลยที่ออกจากรางเพลิงอะคัดสรร
โดนหมด
Sight, right on time, right
โดน
on
ทุ
the
กเม็ด
money. You do have a showstopper here for Alpha. He's going to be the only one with a weapon with a Guardian. Big question, do you invest it? Ash got his ult off of that 3K.
Any kind of opening pick would make it a bit easier to pull the trigger on that showstopper.
God, that deep start. That has to
Push
have.
down.
รู้แน่ว่ามีมหาธรรมใช่ไหม
But here's the high low.
NG ชอบรออยู่แล้ว
Forsaken learned his lesson. Looking into something similar to this. We'll see if Fnatic ends up falling for a similar trap.
I mean, you can see that
อุ้ยมันกิน
Gen G
พอดี
knows that they've been taking some open map space.
เลื้อยป่ะ
And that Fnatic, part of the game plan going forward might be to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Always being made here on the jiggle.
Which can, I think, is undetected there.
Undetected unless you do get Kayak, who slowly creeps in towards the raft.
คนเรามันสามารถเดินมาถึงตรงนี้ได้เลยเหรอ
Munchkin seemingly
ในแรงนี่ไม่ได้นะแม่ง
มัน
ชอบ
ไม่มีเซนไงมีทามมิ่งอยู่แล้ว
ในแรงนี่ไม่ได้นะแม่งชอบยืนกันแต่ในไซส์อะ
Going to be set. Now no, Crashy's going to be situated here on the side as the Haunt gets out. Kayak going to be caught off guard. Munchkin now striking. Trap, working a treat. Swing out the Some second spike going to be dropped. Tries to go for the weapon. Texture.
เกือบเป็นเรื่อง
Already wrapped around here on the side. To find that elimination spots out the head of Alfier, who comes away with the kill. Ain't going to be sent. Reminder that showstopper still here in the back pocket. But no
ไม่มีบาร์แท็ก
ไม่มีแบ็คแท็กยากอยู่
on top of these players.
จะใช้ดีนะโอ้โหไม่ให้เล่นเลยมันกินถ้าเรากำลังแง้มเลยอ้าวแม่งตายไปแล้ว
A 4K from the IGL. It's Gen G move up 4-1.
ที่ใจมันทำด้วยแหละ ตรงนั้น
That's a heartbreaker against the showstopper.
โบทาอยู่
What is that? Just
โบทได้ฮาน
disgusting. He is absolutely fired up today. Looked like Fnatic might have a way back into that round. Crashies with a brilliant play around the smokes. A good timing to get into elbow, to get away from some of that early pressure that Gen G was trying to create and completely catch them off guard.
Still going to be no timeout seen here for Fnatic. Likely to be called.
กูแฟนทอม
This round, they're not able to
มี
find
แอชคนเดียวยัง
value.
เล่นอย่างนี้อ๋อแอชจะคาร์ล
The rifle purchase, but Salvo is going to be sent. Damage taken. Both are down to
โอ้โห
6. Still managed to fight back. Foxy 9 is going to be.
ไม่ต้องยืนเลยอะในไซส์อ่ะ
Let's get the trade.
เฮ้ยมันยัดเคโฮพี่
มันก็ได้อยู่นะดู
On
ดิ
to no one.
ถ้าดูมันเล่นแต่ได้อยู่
Here. Spike now being
เล่น
planted.
จังหวะเดียวไล่
Go ahead and make this even more unassailable for Fnatic. Reroutes them towards heaven.
เป็นติดบอกกุ้มใจในแบง
Still have the drone even here for Ash.
ได้
Maybe get a good
ต่างหม
reveal.
ดเลยรอบนี้
It's a save. It
คือ
makes sense.
มันเอาเทโฮมาเล่นจังหวะเดียวเลยจังหวะที่จะเข้าไซส์อะไอ้จรวดมันอะเคลียร์2 จุด
More to be done.
ก็เวิร์กอยู่แล้วตอนบุกนะ
ใช่ถึงบอกว่ามันต้องจังหวะเดียวเท่านั้น
Two
นะ
dead players. Economy in the
เป็น
dumps.
เวลากันเนี่ยจะลำบาก
It's
หน่
going
อย
to be a rough one for Fnatic. Struggling thus far here on this defending
Hey.
side.
Just a beautiful execute from Gen G. Finding
ป
some
กติ
good
เทโฮ
value out
มัน
of
เก่
those
ง
salvos.
ตอน
Keep
มันเล่น
that
จังหวะ
poster
เดียว
pinned
มาถึงมันเบรกได้เลยไง
in the back sight.
อืม
And then
Ini
just
harus
letting
back
Texas
เลยไม่ได้
do his
ก็
thing.
เนิร์ฟ
Just
เยอะ
rush
อยู่ดิ
forward. Catches the player up on
เหมือนเจน
rafters.
จีมเรื่องมาเอาบุกมากกว่า
Boaster dealt with, and that's round over.
กันเดี๋ยวก็
You
ค่อยว่า
know,
กัน
use the Tejo ult in there, sure, just to be
ก็ดูใน
careful,
บี
just to
ดิ
be
เนี่ยหูยืนไม่ได้เลย
really diligent.
แบ็กไซด์อะ
Got a couple ults though for
การ
Fnatic coming
การ
into
ต้อง
this
รี
next
เทค
round.
เซตมีเซต
Have
อัพรี
enough
เท
for
ค
a scrappy
ดีๆ
fight.
อ่ะ
I have a Guardian and a Judge
ดึงไว้
along
ใจ
with
เย็
the
น
three
โอ้
rifles,
โห
but
เราเจิมแรง
that
นะ
Cosmic Divide
เล่นเฮดเชนดู
along with the Nightfall from Crashies.
G2 นั่งดูอยู่นี่มีความ
Some
หวังเฮ้ย
opportunities for
เชี่ย
some
ทำนี้
decent
เล่นได้ว่ะ
retake
โอ้โห
potential. Maybe find a nice early kill with that Judge. And Boaster's going to be the one wielding it. Right tucked into the cubby. Inside of A main. It's a fast push up a mid though. A little bit of
ค่า
damage
วิ่ง
done to
ค่าผ่าน
Texture.
ทาง
Find it there on the free fire. Relay
Oh,
pull connecting.
oh,
Alvier just doesn't even know where he is. Swing out. Crashy's now going to be spotted. Texture trying to go for a little bit of a wider swing, but Crashy's able to
ชี
hold
แม่
his
ง
own.
ใช้ได้
ที่ยังเหนียวอยู่ยังเหนียวอ
Took
ยู่
the kill. The Hawk click. No, it's the double reveal into the
Oh,
scene.
yeah,
Crashy's
Tea,
plays
Tea
off
one.
beautifully.
Down B.
Just keeping himself alive. As he tries to hold down the
Ui,
side.
Catchy.
And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop. The angle. Watch. Kayak and Crashies. Go
Yeah.
crazy to get Fnatic.
ของแท้พี่แคชชี่
แคชชี่วินนี้
That is crazy good stuff from Crashies. He was popping off on Avon. He is continuing on Split. Texture there was vulnerable, went for the swing anyway. Paid
เลือ
the
ดผม
price.
ไม่ใช่ปัญหา
That just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well.
โอ้ย
To
ตีซะแรง
stall the Gen G players behind the pillar and knock them down. A massively impactful round. A much needed one for Fnatic. Still have that
Good
Cosmic
thing about
Divide and
the
a
honor.
Judge for Boaster on the Astra. See what Gen G wants to do. The initial push from Gen G looks so good, but the response just better from Crashies.
โอ้โห
หมดเลย
Right into it.
น่าจะแบบขอเฮ้ยโจ๊กเจ
มันจะมุดเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
Eventually cleared. Foxy forced out of garage. That side of the map clearly Crashy's
ก่อนจะมาเคลียร์
domain.
ไวเปอร์
As Munchkin tucked into the corner. Texture here to try to
เสียคอนโทรลหน้า
reinforce.
บีครับรอบนี้
To punish is the question. Kayak able to slowly drift back and
เฮ้ย
it's a
พี่
judge.
โบ๊ท
At range, so not going to mean too much in the gate
ดี
crash.
มันเป็นโยลุ
Kayak got the safety back over here on the site.
ไม่เอาอย่าไปเข้าแล้ว
Decision
ลูก
for
ซอง
Gen
รอ
G
อยู่
now. You know that Judge is there. You know the aura is not going to be too far behind. You know the other players from Fnatic are going to be leaning in this direction. Do you try to go for ropes or do you try to
เป็น
make
หนึ่งลูก
the A site hit?
They're still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia, stun, over towards elbow. Both are able to avoid it.
Oi,
Spamming.
oi,
Still
Hector.
something comes out on top. Texture just cannot
มี
get
บ้าง
the
เขา
split
มี
connect.
บ้าง
Does eventually fall.
ไม่ทัน
He doesn't make it.
กระชากวิญญาณออกมาเลย
Open fast enough. Snatches him up and Foxy on the repeat finds Alfier.
ผมต้อง
Seems
เสีย
like
ตี
now
ด้วย
it's
นะ
his turn
เสียหาย
to pull off the heroics for Gen G.
เสียขบวนแล้ววะเฮ้ยมันติด
คนแก้งานมาแล้วครับยิงอยู่คน
What
เดียว
was that?
Crashies at 10-3 and 0.
Got himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grav net. Reposition from Karan. The Haunt gets a reveal onto 1. It seems like ultimately the call has been sounded for him to go on the retreat as Karan goes on the hunt and is rewarded with his prey. 6-2. Gen G not giving Fnatic any back-to-back rounds.
Please show me this annihilation again.
Back
This may be
coffee
one of the best
น้ำผึ้ง
annihilations I have ever seen.
แบ็คคอฟฟี่น้ำผึ้งไม่เอามะนาวนะแบ็คคอฟฟี่เฉ
Just
ย
a spam down here early.
เอาไม่ต้องเอาน้ำตาลคือเอามะนาว
Really good
200%
stuff.
เอ้ย
The second one, really, that second kill really nice though as
จะได้
well.
ตื่นๆนะ
I don't know what was going on with texture against
ยอมรับจริงๆ
posters.
หวาน25นะหวาน25อย่าลืมอันนี้
Foxy 9.
แต่กินยังไม่จบยังไม่จบมาถามอีกรอบนึงเพื่อความชัวร์ว่าอยากรู้ว่ากินกาแฟ
That's
อะไร
going to be the timeout call now sent here from Fnatic.
โอ้
ของมึงอะไรนะน้ำผึ้งมะนาวใช่ไหม
ตอนนี้
เอา
ไม่
เป็น
กา
เอาเป็นวันอื่นแล้วกันนะมีอีกหลายวันพรุ่งนี้ขอนี่ก่อนแบ็คคอฟฟี่น้ำผึ้ง
คือตอนนี้ภาพไม่มีเลยเฟอร์นติกอ่ะ
มันรอมันไอ้นี่กันเลยบุกเพราะว่าความจริงแอบกันยากอยู่ผมว่านะ
แต่คนในเครื่องตอนนี้แบบไม่ได้เล่นเลยไง
โดนจับ
ปลาลัวๆตรงกลางไม่ได้เล่นเลย
She's previously this early match. Gen G information. But these early picks, you're right, are probably the biggest part of the puzzle. You can't afford to be losing that Viper. So much important stall that can be employed from that agent. I mean, yes, it is a double duelist comp here on Split. So Fnatic, yes, the last time we saw them against Heretics on Split, it was attacker side where they did the majority of their
เด็กจะหลุด
damage.
นี่ว่าตีสาม
Can't let this get out
เฮ้
of
ย
control.
ตี3 7 นาทีแล้วพี่
ถึงประมาณนี้แหละ
Cole sending it.
เฮ้ยเห็นมือ
ไปไหนอ่ะ
TP.
Ooh.
Karan finds himself right on top of Boaster, right above Kayak.
พยักมัน
ถ้าแจกไม่
ไม่
บ
เห็น
อก
No clue what was happening. Gets a spot out there on a 1, tries to play this as patiently as
Ooh, let's check.
possible.
What a
โอ้
read.
จะฟูคนโด
It may
น
be a virtue.
คือเขาจับหลุดแล้วอะพี่
That's the
Check
second
from Ash. It's
ทั้ง
just
ไม่แจ้งเพื่อนแล้วอะไรโอ้โหหลุดหมด
Karan, a bit of damage going to be taken. That does flush him out into the opening. Chronicle gets himself on the
เฮ้ยได้
board
อยู่
long
3
last.
มีลุ้นอยู่นี้
Kill found. A 3v3.
สีหน้าขจัดไม่ค่อยดี
Both of the teams. Munchkin out from A main. Gets the spot, but it's quickly traded back.
สแกนครับ
Chronicle trying to find his
Ow.
footing to get himself a third. Ash cleans it up, and
สแกน
Chronicle comes
มา
alive.
แล้วครับเราวสำคัญของพี่โคดิเคิล
The timeout
ต้อง
call
วินเปลี่ยนเกมได้เลย
leads to the
เนี่ย
round win.
มันต้อง
Not the
ได้แล้ววัน
cleanest
เนี้ย
one, not necessarily the one that Fnatic were looking for, but the one that they needed. They get themselves a third.
What a back and forth. That's got a smile out from Chronicle. Just a really, really nice moment from him. Alpha with that out duel. That flush out there with the paint shells. Give them another kill. Really nicely done. Great utilization of Crash's utility. He has been phenomenal. So many different aspects of the game. On to Fade now. Really, really good stuff. Gen G, I mean, good awareness, a little bit of trickery at the beginning of the round with Karan. Looked like maybe they were just going to cruise to their 7th. Crashy's had other plans.
Might just be the floodgates open with those kills. Pit does come online. Immediately gets invested here in mid. Gen G not playing the Rays means that they don't have as many tools to try to flush the Viper out. Crashy's though. Ooh, elbow going to be spotted, but Foxy 9 sends out a little shot, so he's able to back away.
Yeah, Gen G now kind of left in a dilemma. A little bit of spam there with the stinger from Boaster, but you're not exactly sure, you know, what's going on either side of the map. You're trying to work it out, you're trying to math it out. Now you know that the Fade and the Rays are over here onto B.
It's a combo out. Sees nade sent. Kayak playing on top of the box.
ทำไมมันดูแน่นไปหมดเลยวันนี้
That might give you the confidence. Double back in this direction. You can maybe create a little bit of noise. Chronicle shifts positions, but Gen G not revealing anything with their sound. I love the way Hash is just so aware of any trickery, any cheeky plays from Fnatic. He's been really good.
30 seconds left.
It's almost at the ready. Texture going to try to open things up here. And
อุ้ย
Ash,
ฮะ
you're talking
มึง
about
ซ้อมเหรอ
awareness.
ฮะ
Just follows in off the back of the neon.
ไหลโผล่ปะ
Finds the headshot.
มันมุมปิดเลยอ่ะพี่เมื่อกี้มันปิดเลยไอแอดยิงจากข้างล่างเลย
To dodge out the paranoia at the time. Started at the window, but he cannot find the
ไอ้
elimination.
ไม่ไอน่าจะมุมซ้อมปะ
He gets the
อย่าง
kill.
ข้างล่างเลย คือมันเห็นนะ ถ้า
Leaned on once
ถ้าจัก
again.
มันสแนปไป
About
ขวา
to
อั
come
นนี้
through,
เลยอะ
and Charon, he wins that fight. Alfier able to trade one back, but
พอเขาใส่ได้ละตาลอนก็แปลงร่างเป็นลูเชียน
Economy in a rough position. How much more is there to be
หมดหน้า
done?
ที่แล้ว ก็ยังไม่หมด
So close to your ultimates too, but it's just so difficult.
ใช่มุมแขนโผล่คือถ้ามันพีคไปดูจะแขนโผล่
Seems like just a play to
เหมือน
try to
ใน
go for
ภาพ
the
ก่อน
exits
ภาพ
here.
ตัด
They
คาร์ลอน
have
มันพีคไปนิดนึง
both angles
เออดู
covered.
เนี่ย
อ้าว
And have to go ahead and lock one. As Alfier want to see what he can make happen. It's a spot out onto Ash. Foxy 9 tagged up a bit, swings out, wins the fight. Just slide into the corner here. At the ramp to keep himself protected. Gen G securing themselves a lead here at the half as they hit 7. They're looking for 9.
เนี่ยมันจะพีครออยู่
Just unbelievable awareness from Ash.
สำคัญจัดอะช็อต
Karan this
นะเมื่อ
time
กี้
gets up on the rafters. Good for
มัน
another.
ขยับมาขวา
Or he gets traded out, but that's basically round over.
เฮ้ยใจเย็นใจเย็น
Frustrating. You know, Alpha felt
ต่อ
like
อี
he
กจอ
could
แล้ว
have done some more damage. You get that first kill and
เอา
you
เจ้า
can
บุ
really
กิดว่ะแม่ง
start to
ยื
accelerate
นก็ไม่
maybe,
ให้ยืน
but round's already well out of hand. We'll have his
9-3
showstopper though. It's going to be one away from a nightfall for Crashies, but the economy in the dumps for Fnatic. A weird assortment of weapons, a lot of shotguns.
For a catch here again. Munchkin playing back. Anticipating.
แต่ละคนดูหงุดหงิดดูไม่ค่อยรีแลกซ์เลย
Way outside of A main. Helen trying to check. Back of the vulnerability.
ไอ้เหี้ยอีกชิ้นหนึงระวังน้อง
With that judge. Poster similarly playing forward. As the
ตกใจ
bucket.
แล้ววินอย่างนี้ทำไมมันสไลด์อย่างนั้นนะ
They're just going to go ahead back away. Not necessarily
เอา
happy
ปื
with
น
the
ไม่ให้
one
ขา
for
จัก
one.
เล่นไง
Willing to part ways and
ถ้าจับ
explore
มีปื
opposite
นเลย
sides
ที
of the
นี้
map.
เครื่องใหญ่
It's all just hidden positions.
They'll
เอาเดดแมนปะเนี่ย
Valley off the shore to get a proof to be a little bit more difficult.
Ow.
Instead, Showstopper does not get sent.
พอเจอมันจะต่อยจอแล้วพี่ผมว่า
เวลาเยอะด้วย
Karn just sprays him down. Poster now
อุ้ย
pushing forward. Finds Karn.
เหี้ย
Somehow makes
โคต
that
รเอามา
bucket
หิต
connect. To great
โด
effect.
นสโมกหลอกไง
Weapons collected. Phantom Vandal in hand. Munchkin.
30 seconds
ร้อย
left.
ครับ
Full
เซต
awareness.
อัพแบบ
Spike planted.
Plant
Rifles.
here playing alongside Foxy 9.
ต้องยิงอ่ะ
One of his newer trainees on the team. Finally given
เอาไงอะ
a real opportunity.
รอไม่ได้ปาไป
Supposed to trying to assess. They're running out of time.
ยิงแถบ
Noise
ทิ้งก่อน
made. Sunbound, no boy.
จะรู้อะ
เฮ้ย
Can you see the player screens?
ให้ดูอะไรอ่ะ
เอ้าเราโมเตอร์ภาพตัดไปแล้ว
เฮ้ย
A little too far away to tell
Hey, don't-
what exactly is going on.
1-1
เอ้ยเอา1-1แล้วมึงไม่ให้กูดูนะ
Pause after this.
ไอ้อย่างน้อยให้กูดูไอ้เรื่องเลย
Reassess what exactly is going on.
ใครชนะ
I think Gen G.
อ๋อเจนจี
I'm telling you,
ผมมึงเนี่ย
still being heard.
คนเชียร์เกาหลีเจนจีข้างหลังเฮตบมืออยู่
Is it looks like Gen G
ไม่ให้
able to come
อ
away
ย่างน้อยให้
with that
ดู
round
UI ก็
win.
ยังดีดีดี
Well, this is a first.
I think we,
ยังไงต่อ
yeah, got hit with the paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. We're also just not going out to the house anymore. So, sounds
อ๋อให้
being
ดู
made,
เพลงก็ไม่มีเสียง
but I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either.
อ๋อ
Just I can hear sound again.
เฮ้ยโหมันกินทำชั่วอีกแล้ว
เฮ้ย
Players are relaxing.
Yeah.
Tech pause.
We're at the point where we just don't know. We're going to keep yapping just in case this.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
realistically,
ทำเอาหรือเทคพอเสียงเพลงมันจะทำเอา แต่ไม่น่าใช่น่าจะเทคแหละเพราะทำมันจะฮาร์ปอยู่แล้วยิงทำเอาอีกเหรอ แม่งเอ้ยทีนี้ก็ให้กูดูรีแอคชั่นแทน โอ้ยต่อเทคเฮ้ยมาเร็วหรือเปล่าผมไม่น่าใช่แล้วไอ้เฮียน่าจะไปเร็วแล้วนี้โอ้โห
เอกพอดอะไรอ่ะกำลังมันเลย
กำลังมันเลย เหลือเชื่อทัเทคชอบอ่ะเทโฮแม่งสวนกระแสดิกำลังมันเลยอะไรวะจึงอีก6 นาที ยังผมว่าเกิน10 นาทีว่ะพี่ดิกเลย
เฮ้ยเติมเลยเหรอ
เจิมเลยทรงแม่งเกิน10 นาทีมาก
อยากรู้มันเกิดอะไรขึ้นเมื่อกี้น่าจะเป็นระบบไอ้พวกสเปกเตอร์กล้องอะไรทั้งอย่าง
สเปกเตอร์แม่ง
ไม่
คอม
ใช่
ดับหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้
ไม่ใช่คอมคนเล่นอ่ะ อันเนี้ย100%
ไอคนจับ observe อะไอ observe อะไม่น่าจะเป็นปัญหาคอม observe
โอ้ my god
my god ไม่เหลือแล้วซีด 1ซีด 1น่าจะพังว่ะเข้ามารอบชิงแล้วโดนตบลงใส่ล่างหมดเลย
เครื่องยังไม่ร้อน
น่าจะร้อนไม่ทันแล้วตอนนี้
น่าจะต้องไปดวลสายล่างหมดเดือดจัดอะสายล่างอะโอ้โห
ตัดเข้านู่นนี่นั่นวิบวับวิบวับนี่ไง
เอาละ
เล่นเสร็จเอาละ
ยาวไป
โยโย่มอนเย็ดก็จะยาวอ่ะ
Team laughing because these guys are already silly gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city, that it doesn't exist, you pull up the silly goose. And if you think it's a real city, you pull up the serious moose. All right. Good?
Yeah. Aye, Captain.
All right, Captain. Let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Oh, it's one of these games. No, but it's probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go serious moose.
Serious moves. I trust my brother.
That is the answer correct.
See, I know.
He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
That could be real too.
It's very similar to Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something.
National park.
It's in central Canada, but that's who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's serious moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah,
You're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf called Guelph.
Really?
No.
So we'll go. This guy, comedian.
He's got jokes.
He's got a comedian.
Yeah, that's me. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
That's what it is. What is it?
Bedlington. Serious goose.
Sounds real too.
Serious moose or silly goose? Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's silly goose.
It is a silly goose.
Yes.
So it doesn't exist.
3 for 3.
Yeah, Bedlington. It just doesn't sound like what someone would like. They get to the city and they're like, I'm gonna name this Bedlington. Nah, they'll be like, let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Yeah, we're like, this is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Funny thing though, in Ontario, there's actually a lot of little boroughs and cities that finishes with a ton.
Yeah, I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
Alexander Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton. What about Timbitson?
What is it?
Timbitson.
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 I see it.
You see it?
Timbitson.
Let me say it like a French accent. Timbitson.
Ça s'appelle Timbitson.
Timbitson.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
I don't know, it's probably real.
What do you have to do with that voice?
Because that's like when I talk to French people, they do that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go serious moose.
I'm going silly goose.
It's actually silly goose.
Yeah, I knew it.
But
we're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that yet?
I have not tried Tim Hortons.
You only took a picture?
I only took a picture of it. But that's why I thought it was real. Maybe it had something to do with it.
That's where we're first originated, right?
I've heard that name before.
Have you heard about Uranium City?
Uranium City.
Yeah.
Okay, how many reels?
One short day in Uranium City.
That's a song? Is that a kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked, but I just...
เอ้าอยู่ดีก็มาแบบงงๆอะไรวะ
มาแบบไม่ตั้งตัว
พี่เผลอดีว่ะ
센서가 작동했다.
นักภาคไม่ต้องมีแล้วแข่งกันแบบเงียบ
แบบแปลกจัด
จับจอคนเดียว
อันตีคีย์หลังซ้ายไปครับแอดฮะแอดที่ส่งขึ้นมา
ตัดไปโอ้โหคารอนสวนมา
คารอนคมกว่าช็อตนี้
แข่งกันแบบเงียบๆ UI ไม่ต้อง
เหลือ3-2กันตัวนี้เจนจีได้เปลี่ยนตัวเล่นครับดาร์คเวอร์ปิดทาวเวอร์ไปก่อนตัวนี้ยังวางไม่ได้นะติดของแอสตานะแก๊ปเนี่ยโดนนะรู้ว่าหลังเสามีครับหลังเสามียังไงเรียบร้อย
ครับ
คารอนนะ
ไทม์ครับไปซ่อมกันต่อครับ
มาพอต่อผมตัวนี้เดี๋ยวนี่มันจับจอผู้เล่นเลยเนี่ยนี่
ดูเหมือนว่าจะไม่มีการตัดเข้าไปในวิทยาฮับไทม์นั่นแหละก็คือเล่นกันต่อไปแล้วไม่มี
เดี๋ยว
การ
เราจะดูคารอนยาวๆฮะดูคารอนยาวๆให้ชมหน้าเทคเจอร์นิดหนึ่งอันนี้
จะกลึ้ม หัวจะปวด
เป็นที่เครื่องสเปกเตอร์จริงด้วย
เรียบร้อยครับตัดเขาโฆษณาต่อเมื่อกี้มาทีเผลอให้เราแบบได้ลุ้น
ให้ไม่ตัดที่ไทยก่อนน่าจะไล่ไปเลยนะมาสเตอร์กรุงเทพมาสเตอร์เชียงใหม่มาสเตอร์ภูเก็ตอะไรเงี้ยมาสเตอร์ขอนแก่น
อยากให้ VCT มาจัดที่ไทยไอ้น่ะ
มาสเตอร์บุรีรัมย์มาสเตอร์ชลบุรีได้อยู่นะ
แล้วก็มาสเตอร์สิงคโปร์
เฮ้ยโปก็ได้ที่พักแพงอะในสิงคโปร์อะนอนบ้านเลยนะปะ
โอ้โห
มาสเตอร์ยะลา
ไปถึงพี่จะมาเหรอ
ผมมันไม่มีสิงคโปร์อะดิ
โอ้ยชิวๆเลยเธอสมมติว่ามาสิงคโปร์อะ
พาเที่ยวรอบมาสิงคโปร์
ได้ แต่ว่าที่สิงคโปร์อะเที่ยวมีแค่ Universal Sentosa Casino
หมดแล้วเหรอ
ก็แล้วแต่คนอ่ะคือพี่ชอบไปพวกกินเหล้านู่นนี่นั่นไหมล่ะ
ก็เฉยๆนะ
เฉยๆก็อันนี้ตอนดึกมันก็มีผับเปิดถึงเช้าเลยอ่ะเยอะด้วยมีผับมีคลับแล้วแต่
เฮ้ยสกอร์ไม่อัปเดต 93เลยเมื่อกี้
เอกพอร์ต power issue อย่าเทคกันต่อไป
ที่พูดมานี่เคยไปหมดแล้วนะ
นั่นน่ะดิก็มันมีที่ไปแล้วที่สิงคโปร์มีอยู่แค่เนี้ย
แล้วแบบวัยรุ่นสิงคโปร์เขาไปเที่ยวไหนกัน
ก็ไปดื่มแค่เนี้ย
ไม่มีเลยเหรอไม่มีแบบ ไม่มีอย่างอื่นเลยเหรอ
ไม่มีเลยพี่
โอ้
มาสเตอร์เขมร
แต่ตรงชายแดนเลยปะ
พนมเปญ
เขาจะลบกันแล้วนี่ตรงนั้นอะ
มันไม่เหมือนที่ไทยนะดิ
เฮ้ยเทปต่อไปทิปไหนเนี่ยที่วางแผนไว้
ทริปเหรอคือผม
ของ F อะ
ผมแบบว่า ผมเอาจริงแหละผมแบบว่า คนนัดเที่ยวเยอะอะแต่ผมชอบแบบอยากไปก็ไปเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ย แต่ว่าอยากไปตกหมึกแสมสารอะนั่งริมเลชิวๆไม่ต้องแสมสารก็ได้แบบว่าหาที่ตกหมึกสนปะตกขึ้นมาก็กินเลยชิม
ตรงนี้ได้ไหมเนี่ยไอ้ตรงคลองบางพีได้ไหมตรงนี้
มีหมึกปะล่ะ
ไม่รู้อะต้องลองตกดู
ก็เดินไปตลาดซื้อมาย่าง จริงบ้านพี่กับบ้านผมนี่ติดเลเหมือนกันปะ
ใช่ไอ้บางปูอะที่เขาไปดูนกอะไรกันนะตรงนี้
จริงบ้าน
ทะเลอะ
พี่เนี่ยใกล้ๆนะไอ้ชลบุรีเนี่ยไม่ถึงชั่วโมง2 ชั่วโมงอ่ะไม่ถึง2 ชั่วโมงแน่นอนอ่ะ
ชั่วโมงถึงแต่ไม่ถึง2
สนปะว่าง
ดูช่วงว่าง
ๆไปเหมือนแบบอารมณ์เหมือนขับรถไปชลบุรีไปนั่งจิบเบียร์เฉยแพงก็ไม่แพงได้หมึกมานี่โอ้โหอร่อยอีกคุ้มเลยอารมณ์เหมือนกินหมึกสดฟรีอ่ะยังไงก็ได้ป่ะหมึกอะคนตกบนเทพ
หมึกมันไม่น่ายากนะตกหมึก
มันไม่มันไม่ได้ยาก
ยากเหรอ
มันไม่ยากอะพี่ แต่ก็คือก็ดวงหน่อยอะวันไหนถ้าพี่แบบว่าดวงดีๆแค่พี่แบบหมุน กอเบ็ดเข้ามามันก็กินเอาอืมตกแม่น้ำเจ้าพระยามีแต่พวกไอ้เนี่ยดิพวกปลาตะโกกปลาม้าปลาเนี่ยส
เรือ
วาย
ตกหมึกพัทยานั่นคือได้2 ตัว ที่เขาลงเลยยูทูบมันเยอะๆนะโอ้โห
ผมไปแม่สายกันเจมส์อะเรียกไต่แบบว่าไต่ชาวบ้านอะเอาเรือไปใช่ปะแล้วแบบว่าแม่งเป็นเรือโคตรเล็กอะแล้วออกไปกลางทะเลอะเรือนั่งได้ประมาณ3 คนอะเรือเหมือนเรื
โอ้
อ
น่ากลัวจัดอะอย่างนั้นอะ
ที่หาคือแบบว่าไอ้เจมส์ถามเขาว่าพี่ไม่มีชูชีพเหรอเขาบอกว่าเลยว่ามีแต่ไม่ได้เอามา แล้วคือออกไปกลางทะเลแล้ว
มีแต่ไม่ได้เอามา
ไอ้เหี้ย
น่ากลัวจัดอะ
คือทำตัวยังไง
คือตกมาคือเรือคว่ำนี่จบเลยนั่นอะ
โอ้พี่เสมครับผม
โคตรหามีแต่ว่าไม่ได้เอามา
บอกกูทำไม
เราถามเขาไปทำไมไม่เอามาวะ โอ้โห
แต่จริงๆเราตกริมฝั่งดีสุดละสบายๆ
มีป้าแบบไปตกปลาแต่ว่าไม่ได้เอาไม้ตกปลาไปด้วย
เหงาเลย
ก็เอากระชอนรอช้อนเอาดูปลาก้มดูจุ่มหน้าดู
ไม่ก็เอาเป็นแบบไม้อะแล้วก็ไปทำให้มันแหลมอะ
โอ้โหย้อนยุคจัด
เดี๋ยวก็เล่นเกม Survivor
เกมอันนี้เลย เกมอะไรนะลาดเหรอเอ๊ะไม่ใช่นี่อะไรวะ
ลาฟ
ลาฟ
ว่าแต่เนี่ยเมื่อไหร่
ไม่มีเวลาบอกด้วยนะอันเนี้ยยาวไม่อีมีเขาปล่อยแล้วไงเขาเลยบอกว่าทำอะไรอยู่ อันนี้แบบมือใหม่อยู่
มือใหม่
มือใหม่หัดเทคพอสรู้จักไหม
มือใหม่แคนาดาอ๋อแต่ว่าเขาได้โพสต์ในอันนี้ดิในเอกอะ
ยังอีกเหรอ
93ไม่น่าคัมแบ็กแล้วคิดว่าไงเอฟวันนี้จะคัมแบ็กไหม
ไม่น่าปะ
แต่ถ้ามันเกิดเหตุการณ์คัมแบ็กขึ้นมานี่
คัมแบ็ก
โอ้
น่าจะยาวแล้วรอบเนี้ย
ใช่ถ้ามันไม่ยาวมันจะมีเวลาบอกเว้ย
ใช่ เดี๋ยวไง นี่น่าจะไปก่อนละตี3:45ไม่ไหวแล้ว ไปวันนี้ไปพากมา6 แมปด้วยไง เดี๋ยวกันเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ติดตามผมพรุ่งนี้ไปฟิตเนสกี่โมงอ่ะ
พรุ่งนี้เหรอ
อืม
บ่ายบ่ายครึ่งแล้วบ่ายครึ่งเร็วๆแล้วไม่ต้องรีบ
ก็โทรมาแล้วกัน
ได้
ดูว่าเกมจบกี่โมงคิดว่าน่ารูปแบบนี้น่า2-0ป่ะ ไม่น่าผิดเพี้ยนเท่าไหร่
จัดไป
แต่กาแฟจัดไปเลยนะเพื่อน โอเคยังไงพรุ่งนี้โทรมาแล้วกัน
ได้
โชคดีครับ สวัสดีครับเอฟสวัสดีครับไว้เจอกันพ
ส
รุ่
วั
ง
สดี
นี้
ครับ
เจอกันนะเลนเจอกันนั้น
บ๊ายบาย
นั่งงงไปก่อนครับแชทตอนนี้นั่งงงกันไปก่อนว่ามันเกิดเรื่องอะไรขึ้นเทคพอสครับผมเทคพอสไม่มีอะไรเลยแม่งแค่เทคพอสเฉย คุณวาซาบิมาโยนะครับ ไม่มีเวลาบอกด้วยจ้าแบงคอกจัดดีกว่าเอ้ยโหแรงนะ แต่ก็ถูก พูดอีกก็ถูกอีกเฮ้ย จริงจังปะเนี่ยไอ้คิดจะตีสี่แล้ว ยังอีกเหรอเล่นไม่กี่ราวไม่จบไปน้อง โอ้โหโตลอนโต โตเกียวเขาน่าจะลืมจ่ายครับ อะไรอ่ะ โอ้เอ้ามันจะนานเกินไปหรือเปล่านะจ๊ะ ว่าไงพี่
ไฟดับว่ะ
ที่นู่นน่ะเหรอ
ใช่
รู้ได้ไง ไปเราเนี่ยจะดับเหรอ
แต่ว่าคอมผู้เล่นมันไม่ดับไง
เหลือเชื่อ
คือมันดับเป็นโซนนึกออกป่ะหรือว่าไฟสำรองคอมบนเวทีอ่ะ
VCT Master ไฟดับ
เวลาเกมไปเชียร์ด้วยเหรอ ไปพักด้วยเหรอมั้งเนี่ยอย่างงี้
นั่นน่ะสิ ผมนั่งรอมันอย่างเงี้ยแหละจนกว่าจะทนไม่ไหวแอดก็หลับรอได้เลย
ไหนๆก็ไหนๆแล้วยิงเดดแมนมาพี่
รอเดี๋ยวนะ
ฮะ
ยิงเหรอ
ใช่สนใจไหม
ยังดีกว่าสภาพไม่ไหวเลยตอนนี้
ไม่เป็นไรเราเข้าไปแค่ยิงทีมเดดแมน
แค่เข้าเกมก็ปวดหัวแล้ว เฮ้ยเนี่ยมันบอกด้วย Tech Port Local Power Outage เอ้ยสัตว์เอ้ย Tech Port แม่ง เอากูอีกแล้วนะฮะมึงเอากูอีกแล้วใช่ไหมใช้คำพูดพี่โหน่ง เฮ้ยควรอยู่นั่นโซฟาน่ะพังหมดแล้ว no ยังเราจะรอดีไหมพี่เอ๋ยไปยังพี่เอ๋ยยังอยู่ปะ
อยู่
ยังรออยู่ใช่ไหม
เริ่มลังเลแล้วตอนนี้
เริ่มลังเล
TFT เลยเหรอ TFT มันจบไม่ทันทำไงอ่ะ
เอากดยอมแพ้ดิ
แต่ TFT ไอ้โหมดอันนี้สนุกดีนะ
โหมดใหม่นะ
เพนกัว
แม่งมันจัด ชอบทำอะไรแบบบ้าๆสำหรับคนชอบทำอะไรบ้า
ว่ะ ไหนกันไหนๆล่ะ เอ้า
ๆนี่อ่ะ พี่เอ๋ยเจอไหมเนี่ย
อะไรอ่ะ จับเมาส์กำลังจะกดยอดจอเลย
สุดยอดนักเจิม
โอ้โห What the fuck เฮียมหัศจรรย์จริง
มาโว้ย
into this game
พี่เอ๋ยจะเจิมแม้กระทั่งแบบเอกพอร์ตอะของแท้
ฮาจัดอะพี่จับเมาส์ปุ๊บแม่งมาเลยอะเพลงรังขึ้นเลย
the half Fnatic down now
9-3
5-6
ตัดให้เน้นๆหน่อยนะครับ
Fnatic
โตโล่
need to rewrite that narrative right here right now
This is an unbelievably huge round for Fnatic. Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture gonna use the toxic screen to reposition just a little bit. He's got a little bit of help from Karan as well. Right out in front of him towards the site. And that's where the bulk of Fnatic's forces are. But this might not be a full-on hit from Fnatic.
I'm out of here.
keeping it quiet Clone pushing forward over towards that B site does get cleared Karan playing up close no smoke there Skate ends up getting taken down Kayak able to find the kill that breaks open the A
จ
site
บเลยอ่ะ
จบเลยครับ
now in position as the spike gets planted Prowler on the check Texture going to be noted poison orb set up try to make that exit from screens nigh impossible as Alpha catches Munchkin unawares here in mid Texture looking for the entry finds one Jiggle on the corner crashes gets the C's out looks to try to take them down it's falling to the wayside as Foxy finds that kill but crashes does get rid of the enemy neon at the same time so now a 2v2 Diffuse starting to be held Grabwell coming through, wide swing out from Poster. Alpha out from heaven, finds it as Fnatic
เป็นเรื่อง
find the round that they so badly needed and deliver Gen G their first pistol loss here at Masters Toronto.
It's just a great call in the timing by Fnatic. Previously, on their pistol round, the last time they played this map against retakes,
ไม่สาม
they set up a toxic screen and used that as a fake to rotate back over to B. I think with it taking so long, Gen G felt like it wasn't going to be B, and maybe there was just one there and let Karan try to go for the duel. Instead, it was almost the full
ไกลมาก
forces
49โอ้โหแล้ว
of
เมื่อกี้สั่งกาแฟ
Fnatic.
ไป
Great
แล้วด้วย
reads there by Alfier. Ready for Munchkin, trying to push down mid. Able to get into A heaven. Really do some
นี่
damage
ถ้า
in
ตื่
that
นมา
round.
แล้วติด
Now
2-1
on to
นี่ทำหน้าไม่ถูกเลยนะ
first
เปิด
eagle
ฟิตเนส
of
อะ
the tournament for Gen G. The only buy up, yeah, it is. The only buy up is a sheriff for texture. Pretty wild, but they're just trying to obscure their positions, trying to keep Fnatic guessing about where the stack is. But they're pretty split up here.
กาแฟฟรีจะกลายเป็นกาแฟเสียตังค์2 เท่า
กลายเป็นจ่าย2 แก้วเลยทีนี้ของตัวเองแก้วหนึ่ง
Nebula ends up falling. Prowler gets a spot onto Foxy 9, considering maybe sending out the net here. Trying to get a catch. Swing around. And Kayak. Instantaneous here. Displaces texture. Catches the shoulder there of Karan. Looks for a little bit more. Some damage exchange, but Karan certainly taking the brunt of it. Paranoia going through. Karan trying to push forward. Plays it a little bit of an off angle. Does manage to catch one off guard as Foxy tries to get the jump, but
กันยังไงอะคอมเนี่ย
cleaned up here. Sposter finds the elimination.
Timing.
Creep down through. Footsteps going to be noted.
30 seconds
Not
left.
riding the rope quite just yet. Plays it out a little bit more slowly. Alpha
ขึ้น
trying to
ชื่อเรื่องการ
get
คัม
the
แบ็ก
shot
ด้วย
through.
แฟนตา
Just
ติก
one to connect, but Ash finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Clean it up, trying to make this a
ผ
little
ม
bit
เชื่อใน
more
มือเจน
costly.
จีว่ะ
Munchkin's gonna
จัง
scoop
หวะ
up the
แรก
sheriff.
เมื่อกี้ตัวแรกมันเก็บเชอร์ลีฟมามันจะตัดได้ตัวหนึ่งอะ
Him and Ash
They're
are gonna group
playing
up, try to make their way through.
Concealment.
Some salvo as a drone if they want to try to commit that. Otherwise, might just be saving the util. But Munchkin just pushes
One
out into the
enemy
open.
remaining.
Eventually, Chronicle is going to be the one that finds it. Sheriff changing hands multiple times. As Ash goes to the reload, but makes some noise there. So he will just tuck away here at the ramp. Maybe look for an exit. Slides over, a chance to try to get a catch here, but shot goes out a little bit too early, and Poster finds a headshot with the stinger. Fnatic close out the anti-eco, losing out on 2 players. It's going to be the one weapon lost.
Yeah, really important rounds here for Fnatic. That they're able to come through relatively cleanly on the anti-eco and get the ball rolling. It's going to be a judge for Munchkin. Oh. Just a nice little paranoia play, but Chronicle ready there.
มันใครไม่รู้ว่าผ้าปิดหน้าหลับอ่ะ
Belter of a first shot. Gonna need more of that. But this is the attacker side for Fnatic. This is where they should be doing damage with this comp. This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this deadlock util
ดูสตัน
being set up.
ดูสตันจับ
Deep
เดี๋ยวรู้
to
ดิ
counter the Yoru. Another for the entry.
Munchkin playing forward here, judge in hand.
แล้วครับไฮไลท์
Prowler
โอ้โห
using the
โดน
distract
ทางเล
Alpha
ย
pushes forward. Damage basically not
ได้
even
ไม่ได้เล่น
suffered
เงี้ย
here.
เปิดไม่ได้
Just flushing them out. And now, looking like they want to play around the map still, not committing all of their forces to one side.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there. Anticipating somebody could be up close. Oh my God, texture.
It's a bit of sense. Off the back of that Prowler, catches Crashies. Swing in. Texture finds another. From alive. Now the barrier mesh going to be broken here on the B side. Karan sending out the Paranoia to try to delay. Stepped in as well, trying to find a catch, but Karan flying back pillar, finds one, tucks in the backside, looks for a little bit more, can't quite align it on the Kayak, goes to the wide way, finds it!
มาแล้ว
Cleans up Poster.
Nice one.
Bonus conversion, now they found Gen G. Hitting double digits, Fnatic, 5 rounds behind.
Just the confidence being shown there
ที่คอย2 ตัว
by
ให้
texture.
ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Reading that right off that Prowler, he's going to
ตัด
have the
ต่อเลย
angle.
จบเลย
3 peaks for the duel against Chronicle, wins that. And it's a nice crossfire
เล่น
setup
ง่ายเลย
there.
ครับอันนี้
And a good grab net to stall that execute just a little bit by Foxy 9. Having a tremendous match right now. 17 kills on the board for him.
Some peeks out.
Nice.
Sonic sensor going to be placed here at the top of mid on that right side.
Fnatic should be aware of it. I'd like to try to clear it out. See Fox is trying to play a little bit of an off angle, but smokes are going to bloom. Catch on the slow. Just trying to get the catch there. Free fire on the angle. Unable to find it.
Still have that sonic sensor there. Backed off. He's actually going to replace it. Moves it a little bit further back. So that's opened up the door here for this ropes push. Karan watching for it. Spot there on the Chronicle. So Genji, some awareness of what's going on in the map, and that's going to force out the barrier there. They want to try to force Fnatic into Genji's strong side, where they have their 3-player stack.
This late layering of util from Genji, doing wonders to try to just come up the works here, slow down the approach from Fnatic and really narrow their options down.
Time to jump.
เอาละ
Prowler checking, Foxy
30 seconds left.
able to clear it. There's at the boom bot as well. Push not yet coming through. 24 seconds remaining. Things are about to get a little bit dicey. So there's a stun out, but the displacement from Alpha is absolutely gorgeous with the blast pack. Finds the opener there. At the same time, find the lure. Chronicle going to be taken down. Now Munchkin falling to the wayside. His B-side opened up. Karen held at bay here at the alley. Plant able to be committed to. Paranoia goes across. Some stuck in position. Stacture watching for the flank. And Ash with covering fire. Finds the kill there onto Alfier. Ashy staying put. Just playing off the exit of this
จากล้อ
nebula.
รวบอยู่ดิ
Creep forward from Karan. Do they read it? Smoke down, could be gone. Karan instantaneous with a headshot, able to find him there. As the reload has to come through from Boaster. He doesn't have the bullets, but he's still able to stay alive. Texture, however, taken down to 8. Classic in hand. Gets it done.
โคตรฉลาดเลย
Genji
ฟาสเลนครับช็อต
straight
นี้
by with a round victory.
คาจากแบบว่างงเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้กำลังแบบเลื้อยมารีโพซิชั่นเลย
Here in the upper bracket off the back of a Red Bull clutch.
What a brilliant play by Texture to use that fast lane to isolate the fight, and it catches Kayak completely off guard. Ash winning a couple big battles himself in that round, the 1v1 against Chronicle on the other side of the map, and then finds the opener to even things up for the retake. But man, oh man, Alpha doing what he can there. Had some great kills along the way. A great blast pack to displace Foxy 9.
ถึงก็ต้องถามเอา
Genji at the moment. Been
I
looking
say
like
love seeing
a
it.
bit of a different beast at this tournament. They look to make up for lost time and bring this to a swift conclusion on split for the 2-0.
ออร่ารอบชิงแต่ละคู่นะ
6 rounds in a row from Fnatic, tying things up. 8 to avoid an overtime.
They're investing in this round. They've bought up as much as they can. Stingers, Guardians, showstopper for Alpha.
Another go at the judge here for Munchkin in mid.
Let's see if Fnatic can have a good read on this again. Let's see if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes.
มันกินนี่แม่ง
Munchkin
ที่ลูกซองรัว
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner at Mail. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation. The Boombot's not going to clear it, but Alpha still just too damn fast.
ไม่ได้ว่ะ
Can pick the part.
เพื่อนเหนื่อยนะ
Check from
มันกิน
Karan. Ash now rotating over.
ไม่ได้เหมือนหรอกมัน
Stealth
พีมันเทียบมัน
in towards B heaven.
โดนพีเช็ค
Nothing to be spotted. Potential pivot opportunity here for Fnatic if they try to go over towards A. For the moment, it is just
เป็น
Texture
กังวลจัดอะ
peek down in towards
โพซิชั่น
main.
จริงๆตอนนั้นถ้าไปเว้นนี่คือแบบเป็นเรื่อง
Gun barrel spotted.
Spotted for Kayak. Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
They're on now. Alone on the site. Revealed. Blinded up. Showstopper. Not going to be able to find the kill. Won't matter too much. His poster is. Ash now dead. Leaving Texture
แต่สกอร์ก็ไกลอ
to
ยู่
his own devices, which don't last much longer. Flawless round here in response to the timeout. Fnatic rally back in a big way.
จะแก้ยังไงนี้ตรงกลาง
So good
โบจัด
with
เลย
taking their time, working their way up mid,
ไวเปอร์
not falling for Munchkin's trickery, reading that position so
โดน
nice.
เคลียร์แบบ
Patience
ปานี่
being
เลย
shown
ยังติดเคลียร์กลางกับปานี่เลยไวเปอร์
really
คนเดียว
nice.
กันไม่ได้อยู่หรอ
Chronicle right there to make sure that Texture has no
That's how
hope
we do, guys. Just do it
of
together,
doing any
boys.
more damage.
Together is good.
Just saying, work together. You know, Gen.G's gonna try to play some isolated positions on this defender side, and if you can work that apart, you're gonna have a really good shot here to make a comeback. 5
แต่แค่
rounds
ไล่
will be
ครับ
the difference now
โดน
for
ลูก
Fnatic.
วาร์ปหนีแต่ก็ต้องควรนะ
The boom bot check. You never know when somebody's gotten a little bit ahead of the script for Gen.G. Be
คิด
very
ว่าต้อง
careful
ฆ่า
of
คนใน
Gen.G
โค
in the
กว่ะ
meantime. Onto a bit of an eco. Hero rifle for Texture does have his ultimate to back it up. Still, damage could be done.
On 10, nothing spotted. Fnatic trending towards choosing the weaker side of the map here at the moment. Well, we're not going to spot anything here in heaven, so Alpha goes for a bit of a look-see. Match situated here on the rafters. Khan starting to back away off stairs. Starts getting popped. Chronicle's still going to be on the late linger.
Just waiting for contact. Probably just going to rip that paranoia right as soon as anybody from Fnatic makes too much noise. Kayak does clear, so the deadlock util.
30 seconds left.
Blast back across the way. Paranoia finding the hand counter, pushes forward on the back of that one. Does manage to find one for the nade. Beyond the grave. Comes up with the kill. Munchkin, however, pinching in out of vent, finding one. Looking for a little bit more. Swaps the weapon. And
โอ้อยากได้ปืนเฉย
keeps himself alive. Ash now nearly spammed down. Time starting to dwindle. His Texture gets noted. Tries to go for the overdrive. But Chronicle arrives when they need him the most. And Fnatic continue to run it back.
เสียนตีด้วย
Munchkin maybe just assuming that Boaster had left, had gone towards the stairs. But he guessed incorrectly.
โอ้ถ้ามันกินไม่
Went
ต
for
ล
the
กชนะเลย
gunplay.
อ่ะ
Saw it work out for him on Haven. This time around, though, can't get it drawn in time. Great cover there by Chronicle. Make sure that Texture's ultimate
ยืนไหนวะน้อง
didn't do any damage. And now you've got just about every other ult. Alpha used his, and now you've got a bunch for Fnatic. So a lot of options on the table for this round. Foxy does have the Annihilation again.
And that's the critical factor, being able to get these round wins without having to commit the rest of these. Having them built up, this puts Fnatic in a very good spot. Just that Annihilation, as you mentioned, Armageddon, one charge away. Munchkin this time going to play a lot more of a disconnected position around mid. Prowler to try to check, refire. Just get a bit of damage there on the poster, and it makes him certainly think twice about trying to lurk forward into that vent.
That's a huge win, though. This mid part of the map has been giving Gen.G fits. It's been something that Fnatic has done a great job taking advantage of. There hasn't been too much resistance. Gen.G's been allowing them to kind of push up in towards B heaven. Here we go, Dimensional Drift time.
They're going to walk about, trying to see what he can spot. Some info there into heaven. It's Munchkin. Pulsing down in mid. This time the fight goes his way. Poster and Alpha both going to be eliminated. Ash over the top here at heaven. Struck on as Kayak brings up the sight. Brings it back into a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
Pit available.
Looking for the jump.
เฮ้ยไลน์อัพเหรอ
ไลน์อัพ
Quite able to find it. The mini-map seemed like perhaps Chronicle was going to get caught. Net able to find two, the push forward, but Munchkin is strafing over the point.
โอ้เรียบร้อยเลย
Down the smoke with Texture. Pre-fires the swing out of elbow. And suddenly is in with a chance to try to clutch this out. Crashies playing it backside. Texture trying to narrow it down. Spots him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Here's the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time. Worked this time as well.
Kidding me right now.
ระวัง
โคตรไม่โคตรเน้นอะเทเจอร์
Texture on for the defuse.
ทัน
Trying to listen for it. Does he have it? He
ทันพี่
does.
เสียงหมุนไวมันยังขึ้นยังไม่ถึงครึ่งหลอดเลย
As Texture breaks the momentum and takes
โอ้มัน
Gen G to
ให้มันเลยว่ะ
match
โดน
point.
หนึ่งอะตอนเนี้ย
There is no doubt that he is
มัน
the
แบบมัน
best player in
ได้ทุกท่า
Toronto
ได้ทุก
right
อย่าง
now.
ทุกแรงกดดันได้หมด
Are out of control from Texture. A great start there.
โอ้ยตัวสองนี่
Texture the confidence to push through. At time, just enough. Just enough. He is otherworldly right now, and this is do or die for Fnatic.
คนน่ะแล้วเป็นท่อมสไลด์1 นัดจริงว่ะถามจริง
Texture here at ramp, pre-fire angle, but
เอา
Kayak
เนี่ย
response.
ชมนิดชมหน่อยไม่ได้
Belter of a shot. Bullet connects the forehead. Texture. It's knocked out of the park. Needs a good amount of damage in exchange, down to 32, but gives them a player advantage for the moment. Munchkin lingering in mid. Still holds on to this pit. He's not committed it quite just yet. Minor gap in the smoke. Potentially try to play around. As he goes to the peak, finds it. It's a little bit whippy. He cannot escape. Crashies is there to trade it back. Some revenge here for his fallen teammate, but Foxy 9 refills the space. And on the peak. He's out time Chronicle.
คนนี้เขารับจบแทนเรื่องนี้ต้องมีคนรับผิดชอบ
The TP to backside, Ash. Armageddon at the ready, could send it here off the rip. Stuck in the drone. It's a little bit of
เท่
information.
โหว่ะ
Seems like he may just end up saving this for the retake. As you double exploration here from Alfia and Kayak, pushing in towards Alley. The ult across, Crashies safe behind the box. The site widely given up a spot. Readjusts. And Kayak down. So low on HP, but still fighting, still persevering. Ash on the drop down, finds the first. Goes in, looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Waits it out, finds one. But Kayak plays it well. The defuse.
ทันนะเนี่ย
Seconds off. We carry on this map. Not done yet.
You have got to be kidding me.
แต่ละคนนี่แม่งดูแบบพร้อมจะคัดตลอดเวลาเชี่ยอะไรวะเนี่ย
Less than a second on the clock
จริง
round.
ๆแม่งน่ากลัวจัด
Ash doing his damnedest. So close to it. It isn't for that haunt. He probably has this round potentially. Oh, it's so
ดี
close.
ใจเกอร์เลยวันกิน
Oh, thought they had it. They got to tighten the screws a little bit here to Gen G. They're going to be on an eco on this round. Alpha.
Texture on the peak. Dead. Alpha quickly dispatches.
Absolute nail biter.
ยากมาก
Smoke from Gen G. Stalling them out momentarily.
Spamming some right clicks. Ash as well. Similarly. Taken low.
เพิ่มแป๊บเดียวมันดัน
Side heavily at risk now. Smoke's just going to be cycled. Some noise made. Try to relay that, but Munchkin.
เนี่ยพอหาเราไม่ดีใจเวอร์
He's a madman.
But it's only Ash on that A side of the map. They could just rotate back over.
กลาง
He's
เลย
been
เหรอ
worked
วะ
down to 30. Might just find the timing though. It's the drop down there from Chronicle. Works his way into the sewer. Ash trying to see if a rotation comes through, but Fnatic.
การเดินเพิ่งอยากจะแฮก
Explore mid a little bit more here with team.
อะไรมันจะเป๊ะขนาดนั้น
But they're going to go with A as Gen G, but you know, with the weaker weaponry, it's just trying to hold the line at B, see if you can trick him a little bit.
It's just Foxy 9.
30 seconds.
เฮ้ย
Try to start things off. Paranoia going to be set, but Chronicle not getting caught by it. Foxy catches a shot to the face. Clone noted. Power flushed out. As Ash is still a world away, Munchkin tucks back into garage as the spike gets planted. And I think he might be regretting sending this pit out.
ไม่มีปืนหรอ
Drops it to try to give them some kind of chance. Recovers the weapon previously dropped by Alfier.
Weapon here.
I think that this should be undoable.
It certainly should be. Spam attempt. Nothing spotted. Munchkin on the lurk, finding one. Kayak around the corner, holding the angle, getting the headshot. And Ash of 30 with just a stinger cannot make it
โอ้โห
happen.
ขยักเดือดมาก
3 rounds away
มุมเมื่อกี้ใครเห็นก็ว่าโดนที่แต่ยิงได้
Oh boy. A gamble there by Munchkin. Hits a nasty shot. Alpha so ready for that swing out from Texture. Paranoia misses. 2 players that Gen G dealt with. Kayak with 3 on the round. Fnatic right back into it, right back into another alt cycle as well. Showstopper, dimensional drift, cosmic divide. Tons to work with here for the EMEA #1 team.
ก่อเล็กด้วย
They've got a real chance. Again, these mid positions really just not being
เจอแก๊งเป็นท่อมมาเดี๋ยวซื้อ
a
เกาะ
ton of space. I mean, Munchkin will go for these plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes. But
ทำไมชอบทำอะไรเสี่ยง
it's too close for comfort.
ๆมันก็ต้องเอานะเผื่อโดนเนียนเข้ามา
Gonna work his way back across into Mail.
He does have Ash slid in to maybe help him if there was a push forward.
Karan up and over the top. Just gonna go for a quick little reposition here.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That opens up Nail here for Fanatics.
Ash pushing forward, smoke dissipating. And Poster destroyed.
อุ้ยเกือบได้เอาเจออีกตัวบาจัด
Drop their advent.
พยายามโอ้ทุกครั้งกวนติเพื่อนกูโดนเกี่ยว2ตลอด
Joining together now alongside
มันเป็นอะไร
Hasn't been able to take that much space realistically at all. Here it is.
seconds left.
Sonic sensor right around the corner here for Foxy to potentially play off of.
Trying to fish for it, but there's the stun. Gun number 1. Flash going to be found. Texture on the jiggle peak. Sending out the relay bolt. Has them reeling backward. It's 14 seconds remaining. Fnatic have to make a go of it. They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking so much damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for 1. Spike now needed to be committed. Chronicle!
เกือบเนียน
He's giving them a real chance to try to keep this going. Karan, however, full HP.
ตอนแรกนึกว่าชนะแล้ว
Playing around the wall. Taking a peek. All 3 players tagged up here on the side of Fnatic, but it looks like he's drifting away. The call to save has been made.
แต่เลือดโคตรหน้าเข้าไปเล่นเลยแต่ก็เงินน้อยอ่ะ
But Gen G make the call. It's too risky. We have the time, we have the rounds to try to offer up, but that does mean that Fnatic continue to build momentum. 2 rounds away from OT.
Absolutely brilliant stuff from Chronicle there. It looked like Gen G might just be able to close this match out. They had that pretty well read. They had that stalled. The Sonic sensor into the relay bolt to make Fnatic have to press forward. Foxy trying to hide his position, trying to wait for that moment to strike where he could delay the plant enough where time would just win the round for them. What a great play by Ash. But Texture there never could get the spray under control. That is disgusting from Chronicle. Ridiculous. Tightest of angles there.
From how things had started here for this player on this map. He has rebounded in the biggest way. Timeout call now.
ที่เมื่อกี้แบบยังไงก็ชนะแล้วอะ
จริง
ติดวิอะกำลังเข้าไซส์อะ
Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into Garage.
He lost that battle last time. Gonna play it safer this go around.
It's only Munchkin just crouching here in the peak. Might be getting more than he bargained for, but it's going to be the Prowler just as a bit of an early alert system.
He's trying to get out. Clone sent forward. Munchkin going to dodge all of that, and it's complete wraparound from Fnatic. They love to do this. Create some attention on one side of the map. Quickly pivot over where you really understand what's going on.
Bot quickly cleared. Dexter letting him know that there's a close hold.
ไม่รู้แล้วโดนไม่เจอ
Prowler now to chase. Gate crash towards backside. Shells forces him off the angle, but for now, Fnatic
แต่ไปเบรกเยอะดิเขาถอยอะ
just yet. Want to try to gain some control of this mid position. Crashies would love to grab this orb.
My ult is ready.
Commits for it. The Nightfall now at the ready. Sends it. Connects onto one. Texture going to be missed. It's Kayak able to find Ash. Breaks open mid in heaven. It's blind coming through. Alfier can't see a damn thing, but Kayak is still profiting, still finding value. And that's the cleanup coming through. They take their time, but when they strike, it is sure as hell decisive. 4 in a row, Fnatic. 1 round from taking us into overtime.
Love this little pivot right before they make this execute to try to go back up mid and get through Mail. And Kayak, just absolutely stunning stuff. He is so clean when he's on point. Seems like it's just all headshots all the time. And now even
ถ้าไม่มีอันติเฟดน่าจะได้อยู่
Texture has one, Alfier has
and they're
one.
about to clash right off the rip. Here comes the peak, and there's the kill.
อุ้ยเอาละเฮลั่น
They even tried to bait for Texture and he still gets beat.
ไทเกอร์มีอันติไม่ได้
Patience
ใช้
from Alfier.
Catches him off guard and a jiggle peek like that. It's just too fast.
Unbelievable.
For Munchkin to register what they're staring at, to relay it to Texture, to get the reactions. Karen needing some damage, needing even more. Down to 16, frantically backpedaling. Stealing sight.
Pause in the action. Fnatic, again, loves to do this. Just try to play with their opponent's head, keep them guessing. But for Gen G, you have complete mid control because of that barrier mesh. So you're just going to stay in the 2-2 split. But that puts a ton of pressure on these players that are going to be on the heavy side of this attack. Whenever Fnatic makes their move, it's going to come down to Gen G being really smart with their decisions. Khan, so low health over here at A.
Push up now into A heaven.
กดดันจัดอะโพซิชั่นแอปตัว
Crash
นี้
right there alongside Khan's position. Ash lingering here on the Raptor now. They'll be dropping down.
เฮ้ย เอา
Straight headshot on the Chronicle.
เอาเราขึ้นเฮเว่นหมดเลย
The red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it. And Alpha on the drop down finds himself a third. They run the clock, but they're still able to get the plant in time. Is it the 2v4? Munchkin and Foxy
ข่าวเฮเว่นไง
to try to deter Fnatic from bringing this into OT, and Crashies is still on that lurk, still waiting. Down within the vent, the spot out on the Kayak. Foxy trying to find the kill. Alpha dead. It's Foxy now in the 1v2. The net lobbed in. Sends out the ultimate.
หมวกตัว
Frantically
หมดแล้ว
hoping
ตอน
for a
นี้
catch, but it's not able to find one. The Haunt guarantees it. Both
เฮียแล้วโอทีเฉย
and we might have had to wait a damn long
หรือ
while.
ว่ามันตอนแรกว่ามันจะชิงตรงข้างหน้าเลยนะเมื่อกี้ถ้าชิงตัวข้างหน้าจบเลยนะ
เป็นเรื่อง
ได้เลยอะ
โอทีเหรอพี่
โอที
เอาเรื่อง
เทียแพ้แน่เลยว่ะ
ดูทรงแบบสาม
มีแมป3จะแพ้ด้วยเนี่ยเอียพรุ่งนี้สรุปพรุ่งนี้ตื่นไปแล้วอีก2-1ต้องซื้อกาแฟแทน
โซโล่เครียดเลย
Thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half after the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves back over here onto the attack.
โบเตอร์มันเต้นฟรีพี่เชื่อดิ
Feels like these attack rounds so important
because of how the map went. Both teams getting 9 on each side. NG just gonna slide on past. No peek, no awareness of this maneuver from Fnatic. Don't receive any contact on the other side of the map with the Prowler sent out by Crashies. Gen.G just looking to once again explode onto the site.
Pushing in towards Kayak. Salvo's going to be sent. Paranoia. It's a minor little clip here. Sends out a flash as well as the clone. Finds the pick here on the texture. Takes his exit back over towards screens. Fnatic already full rotating.
มันสุดๆแล้วตอนนี้มันล่างผ่านแล้วอะ
Plant going to be handed over to Ash. Still going to be 2 charges away from having that Armageddon online.
A little bit of util to work with.
Munchkin seemingly feeling a little bit more comfortable. There's not going to be a flank. Wants to go for another check though. Sees nade. Going to be sent full flash here onto Karen. Barreling down. And Foxy doesn't know what's hit him. Alvier, what a re-entry. As Munchkin has everything to do and no way to do
ทิป
it.
หายเฮ้ยมันยืนแล้วอ่ะ
The crowd is erupted.
มันเจอยืนแล้วอ่ะ
Look to take this to sunset.
And this is the value here for Fnatic. They don't have to use any util in the early part of the round. And they're able to just throw everything in the kitchen sink onto the site. And Gen.G, players are flashed up. Players, no idea what's going on around them. Just a great entry there from Alpha.
My God.
อ๋อ GG ว่ะ
GG
เรติกกับเทคพอร์ต
They've got them downloaded now. They've read everything that Gen.G has wanted to do. And they're just going to wait.
It would take heroics, the likes of which are rarely seen from Texture and Karen. And if you had to rely on 2 players on Gen.G to get it done, these certainly would be the 2 that you would elect. But Texture, he's getting antsy. He's getting killed. All now down to Karen. Last year's Rookie of the Year. Alone on the B site with nothing more to do. How do you isolate? How do you divide? How do you conquer this Fnatic squad? They are fully stacked together, fully online, fully synergized, and in control.
It's unthinkable.
And already so much way across this side of the map, and Alpha is there to bring it to an
เชี่ยคัมแบ็กเอาแล้วไงพี่เอ๋ย
เป็นเรื่องว่ะ
เป็นเรื่อง
เด็กพอให้อะไรคุณ
เทคพอร์ตทีมโมเมนตัมแม่งไปหมดเลย
ดีนะไม่ได้ไปนอน ถ้าเมื่อกี้ปิดสตรีมไปนี่ไปนอนนะโอ้โหตื่นมาเครียด
ฝัน
เลย
ร้ายเลยฮะ
ตื่นมาหลอนเลยก็ฝันไป
เหลือจะเกลื่อนเหลือเชื่อเกินไปวะนั่นดิจะจบกี่โมงวะเฮียฟัจเจอร์มันทำลายเคิร์ดว่ะเคิร์ดยืน
อยู่ดีเอาพาเยอร์ลั่นพร้อมขจักจบเลยเมื่อกี้
การเทคพอสมันทำให้นั่งคิดอะไรได้เยอะๆ
มันรีเซ็ต
รีเซ็ต mindset
รีเซ็ตฟีลลิ่งรีเซ็ตแบบความมั่นใจอ่ะต้องเริ่มใหม่หมดเลยอ่ะมันไม่ต่อเนื่องอ่ะเหมือนเราเล่นเกมกำลังเข้าข้อใช่ป่ะกำลังมามันก็จะมีฟีลอะไรบางอย่างถ้าเกิดมันหยุดไปมันก็เริ่มใหม่
ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้นเลยนะ
ตอนแรกเจนจีแบบโหมาจัดอ่ะ
เจนจี
คา
เครื่
จั
อก งติด
คาจักหลับสนิทเลยตอนแรกอ่ะ
เครื่องมันติดก็เหมือนโดนไอ้นี้ ไอ้
หกอ่ะ
อะไรนะ แล้วก็โดนรถติด เครื่องอุ่นกลายเป็นเครื่องเย็นไปละ
ต้องเริ่มอุ่นใหม่ เริ่มวอร์มใหม่
ใช่
ของกำลังขึ้นนะฮะ
That is so hungry and is having such a good tournament. They might have lost a 9-3 lead, but they have a very good read on what they want to do on this Sunset.
As I said, scriptwriters getting lazy. Fnatic have never won this map globally on a global stage, and they've been to a lot of tournaments, and both times they lost 11-13.
But they've also been banning it in a lot, so it is that smaller sample size, but still, it's never been a home ground for them, like you're saying. But the advantage they have today is coming in with no VOD footage of them on this map. They want to go down a double duelist pipeline? Do they want to go double initiator? There's a lot of choices, and there's a hover on the chamber.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Seriously.
I would too.
Make it not make sense.
Alpha is not going to play duelist for the first time in this series as well, and we might not see a duelist at all.
If this chamber gets locked, I think this is the best map right now for chamber. With that wide circle that he now has, you can be fighting into both mains. There's looks to fight into mid. It's super powerful, and I really hope we get that pick from Kayak.
I really think. Wait, no. This is just a joke. Okay, I'll be down for that, but I really think that they need some stop and force for the side of Texture. So many of those rounds, those very close diffuses that we saw on Split. Texture playing those rounds, somebody has to stop it.
It's the Team Liquid comp. Team Liquid already ran this early in the tournament.
มาแล้วครับ
In the upper bracket, which one is going to have to fight their way through the lowers with elimination always lingering behind them. Toronto, are you ready to see Sunset to bring this series to its end? Let me hear you!
This time around, it's going to be Fnatic starting on the attacker's side. Going to stack up over at A. Just Karan here. Space quickly being taken by Kayak. Genji, maybe a little late to the party.
Thrown around the corner, Karan. Backpedaling, trying to say, here behind, but Kayak.
เฮ้ยยาวๆไปเลย
beautifully. He's able to find the opening kill. Genji at risk of losing their second pistol of the tournament. The map might just matter the most.
They try to flood through. Toxie checking for lurks.
ความมั่นใจกำลังมาด้วย
See
ครับ
anything, but that stack over on his side is fearsome.
Gone over the
ไม่
top.
ดีอ่ะ
Spot him. Munchkin able to find Poster. Kayak going to be taken down. And suddenly, there's a player advantage for a brief little moment there from the side of Gen G, but Alfier does well to go ahead. Trade it back into a 3v3. Diffuse being held to half. Texture noting. Alfier tucking back. Shots flying. The pinch in from the flank. Looking for the headshot. Runs out of bullets, but Chronicle's there to bail.
Texture ไปหมดแล้ว
Fnatic find another pistol. As Poster's gotten tangled up. Fnatic are still able to find the opening round win here on Sunset.
Just tremendous stuff. Fnatic there. The desk was touching on it. You don't have a ton of util to set up your Neon, but they use that drone perfectly to isolate Karan, completely wipe him out. And then they're just making sure that Foxy's angle is dealt with, and then they can break open all these angles from literally every possible side of that A site. Now you've got the Marshal there for Chronicle, a couple rifles for Kayak and Crashies. So you're kind of okay. Over a couple of guns. Munchkin just going to try to use that toxic screen, keep himself hidden. Had a rough go of it on split on the defender's side. A lot of the trickery that he tries to employ was nullified by the smart and methodical nature that Fnatic brings.
Slowly drifting across, gets to the opposite side here of the wall. Alpha getting a pick there onto Karan at top mid.
Yeah, long-range headshot.
Swing out, Texture, able to find one. Chronicle going to be taken down. It's just the Marshal available, but the drone over the top. They'll get the spot check here on a Munchkin who sets up the snake bite. Just able to hold them at bay. Relay bolt into the corner. Has a shock dart. Will land right at his feet. Pushes him out. Cannot keep him protected. Counter the back. Quick clear. The push forward. In from Market. His Paranoia goes across, and Foxy 9 lingering within the smoke. He's blinded up. He's out. We'll find one eventually. Will get taken down. Drop down though from Ash. Suddenly makes this a lot more costly. Texture at Boba. Ash playing the corner. Finds the key. Brings it now into the 1v1. The clock. Running low once again as there's the tap, the swing in. Looking for it. A bit of damage going to be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Spike planted.
Just a slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be approaching from. Drops down. The turn back. The recheck of backside. Texture swinging wider and wider. Judges it.
What?
Headshot! As Gen G!
ตอนแรกเห็นยิงพลาดนึกว่าโดน
The Thrifty to tie it up at 1-1.
What else can you say? He has been truly dominant this event. Texture shows up again when he's needed most. Finds the opener against the Marshal.
But Ash is the hero.
Oh, no,
the real one here in the round.
No, the way he played on site here. Use that classic to great effect. And that's got some frustration.
ไอ้เชี่ยกูกลัวด้วยดีไว้พังอีกไอ้เชี่ยซ่อมกันอีก
Still would have been a rough feeling given the number of weapons dropped, but losing it hurts even more.
Just a slow approach here. Booster going to claim some space in the mid. Door's going to close.
Hell of a lot of space. He's just fully walking up, but things are coming down, so kind of anticipating this, but Texture able to find Kayak mid-slide.
เนี่ยเทคเจอร์เป็นท่อมเฮ้ยเอาเดี๋ยว
Find him.
เจอเป็นเวนโด
Clean up that one, but Texture holds down the alley.
Right here.
พี่โบ๊ทปืนขึ้นมือ
off screen. Crashies now. Gonna try his luck.
มาเดี๋ยวตรงเนี้ย
Shock dart just a little bit too deep. Relay bolt will get the connection. Texture will be feasting.
Spike down A.
Could be Mr. 4K showing up once again. Unless Poster has something to say about it. It's gonna be Foxy off the flank who's able to find the kill. Gen G now gaining the lead 2-1.
And other
พี่โบ๊ทจะเดินเหมือนไม่มีตัวตน
not really accounting for that aggressive quick lurk by Poster. Snappy shot there early from Texture. Great relay bolt. Sure that there was no real chance for Crashies.
Let's go!
And then Munchkin rallying the troops. Coming right back into this map strong, especially on the defender side to get that to get that eco win. Devastating on this map. And they're starting to roll close to a couple big ults. Foxy 9 and Texture very nearly to theirs. Same with Kayak.
We're now into the first rifle round here between the squads.
มันไม่
We
ต้อง
have
ยิงก็ได้
farmers
นะ
on the
ไม่
side
มี
of
ไซเฟอร์
Fnatic. No outlaw to be brought forward here from Gen G though.
Now look at this deep screen though that Fnatic's got set up. Try to allow them room to maneuver in mid. They're just gonna try to take a little bit of space, see what kind of reactions they're getting out of clearing that door, using that cyber cage to cover this push.
Spike gonna be handed over. Shots flying. Kayak in a position where he can't get caught.
โอ้ยตีห้าแล้วเหี้ย
Got himself alive, but Karon on the
นอน
deeper
เช้าอี
line
กแล้
starting to
ว
backpedal away, but it's still gonna be lion's share of Fnatic still hovering here within tiles. Now sights being turned over towards A main.
Yeah, Gen G here feeling like patience that was shown on split could be coming through again. A lot of their utility was set up at the B site, and they haven't moved. They've kept 3 there. They've kept their strong side on that half.
30 seconds left.
Texture be clearing mid.
At the top of the cage, Munchkin playing forward just alongside the walls. A risky maneuver here. The push comes in, finds one, turns back. It's a good amount of damage, but cannot collect the kill. But Texture certainly can. Looks for a little bit more. Has the stun, the slide, the spot, the overdrive popped.
โอ้โหโอ้โห
Tears them all to pieces. Crashies late linger here onto the site. He's able to find one, but the time is already gone. The spike a world away. It's all about some damage if he can find it, which he shall.
โอเคไม่ได้วาง
Hunter's Fury online. The weapon carried over, but Gen G
อุ้ยมี
starting
ดึ
to
ง
get further away here in the round count.
Now those senses coming alive for Munchkin. Doing a nice job there. Setting up for Texture. Finding that first kill. Finding the bulk of the forces of Fnatic. Looking for the fourth. And still some good energy there for Gen G. Despite the loss. Now it's going to be Texture with the operator. Coming in with that oh so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive though for Kayak. Hunter's Fury as well for Crashies. So a lot of tools here for Fnatic to put this eco into their own hands.
Snare spam and top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors. Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle. They're outside of A. Net now coming through. Up again, pop. That's going to be Kayak getting dragged forward. LPR doing his damage, but he just has that Sheriff to realistically try to break his teammate out. He cannot make it happen. They are able to go ahead and overwhelm Foxy 9, find the pick on that front, which will lead to a weapon scooped up. To in fact, pass over. Poster drifting back. Munchkin quick to adjust. The bite down.
มันเป็นจีมจะได้ทุกแมปเลยเหรอวะ
Recovering the spike at least here for the moment.
ฝึกแบบปูแน่นจัดเลย
Into the readjust. Just the one
ทีม
casualty.
นี้มันแชมป์มันต้องแบบปูแน่นๆอยู่หรอ
Now up by 3.
A lot of patience in the early part of the round there.
เล่นได้ทุกด่านเลย
Waiting for their
กับกลาย
moment
ว่า
to
ด่าน
strike
ที่
with
เจนจี
Texture
ดู
on
อ่อน
the
สุดน่าจะ
operator.
เป็นซันเซ็ตด้วย
Around the
ซ้ำไม่
corner
ใช่ไอ
of A.
แอสเซนด้วยซ้ำแต่ก็ยังโหดอยู่
Setting up a crossfire for him earlier. Then when they started getting a little bit more pressure on other parts of the map, great play by Foxy 9 as well. Using the grab net into the annihilation to knock a player out of the round off the back of the barrier mesh clear.
พิกเซอร์สาขาไทยฮึดนะครับโอ้ฮึดไม่ไหวแล้วครับตี 5แล้วครับ ดูสภาพตา
RRQ จองตั๋วไปไหนอะโดนไปแล้วน่ะ
A lot of their attention over to the other side of the map. Deadlock util. Not going to be maybe where Fnatic would anticipate. A little bit of change of ideas. Munchkin leaning right out that market door. Texture there with him with the operator. Just ooh, a little bit of damage done to Munchkin. Just shrugs it off. Texture.
Same shock dart setup.
Waiting right outside this door.
Seems like he's expecting the pressure to come through here. Wants to just be able to swing and get a kill
พูดถึง
quickly
มันปิด
tip
ประตู
out.
ไปแล้วมันไม่มีเซนตรงกลางนี่ก็
There was a smoke that just dissipated and Genji had no info.
Doesn't get the spot, but saw the start of the fast lane. So you know the Kayak is going to be playing pretty far up in mid.
I mean, Genji's got a pretty decent read on what's going on here. Paranoia sent by both teams. Nobody making any moves off of it though. Just a heat check there.
Quick little dodge.
ฮิวเจอใครก็ไม่รอดสองทีม
Towards the Boba side here at mid.
Drone's going to be used over at A, so Fnatic trying to sell a bit of
out of place poster.
Yeah. Fnatic trying to sell a fake.
Playing that knives edge.
เสียเหลี่ยมมาเนี่ย
Kayak
โอ้
texture
โหว่าแล้ว
flick, unable to find it.
เกือบแล้วเหลี่ยมขจัดมันหินก่อนเมื่อกี้
Missing too much though.
ดีก็ไม่ตาย
Not great for vision in towards market.
There's a sonic sensor on the other side of this one way as well. Ash set up to try to punish.
Ball's one here in the alley. Karan ready to try to play off of this one. His time again starting to dwindle. 10 seconds remaining. Karan gets himself his first kill. Hunter's Fury sent his way, but not finding him. Ash holding from behind, and the round is over. The two remaining players here from Fnatic is forced to sit back and try to hold on to these weapons.
ทำไมมันถึงเข้าไม่เข้าเลยเหรอไม่
This round
แย่
is so
เลย
well
เหร
set
อ
up by Genji.
ไม่เอาเลย
Mid
เลยเหรอ
control this time. They're really diligent about it. Probably something that was talked about in the timeout. Ash just being really pivotal in the way that he's placing himself. He's the one going to re-clear top mid. He's the one that comes back to A to help Karan hold down the site. By that
คือมัน
point,
ไปโฮอยู่ตรงกลาง
was
นาน
just too low.
มาก
So
แล้วก็
Fnatic
ยืนอยู่เฉยๆอ่ะ
mostly rifles with Guardian for Chronicle.
เจอโดนแท็กเจอโดนมาเห็นอินโฟปุ๊บก็อยู่อย่างนั้นน่ะ
Texture still has an operator.
That does get the cash on a one. Damage not going to be found, Foxy.
มาถามทำไมถ้ามึงจะโดนยับขนาด
Really
เนี้ย
aggressively.
มันจบ
But
ไป
Fnatic looking
จริง
everyone stacked up here. Onto the A side.
ดู
Go
ก่อน
for a quick
เดี๋ยว
hit.
เมื่อไหร่
Trying to
อยากจะเล่น
overwhelm
คัมแบ็ก
players
เอาใจเราอีก
that are here
แล้ว
to
ก็
take them.
นู่นลากไป6 โมง
It's all sights in towards Alley for the moment as Ash goes for the drone. Spot on the one. Paranoia now going to be sent flying.
วิ่งดีอ่ะเฮ้ยฮักปุ๊บมาเลย
Shots.
ก็ตี
Helps
เป็นนี่
break the site wide open.
ตีแบบคมเนื้อนะ
Well, given that it's just Munchkin and Texture left
ลอง
alive.
นึกภาพเมื่อกี้ถ้าคนที่ขึ้นโดนตัดไป2 คนอยู่เอลโบ
เรียบร้อย
ถึงแม้เมนตายก็ยังเข้าไม่ได้อยู่
Cash here on the
นี่แม่ง
Viper.
แบบ
Close to his ult.
ให้คม
Wouldn't mind getting the extra.
Damage dealt. Will all be good for him. His spray is going to be exchanged, but
สเปรย์
he
เดิน
pulls down the 2
วีนี้ปฏิ
HP.
หารย์ไปหน่อย
Will just back away, so Fnatic
อันนี้
should
เสก
be
อัน
able
นี้
to
เสก
just about get
เสก
this one done in flawless fashion.
Yeah, this time around, a little bit more prepared for some of these positions that Genji is in. They just do a whale of a job. Chronicle does a whale of a job over at elbow, clearing that out with a Guardian by himself.
I want to see those shots back from his POV.
Oh, has to be incredible.
They know they've given up some space, so Fnatic just staying clustered, not treading in towards Texture's line of sight. Fnatic will find their second round win. Still in this, still with an opportunity to close out this series.
He's got to love it. I mean, you just get these early kills,
โอ้โห
and you're just able to
Word.
scale up off of that. A
Word
great
by it,
reveal as well from Crashies. Makes quick work of Ash. That's just really nice stuff there from Fnatic. You're going to need those players to keep that up. Genji, though, they want to move that operator over. They feel like A has become their weaker side
หมู
of
ปิ้ง
things
น
in
ม
a way.
สด10 ไม้ข้าวเหนียว
คิดจะเลี่ยน
That opener, just
เต็ม
sway
เล่มเอา
Fnatic a
ข้าวเหนียว
little bit.
มันอร่อยนะ แต่ว่า
Pushing forward.
กินเยอะแล้วแม่งเลี่ยน
He's been a bit of a risk taker, to say the least.
แต่สัมผัสโคตรดี
With the shorty.
เคยเห็นไก่ย่างจิรพันธ์ที่เขาขายในปั๊มปะ
Baited forward into the smoke, however.
ไม่เคย
Just each
Man,
team
man.
trying to feel each other out there.
จะมี
See if
มัน
anybody's
จะ
gonna
มี
make an
หลายแบบ
aggressive
ใน
move.
ร้านมันจะมี
Instead, Fnatic
ไก่ย่าง
ไก่ปิ้งนมสด
tried this
ค
mid
ล้าย
exploration
ๆค
again.
ล้ายๆนมสดแต่ไม่ใช่ มันเหมือนแบบ
It's
มัน
been
บด
left open.
เป็นก้อนอ่ะ
So this is going to be a little bit tough here.
นุ่มๆอะนะ
Karn and
Hey.
Munchkin
โคตรอร่อย
being surrounded.
Starting to get a little bit of frazzles as well. Just a little bit of noise. Paranoia gets sent. Foxy now going to be at risk here potentially. The overdrive gets popped. Call with utility hand.
Foxy.
Somehow draws down fast enough to clean up the kill.
เหลือเชื่อ
Player
ที่
advantage.
ใครเห็นก็ว่าตาย
on
เมื่
the
อกี้
side of Gen
เดดแม
G.
น
Forward sight control for Fnatic. Going to try to get this plant going. Slowed up, interrupted here for the moment.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
Count over the top.
ยังไม่วางเลย
Try to get this pick. Some kills exchange on Chronicle. We'll get the pit, but only in death.
โอ้โหแอช
Down to Alpia.
ทำไมไม่วางวะ
Some neural theft. Again, low on time. The commitment of the ult. A
ไม่
risky
วาง
one.
ได้เล่นแล้วเนี่ย
Wise has no real idea about the player's positions, and he gets ping revealed off the recon. Gen G going to be feeling very comfortable.
อย่าวางแล้วพี่
Could just go for the swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again the round lost. The clock gets away from them.
คือเข้าใจนะมันการแบบว่า
Unsure that they carry
โดน
nothing
วางแล้ว
forward.
โดน
6 to
รวบ
2.
มา
Gen
เลย
G
มา
still
ร
in
อ
control.
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that battle against Kayak.
เดี๋ยวทีไปก็วางในนี้
เจนจีก็คงแบบว่าเดี๋ยวรอมันวางก่อนแล้วค่อยเล่น
That opens up a huge extra angle
ไอ้ดู
for
จะระแวง
Fnatic. It shuts down an easy retake for Gen G. Instead, they've got Bova control, and they're able to find their shots and clean the players out.
โซโล่
I think you're going to give poor Solo an ulcer.
They up by indeed, but neural theft still held here. The pit now available for them if we can get into a post plant. One player push up. They're working their way towards texture with the op.
Michigan's got his pit as well. Ash has that Hunter's Fury.
Just continuing to push. Finds one with any exit. So far the answer is yes. Going to be relay bolts exchange fast lane. Sets
นีออน
up
ออฟ
for
ตร
the
ง
quick
นี้นี่
exit.
คือแบบ
Texture gets out scot free.
ตอนแรกไม่เคยคิดว่านีออนมันจะแบบมาคิวเล่นอะไรได้ขนาดนี้นะต้องได้เห็น
He's
พวก
not yet
เท็กเจอร์พว
falling
ก
for
คิวเล่น
Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him bounding out. But still at risk of being caught off guard.
กลับไป
Sides
ที่เดิม
back
ค
in
รับ
a position.
มาเล็งต่อ
Both Neons keeping it quiet. Same time,
ใครช่วย
Boaster
ใคร
and
อยาก
Crash
ให้
is
ทีนี้
pushing forward, trying to
รอ
take
กลาง
some
ทำก่
space
อน
and control here at top mid.
Look at where the Sonic sensor is.
Smoke cuts off the one side. Paranoia gets sent. Slows the approach. There's the peek, and it's a headshot to boot.
ผมอยากรู้ว่ามันต้องเพ่งสมาธิขนาดไหนถึงจะยิงเร็วได้ขนาดนั้น
Crash is now planted here at top mid. But to what avail?
เฮ้ยคนเดินต่อ
Alert from
พี่โบ๊
Boaster
ท
maybe can come away with some value, but Foxy still staring back at this position.
30
Shows that they're at least
seconds left.
somewhat suspicious of it.
แต่ขยักมันดูกดดันตัวเองมากเลย
Now that they have the smoke on market, he can keep his attention trained there.
Might have made just a little bit of noise there, so Boaster going to change directions.
I mean, I think he's going to change directions to go for the save. Once again, he and Crashy's just looking to join forces to hold on to these weapons.
10 seconds left.
'Cause
อย่าง
that
นี้
is
อย่างนี้การเงินติก
the
นี่ค่อน
round
ข้างโบ
lead
กเลยนะ
guaranteed for Gen G. 7 to 2.
เล่นเซฟเนี่ย
With yet 3 more rounds to be played out.
อย่าไปเครียดครับแฟนติก
They are bouncing back
พี่คิด
after
ว่า
the
เจอ
loss
ทีม
in
หนึ่ง
OT
ในท็อป
on
3ของ
split.
โลกตอนเนี้ย ก็คือมี
Good
มึงด้วย
shot to go ahead and hold on to the weapon. Still struggle street here for Fnatic.
No doubt. I mean, Texture just so patient, just understanding that there was a real chance.
โอ้โห
Kayak actually
เก็บ
hadn't
มือ
left, and he reads it so well. And the rest of the way, Foxy doing a great job with some of these deep lurks that Fnatic is able to create.
โอ้โคตรดีเท็กเจอร์ยากมากที่เท็กเจอร์มูนมันจะแบบว่าไม่
For
ดี
Gen
อ่ะ
G in these rounds.
มีครั้งเดียวคือตอนเจอเซน
Very
ที่
much been
นั่นแหละ
the
ที่
loser
แพ้
of
รอบ
the
ชิง
series when it comes
หลัง
down
จาก
to
นั้น
first
น่ะ
downs.
คือเหมือนแบบว่าเปลี่ยน mindset การเล่น
Change
เกมบอลหน่อย
that texture out a little bit too wide in Chronicle.
เดี๋ยวกลับไปเซ็งแล้วตอนนี้
Right there, clean through the box.
เดี๋ยวกลับไป
Might
เซ็ง
scale
แล้ว
off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
There's a neural theft. Paranoia going to be sent out from Karan. Holds him at bay here for the moment. Slide in.
Paranoia hits.
Ash now stuck in a bad spot.
ก็ตีไหวก็ได้
Drawn
นะ
out, but won't really even get to fire it.
เดี๋ยวต้องจี้เอแน่เลย
As Boaster once again picking up the op this time. Certainly favoring himself with it given the numbers advantage. Punch get dead.
เนี่ยมันอาจจะคิดเยอะไว้ตอนแรกอะตอนจะเข้าไซส์เนี่ยพอมันเล่นไวปุ๊บก็เล่นได้นี่
They're going to be on the prowl. Looks like he's going to try to make this a little bit more costly. Weapon back out, but Chronicle still too fast. Fnatic find themselves a third. Chance to recover this. They look for a 7-5 half.
Yeah, just a little bit of a positioning mistake this time from Texture is punished by Chronicle. Got the spot out. Got the wall bang through the box. Just saw the foot right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been Fnatic's go signal to just accelerate. Plenty of money left. Foxy9 got his ult there off that kill in the death. So now you've got everything except for Textures to work with here for Gen G.
ตื่นตั้งบ่าย
So a lot to consider.
He's playing back once again. Not going to get spotted. Let's see entry strategy here. It's just going to be the slide across. Texture pulling back, giving himself a bit of a wider angle in case it is going to be the Neon sliding into picture.
Yeah, with all that.
จะรู้แล้วว่า
Over on the other side, there's the Hunter's Fury from Ash.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall. And he does.
Ash
Pit will have to wait for the last round of the half.
พอ
He
บี
ends
ดั
up
น
hitting
ปุ๊
the
บ
floor.
ตัดเลยครับ
Fnatic still interested in this side of the map, or at least being very slow to start
มุม
rotating.
เดิมเลย Texture
Will
เอ้าประตู
shift
แต
over
ก
towards tiles.
อย่างนี้
Is
เป็น
out
เรื่อง
there.
นะเนี่ย
Goes for a check in towards
50
market.
วิด้วย
Nothing here.
อ้าว
Give them an inkling, yeah. Just is able to strafe through that, and that's going to put him on a deep line in towards Boba.
They've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by Gen G.
Recon ends up getting cleared. The jiggle peak. Did he go wide enough to spot out the operator?
นั่นเดี๋ยวมึงมือ
Hard to
แตก
say. It's
จะหาย
able to avoid the shots all the same. As Munchkin
Oh.
seemingly is reading this so
โอ้โห
very well.
Unreal.
ยังดูหลัง
Knows the space that he's given up, but Boaster able to fight back in kind.
เดี๋ยวยังเหลือไพไลท์ตัวหนึง
Finds the hit
ดีเมน
Kayak there to try to counteract, but do they expect that Foxy9 is similarly going to be playing out of B-man? Seems like the answer is yes as they go for back site plant.
เฮ้ย
ได้รอดตัวมัน
Finds the jiggle out. Be cautious though. Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashy's nearly having them lined up. He's able to find the first Foxy9. He's dead. Paranoia sent. Clear on the recon. Charon knowing that he needs to try to win this fight, and he is able to do so. They both avoided. Kayak answering back with one of his own. The Paranoia goes through. Ping reveal on the poster. The Kayak collecting the kills. Texture will fall. 2v2.
อยากแก้ให้หมด
Ash
เลยอะ
contained back within the smoke.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Dead.
เอ้า
Still somehow is able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to poster.
Concentrates over.
To try to clutch this out. Look for the re-ping here. And Poster just going to be playing the timing. Ash, this time not nearly as close as the previous. Gets himself a 3K, but cannot clutch the round. Fnatic win 2 in a row. And are 1 away from 5 and 7 scoreline. Just a hell of a lot better than you might have anticipated given how this map had started.
Just an absolutely bizarre round. Starts with the Hunter's Fury. Gets a kill. A lot of space taken by Alpha. It's accounted for. Then Foxy9 can't win a battle against Crashies. Has to get the TP over from Karan, who's able to bail him out.
แอดกับแพทแมน
There's a couple 1v1s spread out, and Boaster wins some big ones
ถ้าแอดกับแพทแมนให้ใครจะ
against
เป็นอัพ
Munchkin
ก่
in
อน
particular.
Step up
Break
เหรอ
things open. Aggressive
น่าจะ
push.
แพทแมน
Suspected that was Alpha saying 1 more. Make that 7-5. Then we're still in a good spot. Boaster going for a TP. Backside. Is it red? Some eyes in towards that direction, but Boaster ends up giving up.
วับเฮ้ยเหี้ยอะไรวะเนี่ยทำอย่างนี้ได้ด้วยเหรอ
What is that? As he hits the follow-up. The repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does!
What?
Insane.
What is that?
That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen.
ช็อกป่ะโบเตอร์ช็อกป่ะ
โบดบอกโอ้ยนีออน
แล้วทำไมหัวมันเร็วขนาดนั้นนะมันกดอันติแบบอัตโนมัติเลยพอยิงตัวสุดท้ายอะพออันติเต็มอะถึงคิดไปอยู่แล้วล่วงหน้า ทุกอย่างเป็นการควบคุม
ยังไม่โดนเคิร์ดอีกแล้วใช่ไหมมันว่ะคู่เดียวแม่งดูแบบเถื่อนกับเถื่อนเจอกัน เราจะมีแมตช์มันๆอย่างงี้ไม่ได้นะ ถ้าเราไม่มีอาเจจับคู่ให้
ก็ออกคุณเจ
แฟนติกบอกอย่าให้มีครั้งที่3นะ จับสายแกรอบที่แล้วก็โดนมาแล้ว เป็นการแข่งที่ยาวนานดี
เฮกเตอร์101 โอ้ 2 เท่า
กวนสุดแล้ว
2 เท่าของอีก 9 คนอ่ะ
เรียกได้กวนตีนที่สุดแล้ว กวนตีนที่สุดในแมตช์เนี่ย หรือจริงๆไอคะแนนเนี่ยคือคะแนนที่ซื้อของเยอะที่สุดวะว่าเซ็กเจอร์มีแต่ออฟเลยนะ
คอนโวกับดาเมจที่ทำด้วยเฮกเตอร์มันฆ่าไป 2 เท่าเหมือนกัน
ค่าเยอะ
ใช่ แล้วมันไม่ค่อยตายอะก็ยิ่งทำให้คะแนนขึ้นเยอะขึ้นมันฆ่าไป16อ่ะ เพื่อนมันฆ่าไป8เขาจะฆ่า8แล้วมันตายน้อยสุดอ่ะฆ่าเยอะสุดตายน้อยสุดอ่ะก็เท่ากับว่าใช้ตังค์น้อยสุดดาเมจเยอะสุดก็ไม่แปลก
มันคือโกดของจริงนะเซ็กเจอร์เนี่ย
Triple sack set
เรียว
up
ที่ไป
here.
เทสวิทน่าจะเรียวเดียวกัน
Ready to be fought. On the opposite side by Gen G. There's texture on the jiggle peak. Spots out plenty. And it seems like they favor their chances. So they want to try to push forward off of this. Spam looking for some damage. None to be found.
Yeah, I wanted to maybe. Whoa!
It's okay. Well, there you go. Damage is certainly found now. Crash is finding one. A little bit of a split fire from Foxy 9.
เจ๋งเลย
Only able to find a smattering of damage. Can't come away with any kills.
Genji trying to catch Fnatic off guard there by doubling down on that mid pressure. But Fnatic didn't move a muscle. They held their angles. And they were ready for Foxy's off angle attempting to be created. They shut it down mightily. Now you look over to Chronicle here. Takes a bunch of damage.
Answers him back, sticks around. It's a little bit more. Munchkin's going to look to go ahead and fill that space. Quick peek in around the back of sight. Caron, though, lion's share of the responsibility potentially on his shoulders.
Just a classic here, too.
And has to back away. Sheriff on the opposite side. Rides over. Jiggles out. Paranoia to buy some time. Holds up at bay for the moment, and Munchkin eventually is the last target. Chronicle taken down.
นั่นแหละ
Clowns for Gen G. Really narrow their focus. Two angles of approach with Karen here around the corner. Crossfire attempt set up here from Munchkin, but eventually he's going to be hounded down out here.
พอดกันแบบ
มันกินต้องไม่หลอกแล้ว
It all falls to Ash.
มันจะเป็นหลอก
Cannot get it done.
ยิงล่อ
Another pistol loss here for Gen G. 3-3 across the two teams in the series. Fnatic once again taking that first step on the road to recovery here on Sunset.
Yeah, just a miscalculation off the rip for Gen G. Thinking that, you know, once that curtain drops, they can maybe overwhelm Fnatic. Fnatic were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys. Let's fucking now. This is what we want to do, boys. Get the
A little bit late on the blip there. But it's all good. Sheriff, two ghosts for the side of Gen G. Fnatic. Decently hefty little investment here for him. Trying to get a catch as Khan could be playing forward into the smoke. Just waiting for the exit. Snappy enough to go ahead and keep himself alive. Damage taken. Still able to fight. Swing in. Kayak. Forced to reposition.
โดนหัวด้วยนะ
Trade some damage back here alongside Texture. Bounce of the shock dart able to be avoided. Boaster. Holding down the approach, getting the spot.
ดูทำดาเมจเยอะ
Finding value with the Sheriff, but kills not quite there yet.
I mean, Gen G doing a little bit of damage, but hasn't converted to anything else yet. And Chronicle shuts down Munchkin's lurk.
That should basically seal the deal here. Swing on the corner. Kayak dead.
มันอะไรของมัน
Gen
วะ
G
ล่ะ
though
เจอบ้าจับ
tagged up dangerously low.
คลิปก็บอกเดี๋ยวก็เสียวได้
Surrender a bit of space here for the moment as the plant comes in. Chronicle considering going for the aggro push. Foxy9 just on the opposite side of the corner. Snake fight gonna be set. Can't recover in time. Foxy able to find another.
เป็นเรื่องเลย
Poster and surely it can't be happening again.
เป็นเรื่องแพ้พกอีกแล้ว
Both pistols dropped on sunset, but both ecos won.
เหี้ย
I
ซื้อ
just
เชอ
don't
รี
know
ฟมา
how they do it. It's just been a mainstay of Gen G.
เช็คเจอแบบ
That they are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much chip damage done early. A scoop up with the Bulldog there for Ash. Translates to another kill. Texture good for 2 with the Sheriff. And that has sent Fnatic reeling after what looked like what might be a good start for this half. Another comeback maybe brewing. Alpha with the hero rifle.
And a Sheriff there as well. Saying, excuse me. Let me use you as my meat shields.
Yeah,
you
I'll
stand in
knock out,
front. I've got the firepower. And I will shoot through your corpses as they look at the kill on the Texture, and he falls down to 3 HP. Forces the paranoia out, and somehow Munchkin's dead, so is Ash. And suddenly, Fnatic
เวนดอลเขาบอกเดี๋ยวเลือดเต็มเก็บ2คืออะไร
look
อ่ะ
to turn the tides. Re-swing in, bit of damage taken. Carrot
ตายแล้ว
put the hero rifle on the floor. Poster nearby to maybe try to go for the recovery on that.
Set up
They
the
are in
smoke.
still such a good position.
Yeah. Gen G, though, not going to contest that rifle. They're just going to pivot over towards B. The linger here from the weak Chronicle. Just a classic.
Barrier deployed.
But a nice position.
Plays it patiently. If they don't lend credence to him lurking there, he could still very well be Gen G's undoing.
Should be in your mind as Gen G. You haven't paid any attention to that part of the map. Are they going to be aware enough?
Slow approach.
30 seconds left.
Texture, spike in hand here with 3 health.
I'm out of here.
Works his way onto the site. Seems like they are going to be expecting that.
เล่นฝั่งเดียวพอ
Spike gets planted, but now
โอ้ยมีเก็บ
further
ปืน
weapons recovered.
ได้เล่นอย่างนี้
It's going to be a stack. Rifles retrieved here as well for
โดน
Fnatic.
แน่เลยอย่างงี้
Got a lot of firepower in this retake. Drone doesn't see anything.
It's a massive opportunity for Fnatic to get themselves right back into the driver's seat. The push coming through. Up and over the top is Foxy9. Finds the first, immediately backpedals. Not going to go deep enough for the hit. Boaster should have been spotted out there. Slide in. Foxy9 drags across for the kill. Texture's instantaneous.
ที่ผมเห็นใครสไลด์ใส่โฟซี่ไนน์ไม่โดนอย่างนี้ตลอด
Close but no cigar. A great run of it for Fnatic, but Gen G now find themselves up 10-5.
I mean, you've got Alfier firing again early for Fnatic. So many of those rounds on split
กลางเกม
would
อ่ะ
translate into wins. But it's, again, the trickery and the discipline, the fallback from Foxy9. Shutting down a Neon like that on the slide. Absolutely ridiculous.
จังหวะเมื่อกี้ที่คัดจากสไลด์มาไม่ไอ้นี่มันเห็นไม่ทันจริงเหรอแต่มันเร็วกว่า
certainly wanting that day of rest.
ไอ้นั่นมันเดินคนใช่ปะแฮชชี่อ่ะ
โดนสตัน
โดน
Losing teams.
คือกระจักมันสไลด์มาแบบก่อนสตันเยอะๆผ่านสตันไปก็ทำงานได้ปะไอ้แค่ที่ตามมาก็คือรับเต็ม
It's going to be opened up. Contains them here for
โอ้
now.
ยพี่โบ๊ทเจ็บเป็น
Tiny little lick of damage there from his teammate. His Texture taken down. Chronicle coming away with the goods. A fantastic kill to be found. Trying to counteract the momentum swing. Everyone on Gen G, other than Munchkin, tagged up.
โอ้ยหาอะไรวะน่ะ
One. Crashes falls down to 10. The bite
Oh,
of the drone coming through. Munchkin lays it at his feet.
ภาพเหมือนในแรงเลยเวลาผมโกงผมชอบโดนอะไรแบบที่แบบโกงมาแล้วเม็ดเดียว
Need to be cleared out
สัต
here.
ว์
โดนแบบว่าวางเป้า
From Munchkin, Foxy getting the spot, has the net. There's the bounce, the pull coming through. Kayak gonna have to try and spam it. Alpha's gonna be out into the open as he gets broken loose. Karen can quickly recover the kill. 2 players remaining. Poster some spam does connect, but they have to back away and go for the save. They need these weapons.
ไม่น่าเลย
The Gen G
น่าจะจบตั้งแต่สปิดแล้ว
will get themselves
แต่
up
6 โม
to
งเช้า
11
ให้เลือดเล่น
3
ดอนตี
rounds
4
in a
ชิว
row now. Fnatic very much find
ถ้าไม่มี
themselves
เท
on
ค
the
พอร์ต
back
อะผม
foot.
ว่าจบแต่ตี 3
But it's just
จบแล้ว
snappy shooting again for Gen G. Plus the util. The early kill by Ash into the drone snake bite combo onto the weakened crashies. And then another grab net annihilation for Foxy 9. He has been so wonderful with that ultimate. You know, in the situations, he's finding so much value as well. And it's so tough. Yeah, he knows they were all low HP, but they just didn't have the bodies available to crash through the site. And that's going to be another timeout here. Alfier still has his ult. Still got to get to a place to use it. There's the Hunter's Fury for Ash. Texture one away from an overdrive. You never know here. Gen G might just look to contest mid, but nobody from Fnatic there. They're just leaving this wide open here because they're expecting some kind of aggressive A hit. Gen G not even in the same realm. Let's see what Crashies can do here. He's pinging out mid.
Set off. It's the spot. Just going to be a full exit here at the drone now. Leading with Kayak, trying to play off of it a little bit. If they find a ping reveal, sees the Tracer, sends some shots, but carrying on the reposition.
Ash is stuck out here with the spike. A little bit of an awkward position. I think they might know he's there. I think they saw the recon come out.
It's continuing the cycle. Those smokes onto the right-hand side of top mid. Seems like Gen G more than happy to go ahead and pump the brakes a bit.
Yeah, they're being really cautious this round. Something feels off. They haven't met much resistance. We're looking to see if Fnatic's going to try to make a peek.
Drone at the ready, the market door open. Will force a reposition here from Alfier.
Revealing area.
Crashies sending out the recon. Number one, that's going to be Chronicle and Kayak playing off it beautifully. Kills found, Alpha pushing forward. Picking in the pieces. It's Foxy 9. Finds himself all alone. Net going to be sent. Spike's on the floor. Free swings in towards Boba. Has him lined up, but cannot collect the kills. Fnatic. The timeout ends up getting them a round win. Are we on that same path, that same script from Split? Time will tell, but that's the first step.
Yeah, this is just so patient. Just putting Gen G in a really awkward spot, stuck behind the pillar in mid. Trying to figure out what to do. And then they're able to use that Sova util to play off of to set up that kill and then just wipe Gen G off the board. Really well thought out, really well planned. And as soon as Gen G got stuck there, they didn't really have an exit strategy. Maybe doubling down on this a little bit again. Seems like just Texture though, this time going out on an exploration mission.
Just wants to try to clear that cam again perhaps, but this time won't be able to do so. Alpha gives up market, just backing away. As all of Gen G get clustered here into B main.
อย่าทำให้มันยากใช่ไหม
Use this Hunter's Fury potentially to just scale into sight. Just holding that angle, but
รอดได้อย่างไร
peek and force Chronicle back. Relay bolt gonna be dodged. Alpha tucks into the
โดนทุ
cage.
กอย่าง
Be netted in position though.
Deadman ว่ะ
A bit at risk, but still able to fight back for
ยั
one.
งเอาไปได้หนึ่ง
Does well to find the kill before getting traded out. Chronicle swinging in for an angle, looking to try to find a pick.
ทำมิ่ง
Drops down. Foxy scales
กูนึกเรื่องนึงสิงสัตว์
ตอนแรกนึกว่าแบบฟ็อกซี่โดนแล้วนะ
Find that shot. Shock dart here towards Ash.
ไม่เจ็บไม่เจ็บไม่
Bit
เจ็บ
of damage gonna
นิ่ง
be
ไว้ทุบไว้
suffered, but
หลังแฟนทอม
counters band
ไว้ทุบไว้
protection. It flushes out the enemy Sova.
อย่าทำให้มันยาก
A 2v4. The player's economy in a decent position, so it seems like the call is going to be to try to make a play of this one. The Butcher is just being sprayed through the smoke as they hear him TP up. Grabbing that, finds the catch, Kayak trying to get the hit. Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP. Even going for the save.
โอ้ยากไปว่ะ
Impossible. As Gen G
อย่าทำให้
get
มันยาก
themselves now up to match point. Fnatic needs 6 in a row, much like we saw from them on Split. If they want to have any chance of staying in the upper bracket.
But just a really nice round here from Gen G.
It's a
Great
bad
call
zone.
from Munchkin. Send Texture out on that solo mission. Try to figure out what's going on in market. Didn't really get much out of that. That's
โอ้โห
okay.
เราวูบเข้าไปเจอ
Back
เจน
over
จี
to beat. Just set up for a classic execute.
โคตรมันอ่ะเจนจีกับวูฟตัวเนี้ยมันไม่ใช่ล่างธรรมดา
Isolate the players. Get the
ดูก่อนว่า
trades.
เข้าชัวร์ป่ะ
You're good
เดี๋ยว
to
มัน
go.
จะไม่มีอภินิหารแล้วใช่ไหม
Lock down those
แล้ว
sites
แบ
so
บนี้มันไม่ได้
nicely.
แบบว่าการจ่าหรือบุกจ่า
Munchkin, I think, previously wanting to try to take this orb for himself to get one away from a bit of his own in the round, but far too risky with the decay in play, so wisely decides to back off after clearing out the tripwire.
It's got in their heads a bit.
จบไป
That trip, making Chronicle think. Another double stack here at top mid.
ไปเดินชิว
See what they want to do.
Smoke about to dissipate. Whips gonna be found, and yeah, Kayak
เอามันโคตรทีม
easily able to find the kill on Munchkin. The rest of the team now
บอดด้วย
in
ประดิษฐ์
towards market, gets the reveal off the trip, but cannot collect the kill. Off the air. Position going to be known. But Fnatic prepared, quickly getting themselves into a good spot, trying to go ahead and get a blood retake. It's Crashy, he's able to find one, trading it back. This is Alpha. Kills Texture. Chronicle on the peak.
ว้าว
Finding
พี่โม
Khan
ขอบ
now.
คุณซุปเหลือง
Quickly,
ด้วยนะ
he's
ครับ
going to
ขอบ
get
คุณครั
dropped.
บ
Sonic sensor lobbed in. The
เราสู้
jump up
ไม่ถอย
over the
เพื่อ
top.
เต็มที
Foxy9 finds the elimination, tucks back.
No surprises.
As he has the Armageddon at the ready. Spots one. It's just going to be a shotgun stop. As he gets the headshot poster. Crashes will glide to his.
หล่อเลยแบบนี้จีจีครับ
เดี๋ยวเวลากูทำไมชั่วโมงกว่าเกือบ2 ชั่วโมงจะทำให้มันยากใช่ไหม
ปานนท์แล้วพี่
ดีครับ
เจอกันพรุ่งนี้
โอ้แฟนติกมันก็สู้สุดใจแล้วเว้ยแต่มันของแข็งจริง
User
แข็งเจอแข็ง
disconnected from your channel.
มันที่มันโหดเลยได้ขนาดนี้อาจจะ
เจนจีอะ
มันท
โซโล่ไงของจริง
ำแล้วเพลเยอร์แต่ละคนนี่แบบว่า โอ้โหเหี้ยคือง่ายๆเหลือใครสักคนหนึ่งอะแม่งดูลุ้นคัดได้หมดอะทุกคนอะประสบการณ์ผู้เล่นส่วนตัวเยอะด้วยต้องเอาให้งอมอะถ้าจะเล่น ไม่งอมด้วย energy ล้น ตอนนี้คือ no meteo no problem แล้ว
กำเนิดเมโทรคนใหม่แล้ว
ไปเซ็นเมาส์เลยเหรอไปแล้วครับ เจอกันไม่ไหวแล้วเช้าแล้วลาตรีสวัสดีไม่ลาตรีอรุณสวัสดิ์ครับบ๊ายบายสวัสดีนะครับทุกคนซีน1เนี่ยเขาไปต่อยกันสายล่างโอ้โหบ้าจัดไอพวกซีน1ลงสายล่างหมดเลยอ่ะแบบหมดเลยอ่ะมันเป็นทัวร์ที่แบบ what the hell ไอพวกซีน1เหมือนจะไม่ได้วอร์ม
เรื่องยังไม่ติด
แต่ซีน1นี่แฟนติกดูมีทรงสุดแล้วนะดูแบบว่าได้เล่นอ่ะโอ้ G2 ยังโดน 2-0 เลยสวัสดีครับขอบคุณนะครับผมหาเลทคนกันราตรีสวัสดิ์ครับขอบคุณที่อยู่ด้วยกันยันเช้าเลยขอบคุณที่สู้ไม่ถอยครับ มีใครสตรีมอยู่บ้างวะตอนนี้ไม่สักกูไม่ได้เลือกมันมาเลยมันมาไม่มีแล้วครับเจอกันบ๊ายบายรุนสวัสดิ์ครับผมขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับขอบคุณครับ